Center for Global Polytheist and Indigenous Traditions. We are actually trying to act as a hub, as a hub for Indic and indigenous knowledge. And by acting as this hub, we are trying to build bridges. We're trying to build a bridge between the Gurukulams and the universities, between Shastras, Indic knowledge systems, and Indology, between disciplines, between global indigenous knowledge, and between civilizations. This is what we are trying to do. And in that process, we have a strategy, an approach, a very unique approach that we have, a proprietary approach, a unique approach that we have formulated called the six-dimensional approach, where we are trying to preserve, protect, and promote intellectual, cultural, and spiritual with a planning which is near-term, medium-term, long-term, transforming the individual at the individual level from a selfless and self strategy, foster an ecosystem through a connect, contribute, and collaborate strategy, and finally, looking at the customer by offering the customer our knowledge and thinking about it from a concept of offering authentic, immersive, and transformative knowledge, either as a product, service, or an experience. And this is an approach that has evolved, has developed over a period of last 6 years. We also want to scale up. We are sort of an anti-campus kind of a institution in the sense that we are not envisaging that we'll have a large campus with thousands of students. But what we are trying to do is trying to take a distributed campus approach. One, we are trying to look at campus centers in existing universities, a center for Indic studies in existing universities, whether it's in India or abroad. So there's a campus centers in universities. Then we are also now actively talking to two Gurukulams where we are trying to set up a campus center in the Gurukulam itself, wherein we will be constructing rooms for the scholars to come and say a small office, but the scholars from world over can come, live there, and engage with the students of the Gurukulam, teach them what they know, and learn from the Gurukulam students what they don't know. Because we see a lot of scholars from the West who try to pontificate about our culture without coming and living our culture. So and then they say that we don't know what is happening. So this would be a good opportunity for them to come and live here, experience, and then talk about our culture. So this is the campus centers at Gurukulams. Now we are moved to a new scheme where we are saying campus centers near the Guru. So where we are saying that we can asking the Guru, saying that please take a house close by to your residence and invite students, and that would be a campus centers next to the Guru's house. So a campus center with the Guru, campus center in the Gurukulam, campus centers in the universities. This is how we are trying to scale up. Of course, we have also started the online platform where we are trying to reach out to the students online. We have about 25 courses. We are expanding it. So that is the other way we are trying to grow. One thing that this COVID pandemic has done is that it has completely changed the way we are all learning. And we have already experienced that. I need not emphasize the penetration of Zoom into our lives. But if you take a principle and if you take a step back, what is happening is that there's a disintermediation that is happening of the educational institutions. We have the scholar who used to depend upon the educational institution to reach out to his students. This disintermediation is happening wherein the educational institution, as we know, itself is becoming irrelevant. The infrastructure is becoming irrelevant. So therefore, you have the scholar and the student, and there's technology. And this is what we need to understand, the biggest trend that has happened because of this pandemic. Now, for any institution, for any individual, one has to think of their competencies in three buckets. One, an innovation bucket, knowledge bucket. The second is an infrastructure or the execution bucket. And the third is the customer and the customer relationship. So any company, core competencies of these companies are in these three buckets: innovation, delivery, infrastructure, manufacturing, delivery, and the customer. This is how you have to think. If you transpose the same concept to the scholar and ask a scholar, what is his core competence? Scholar's core competence would be that he is in the innovation space. Not so much in the delivery space, not so much in the relationship space. Some of the scholars we know, we interact, all good friends of us were all like that Gambiram, Sharala, that Shankarabaranam, Shankar Shastri kind of scholars. They're not good in relationship, but very, very good in innovation, knowledge. Now, I appeal to all of you to think of this framework. And I would like to invite you to think of yourself as a university. You do not need any physical infrastructure, any institution. Think of yourself as a university. You can reach the customer directly. I want you to think that there's this famous, very, very popular organization started called Ekal Vidyalaya. You all know about the success story of this organization. I think they are present in more than 1 lakh villages. They have impacted 30 million children. And it's a success story of a grassroots movement, people's movement. That's their tagline, Ekal Vidyalaya. You can check it out. It's one of those extraordinary things wherein they talk about Ek Shikshak and Ek Vidyalaya. That means one teacher schools in all these places. I want you to learn from this example and think of Ekal Vishwavidyalaya. Think of you are a university, a one teacher university, and think that you are the co-founder for that university. You don't need the infrastructure, you don't need the technology, you don't need anything else. Just think of yourself as a university, Ekal Vidyalaya, Vishwavidyalaya. Please change your biodata. Please change your on your Twitter, social media, wherever your biodata, say co-founder Ekal Vishwavidyalaya. Because your time has come now. As scholars, everything else is disintermediated. You can reach out. You can plan in the next 20 years, you can plan to reach out 1,000 students and transform them and use your knowledge. This, to me, is a very, very positive development of the last 1 year of crisis that we have faced. And as Indic Academy is always talking about campus centers. Campus centers is universities, campus centers in Gurukulams, campus centers next to a guru. With these few thoughts, I would like to say that I desire that Indic Academy establishes a campus center in your brain. From a Karana, Sukshma, Sthula. So Sthula is gone, the gross is gone. Think of the campus center in your intellect. So with these few words, I very, very warmly welcome you to this conference, an excellent conference. We had a phenomenal response, more than 30 speakers, and I'm sure we would be very, very, it would be a very insightful deliberations for the next 2 days. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Namaste. With this welcome from our founder, Sri Harikiran Vadlamani Garu, we have almost inaugurated this conference. As my role as the curator of this conference and the other conferences, let me speak about the concept of this conference itself, which actually is already circulated. Most of you have read our concept note, in which we have articulated our background, our thinking behind this conference. But I wanted to focus today on one idea, that Puranas is not a plural. Purana is a singular word. It's a project. Purana is a project. Narayanam namaskritya naranchaiva narottamam devim saraswatim vyasam tato jayamudidayet. This particular shloka, this particular verse, we find in almost every Purana. And this gives you some insights for those who are not aware. Please know that the word Jayam is being used in every Purana as part of this shloka. So the popular idea that Jayam is the word used as a synonym for only Mahabharata, and Jayam is the name of Mahabharata, is misplaced. If you look at the internal evidence from the text scripts of the Puranas, you see that the entire Purana project is being called as Jayam. I would like to use the word project. It's a project, Purana project. And we use words like Ashtadasha Mahapuranas, and then we use words like Upapuranas. But all together, Mahapuranas and Upapuranas, whatever is the number, 18 or even more, the whole project was looked at as a project of Puranas. And this project was a free, unorganized project, but very well organized. And like the entire Vedic literature, like the Vedas themselves, this Purana project is also a self-conscious project, in the sense that the project talks about itself in the introductory part, the prefatory part of every Purana, whether it is Mahapurana or Upapurana. You have a formulaic, you have a framework of how the Puranas begin. That is where you get this Narayanam namaskritya naranchaiva narottamam. And there you have this shloka, Itihasa Purana Bhyam Vedam Samapodrum Hayet. Vivet Yalpashruta Vedo Ma I am praharediti. This fellow will beat me. This fellow will damage me. Veda is afraid of an alpashruta person, less learned person. So this project is a project of only the Vedic system, Vedic tradition. And there is a Veda Samupabrahmana that is happening. The Veda is being elaborated, popularized, and articulated in a very popular way for the popular purpose through the project of Puranas. Like the Veda itself, it is also self-conscious in the sense that it not only in the prefatory part, in the introductory part, inside the Purana also, most of the Puranas talk about Puranas. Most of the Puranas have classifications of Puranas. Some Puranas classify them with the criterion of sectarian traditions like Shaivite and Vaishnavite. Some of them classify them in the on the criterion of gunas, sattva, rajas, tamo gunas, satvika Puranas, rajasika Puranas, and tamasika Puranas. And some of them talk about how the Purana project itself is going on, what is the purpose of that project. And in most of the frameworks, the introductory frameworks, the prefatory frameworks of these Puranas, you see a conversational strategy of communication. There is a speaker sitting as the Pravachana Karta, and there is an audience. And this Purana comes to you in the prefatory part as a conversation between these people. And this conversational strategy, which we find right from the Upanishads, for that matter in some of the Vedic mantras itself, in the mantra bhaga itself, is a very useful educating strategy. And the Purana project itself is an educating project. It was the Indic Academy of that time, a very big Indic Academy, bigger than the present Indic Academy. It was a big project, educating project. That is why you see this encyclopedic nature of these Puranas. This word encyclopedic literature was used by Princeton University professor of comparative literature called Northrop Frye in his book called Anatomy of Criticism. He uses the word encyclopedic literature, and as an example, he mentions Mahabharata. Of all the books, Mahabharata, of all the Itihasa Puranas, Mahabharata, you don't imagine that to be part of the Purana project because you just set it aside as an Itihasa, not as a Purana. And also, you don't see it as a book of Indic knowledge systems, Shastras, and all that. But an American professor was able to see that it was part of an encyclopedic project. And he was talking about, in that book, the evolutionary process of literature, how it evolves and how it leads to works which are encyclopedic in nature. But I'm sure the whole idea to Northrop Frye has come only after looking at books like Mahabharata. And we must tell Northrop Frye, if he does not know, that Mahabharata is only a small speck in the whole project, a huge project called the Purana project, which is the encyclopedic project. And the idea of creating not only encyclopedias, but popularizing of technical knowledge, which we are actually demanding for nowadays from the intelligentsia of the country. People who think that they are from the grassroots, from the masses, demanding from the masses, they keep asking the science and technology places in various universities and laboratories and technological places that you guys are working in these areas, but you are not sharing what you're doing with the public. in a very popular way. You are not helping them learn. But if you look at the Purana project, the very goal of this Purana project, as articulated in the introductory parts, in the prefatory parts, in every Purana, without exception, is the purpose is to bring the technical knowledge, to bring the Shastraic knowledge, to bring the rigorous knowledge, which is created by the sages, by the rishis, by those scientists, by those technical researchers, technocrat researchers called munis, by the highly imaginative researchers, innovative researchers called rishis, who were Krantadarshis, completely, madly, crazily lost in the innovation and investigation, living completely secluded in a forest, and bringing out new facts rigorously, scientifically from out of their research, but sharing every one of those highly advanced acquisitions of knowledge. I'm using the word acquisition because we use the word in Sahana Bhavatu Shanti Mantra, Tejasvino Adhiyata. We want to get control over all that is Tejasvi, all that is glorious. So these rishis commanded everything that is glorious, and they created that rigorous knowledge in the form of Shastra books, but at the same time, they had the compassion towards the common public to share it in the form of the Purana project, in the form of Ashtadasha Mahapuranas and all the Upapuranas. The principle in the Hindu tradition, in the Vaidika tradition, that the goal is available to everyone, but the path should be different depending on the abilities of the person that wants to reach there. If there is no physical facility in a person to traverse a particular path, if he is physically challenged, then he has to be given another tool to reach the same goal as all others who are physically more facilitated than him. So that principle is applied here in the case of the Purana project. The Purana project was intended to make the goal of jnana, dharma, brahmajnana, dharmajnana, moksha jnana, and every jnana that is possible, every jnana that is explorable, ananta vai vedaha. So all these ananta, unending, unlimited, explorable areas, all that knowledge, for that to reach the masses, for that to reach the masses that are not facilitated to go through the rigorous technical works in the Shastra form, the Purana project has been created. And the false impression that Puranas are there only to create some concocted myths, only stories, those stories also with a particular motivated intention for some purpose. All I'm using these words keeping Arya Samaj in mind. In the 19th century, very good, well-intended, a person with good intentions, Swami Dayananda Saraswati, who founded Arya Samaj, highly committed Indic person he was, and he had patriotic intentions for the Hindu nation, Vedic nation, this Bharat. But over-influenced by the scienticism of that period, he had a negative opinion about the Purana project. he thought that it is a Sanatani project. He thought that it was not progressive enough, and he even attributed motives to this project. He is not alone. There are people coming from a very wide spectrum of anti-Purana thinking from different rationales. But what they did not realize is that the Purana project itself is a project of knowledge systems, not stories. Stories are just part of the whole project. And stories is a strategy of popular communication. Puranic narratives are like, I keep giving this example to my students. I keep asking them, if a toothpaste advertisement gives you some demons inside the mouth and shows them as troubling you, and then the toothpaste goes in and kills them, what he is trying to do is he is trying to popularly communicate the idea that could have been communicated in the form of a huge paper that explains how the allergens inside the throat are produced, and the allergens are troubling you, and there is an antihistamic effect in the chemicals that are included in the toothpaste and all that. And I always keep asking them whether they would prefer such a kind of a pharmacochemical paper which explains the whole process of pharmacokinesis of how the drug works, or this very simple narrative form of how the demons inside the throat are being killed. Asura Samhara. Nevertheless, small asuras, little asuras, but those asuras are being killed by a particular deva. That kind of a narrative that is being created, which is more useful. Obviously, anyone prefers that kind of a popular communication. And when Puranas are doing this in the form of Puranic narratives, communicating the Indic knowledge systems that are rigorously communicated, rigorously articulated, rigorously drafted in the form of sutra books like Brahma Sutras and Jaimini Sutras and Vaisheshika Sutras, and sometimes Karikas like Sankhya Karikas, and all these rigorous works, all those are being articulated in the form of not just conversational portions of these Puranas, even through the narratives. Narratives are such a strategy, a popularizing strategy. So this, my friends, you have to take door to door, make people realize, make people understand that Purana project is a compassionate project. Purana project is a project from the intelligentsia to the popular masses. And Purana project is a project of knowledge systems, Indic knowledge systems. That was not articulated till now properly. So Indic Academy thought that this aspect has to be highlighted. That is why we chose this topic for this conference. And when we made an announcement of this project, there were some professor friends of us who said, oh, Puranas is a very popular topic. People have taken this up. Many conferences have happened, seminars have happened. And I asked them, okay, if the topic that we have chosen, the Indic knowledge systems inside Puranas, has already been chosen by someone, please share, so that we can get connected with the paper presenters there and we can invite them and all that. Till now, no one has come back. Till now, no one has come back with with the information of a conference which has already taken place on this particular topic of Indic knowledge systems inside the Puranas. Projecting Purana project as a project of popularizing Indic knowledge systems to facilitate those people who are not equipped enough to go to the rigorously communicated Shastra works. This has not been done. This is for the first time, not only in India, even abroad, globally. This is for the first time that this kind of a seminar, this kind of a conference, this kind of a symposium is happening, that Puranas are being projected not as books of concocted myths, books of popularizing Indic knowledge systems. This we are very fortunate, we are lucky that we got a very good response from the scholars. There is a highly good diversity of topics. As usual, our collaborator, one of the most fruitful collaborations we have been having is from the Kupaswamy Shastri Sanskrit Research Institute. There is a very big number, good number of papers that are being presented from that institute now, particularly in very interesting areas like geomorphology, water, and all these areas. They have done very good amount of research in that area, and they have come up with their papers here. And we have the first session is going to be on the methodological issues. Maitri ji, as usual, she always brings to the table wonderful points. She is bringing the question of the Pramanya of Puranas alongside Vedas. And there is another, in the same methodological session, we have a contemporary topic of the Pramanya of Puranas for historical research, whether Puranas can be useful for writing history, how they are used, how they change the perspective of history. These two papers are going to be part of the methodological session. And we have to also acknowledge that a great inspiration behind this conference has been some authors who have been coming up from very interestingly, coincidentally, during the same time, we got many authors, Ganesh Swaminathanji and Sai Papineni, Siddhartha Chabra ji, all these people, one after the other, they are coming up with very good books on Puranas, with the research that they have done on Puranas. And the theme that is cut across all these works mostly is cosmology, and that's an important area of contribution from Puranas. That is going to be the next session. And the next big session is going to be on the Dharma, Raja Dharma, and values, and guiding personal life, personalities also. And there is going to be a very big session on geomorphology. Actually, Sai Papineni ji, the author of Hymns of Harappa, is going to be presenting in that session how historically that is useful. Geomorphological studies inside the Puranas are useful for history writing, he is going to cover. And many of the KSRI researchers and one other researcher, non-KSRI researcher, are also going to talk about geomorphological and geological and water and other environment, climate related issues inside Puranas in that session. And there is going to be a session on various sampradayas like Shaivism, Advaita, Dvaita, and there are shastras like Yoga, Sankhya, Ayurveda, all these shastras inside the Puranas. And there is also going to be a session on aesthetics and literature and related areas. That is going to be the last session, the concluding session that is going to be tomorrow morning. So we have a diversity of topics, very good diversity of topics. Fortunately, the response has been so good that we got very good number of scholars with a diversity of coverage of topics. And with this, I am confident that we'll be projecting Purana project as a big project, and the principal investigator of this project, Vyasa, who is also the principal investigator, the chief of the project of Vyasa itself. Vyasa is classification. The word Vyasa means classification, and he was called Veda Vyasa because he was classifying Vedas. So he was the biggest collector, classifier, organizer of Vedas, Vedangas, Shastras, and he was the head of the popularizing project, popularizing of Vaidika knowledge. We are funding a small short-term research project. Sneha Nagarkar is doing that project. She is showing how Bauddha Jaina Puranas are imitation of this Purana project from the Vaidika side, and why they needed on the Bauddha and Jaina side, why they needed such a project. We are funding a short-term research project. It is halfway through. She is very soon going to come up with that book. So that friends, please take from door to door, tell people that Puranas are a technical knowledge popularizing project. Okay, so with this, I think I should leave the dais for the keynote address, coming from a very, very great scholar and a great celebrity and a very important figure, significant figure in the Indic Indian administration also, is the advisor to the Prime Minister, Shri Vivek Debroy. We are going to play the recorded keynote address from Dr. Vivek Debroy.
Thank you for inviting me. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful idea that Indic Academy is focusing on the Puranas. Is focusing on the Puranas not only in terms of this event that has been organized, but also in terms of several books that Indic Academy has begun to bring out on the Puranas. And some of these books are in the nature of research. The Puranas have not been taken very seriously. That's unfortunate, but the Puranas have not been taken very seriously at all. So I think the first question to ask is, what are the Puranas? And which Puranas are we talking about? And why is it important for us to read the Puranas? Collectively, the expression Itihasa and Purana is used. The word Itihasa, Itihasa, means this is indeed what happened. And Itihasa, of course, means the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. More specifically, the Valmiki Ramayana and the Mahabharata. For various reasons, most Indians have a fair degree of knowledge about Itihasa. Generally speaking, people will have some degree of familiarity with what is there in the Valmiki Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Those Those stories have been told, retold, although Itihasa, Ramayana, Mahabharata is much more than stories. According to belief, Veda Vyasa of course is a title. It's a title conferred on anyone who collates and classifies the Vedas. This particular Veda Vyasa is 28th in the line of Veda Vyasas, because in every Dwapara Yuga, there is a Veda Vyasa who classifies and collates the Vedas. So this particular Veda Vyasa, his proper name was Krishna Dvaipayan. Krishna because he was dark. Dvaipayan because he was born on an island or Deepa. According to popular belief, Krishna Dvaipayan Veda Vyasa composed the Mahabharata. He composed the Mahabharata in 100,000 shlokas. After composing the Mahabharata in 100,000 shlokas, he composed 18 Mahapuranas. And collectively, the 18 Mahapuranas amount to 400,000 shlokas. I did an unabridged translation of the Mahabharata in English based on the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute's critical edition, which does not have 100,000 shlokas, it has more like 80,000 shlokas, including the Harivangsha. The 10-volume translation that I did in unabridged form of the Mahabharata comes to 2.25 million words of 80,000 shlokas. So if we assume that collectively the Puranas amount to 400,000 shlokas, we are talking about 12 million words and more. According to the popular belief, first Veda Vyasa composed the Mahabharata and then he composed the Puranas. So it's almost a linear chronological timeline, with the Mahabharata coming first and the Puranas coming after that. I don't think that is quite true. Today we have these texts, and when I say texts, I'm not saying texts in written form, because rendering into writing came much later. When I'm using the word texts, I mean texts that were transmitted orally, and in the process of oral transmission, there are bound to have been additions, embellishments, interpolations. I'm not talking about the dates of the specific incidents, be it the Ramayana or the Mahabharata. That's a separate issue. But so far as the texts are concerned,
Please mute yourself.
to the extent we can date anything with some certainty,
Please mute him.
when we are talking about the Valmiki Ramayana and the Mahabharata, we are talking about
Please mute him.
range of possibly 1,000 years, from 5,000 BCE to from 500 BCE to 500 CE, 1,000 years, roughly. Give or take a couple of hundred years on either side. 500 BCE, 500 CE. For the Puranas, the texts as we know them, and the 18 Puranas are very heterogeneous. The texts as we know them, the rough date would be something like 300 CE to maybe even 1200 CE. Again, a span of almost 1000 years. And as I said earlier, the impression is Vedavyasa first composed the Mahabharata, then he composed the Puranas. I think this kind of a linear suggestion is inordinately simplistic. For example, many of the Puranas are recounted by Shuka or Shukadeva, Vedavyasa's son. In the Mahabharata, we are told that Shukadeva attained mukti. He merged into nature. If this had happened in the Mahabharata, then logically he could not have recounted the Puranas. So I think what really happened, and it is impossible to establish this with any degree of certainty, there was a core Purana text which Vedavyasa composed. And that core Purana text, recounted by Sutas and Magadhas, existed independently of the Mahabharata and the Valmiki Ramayana. Forget the Valmiki Ramayana for the moment. Existed independently of the Mahabharata. They were contemporary texts, not linear. And over a period of time, they expanded linearly. I've been using the word Purana without explaining what a Purana is. As per the definition, a Purana is supposed to have 5 characteristics, Pancha Lakshana. It is supposed to describe Sarga, which means the original creation, the primary creation, and at the end, the opposite of Sarga, which is the eventual dissolution, universal dissolution or destruction, pralaya. So that's the first characteristic of Purana is supposed to satisfy, the first of the Lakshanas. It must describe that original creation and the eventual dissolution. But within that, there are secondary cycles of creation and destruction. Pratisarga. So Purana must describe that also. The secondary cycle of creation and destruction. Second of the Pancha Lakshanas. In terms of the divisions of time, there are 2 parallel divisions of time in our tradition. One, of course, is in terms of Satya Yuga, Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga. And including the Sandhyansas, the intervening period between one Yuga and another, we have 12,000 years in terms of years of the gods. So this 1,000 such Mahayugas amount to 1 day for Brahma. When Brahma is awake, creation happens. When it is Brahma's night, there is the destruction, dissolution, pralaya. So this is one kind of classification in terms of the Mahayugas. Parallelly, there is a division into Manvantaras, each Manvantara being presided over by a Manu. Swayambhuva Manu being the first. So Manvantaras are also eras. And the third lakshana of a Purana is that it must describe the Manvantaras. There is a word that is fairly common, and that word is Deva if it is masculine, Devi if it is feminine, Devata if it is masculine, Devata if it is feminine. And we loosely translate this as gods or goddesses. I think one should be very careful in translating such words as gods or goddesses, because the word god or the goddess has a Western kind of nuance that we automatically tend to assume. These devas and devis are not gods and goddesses in that sense. The word deva or devi simply means the shining one, the resplendent one, the dazzling one. The root means shining, which is the reason the sun is Divakara, which is the reason the day is Diva. In the Western tradition, like in the Bible, let me quickly remind people that Lucifer translates as the shining one. But to come back to the point, I don't want to digress too much. In terms of the descriptions that are given, Devas and Devis are simply a superior species compared to human beings. They are not God with a capital G. There are descriptions of the Nala Damayanti Swayamvar. Well, not Nala Damayanti Swayamvar, of Damayanti Swayamvar where Nala came. 4 of the Lokapalas, the guardians of the world, also wanted to marry Damayanti and also wanted to test her. So they came to that Swayamvara disguised as Nala. But Damayanti could recognize that these were not Nala, these were Indra, Mitra, Varuna and Yama, because they did not sweat, because their eyes did not blink, because they did not cast shadows, and so on and so forth. Because the garlands they wore did not fade. So Deva, Devi, these are not gods, and therefore Devas and Devis and Rishis were also subject to birth/manifestation. So the fourth characteristic a Purana must satisfy in terms of the Pancha Lakshanas is describe the origins of Devas and Rishis. And the fifth and final characteristic, Pancha Lakshana of a Purana, is it must describe the genealogies of Surya Vangsha or solar dynasty and Chandra Vangsha or lunar dynasty. If one imagines a map of India in front of one's eyes, the narration of the Ramayana is the narration of Surya Vangsha and happens along the north-south axis. And the narration of the Mahabharata of Chandra Vangsha happens along the east-west axis. So between the two of them, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, they cover the entire geographical expanse of Bharatavarsha. I have given the mechanical definition of Puranas in terms of the Pancha Lakshanas. But the Puranas are much more than that. The Puranas are encyclopedias. They are treasure houses of knowledge. There is a side question about how we define and understand Hinduism. Hinduism is quite often, particularly in the West, interpreted as otherworldly. Hinduism is interpreted and equated with moksha and mukti, emancipation and liberation from the cycle of samsara of birth, death and rebirth. But our texts themselves say that only one amongst crores and crores will ever be able to escape from this cycle of samsara. For the others, we are stuck in samsara. And the Itihasa and Purana corpus is referred to as the Pancham Veda because it tells us what individuals who are in brahmacharya and more typically in garhastha are supposed to do, as opposed to Vedanta and Upanishads meant for those who are in vanaprastha and sannyasa. So if you are trying to understand what Hinduism stands for, what is Hinduism, to only look at the slice that is about moksha dharma, to only look at the slice that is about mukti, to only look at the slice that is about freedom from this bond of samsara, that gives a very imperfect understanding of Hinduism. Hinduism is not otherworldly. Hinduism is also about what we do in this life. Where do we find it? The nature of the Valmiki Ramayana is slightly different from the nature of the Mahabharata. All of this was poetry, and the two poets, Valmiki and Vedavyasa, was completely different. Valmiki as a poet was superb in descriptions of nature. So Valmiki Ramayana has wonderful, wonderful poetry in that form. But fundamentally Ramayana is Rama Ayana. Although other protagonists figure, it is about Rama's journey, it is about Rama's progress. The nature of the Mahabharata is completely different. Unfortunately, in popular renderings, we have often rendered the Mahabharata into a battle fought between the Kauravas and the Pandavas in Dharmashetra, Kurukshetra. The Mahabharata is much more than that. The Mahabharata has extensive geographical descriptions. The Mahabharata has this template of dharma. In terms of the purusharthas or the objectives of human existence, there is dharma, artha, kama and moksha. The word dharma is very difficult to translate in English because in different contexts it means different things. So the Mahabharata is also about not just moksha dharma, it is about the three purusharthas of dharma, artha and kama. It is about the template of varna, ashrama, dharma. It is about individual dharma. It is about raja dharma. It is about the practices we should do. It is about the practices we should follow. It is about governance, the raja dharma part. The Puranas add to this. I said that the Puranas amount to 400,000 shlokas. There is a listing. By the way, there are the Mahapuranas, the major Puranas, and there are the Upapuranas, minor Puranas. The list of the Upapuranas is not very uniform throughout the country. There are local variations. So if I go to the eastern parts of India, and I look for a list of the 18 Upa Puranas, Kalika Purana is certain to figure there, but not necessarily Ganesha Purana. If I go to the western parts of India, in the list of Upa Puranas, Ganesha Purana is certainly to figure, but not necessarily Kalika Purana. Unlike that, except very, very minor differences, the list of the 18 Mahapuranas is standardized. It is mentioned in the Puranas themselves. Very minor differences in terms, should the Vayu Purana be included in addition to the Agni Purana? Or should it be the Bhavishya Purana instead? That kind of minor differences. So there are 18 Mahapuranas, and all of them are encyclopedias. Amongst the 18 Puranas, it is only the Vishnu Purana which sticks to the Pancha Lakshana template. All the other Mahapuranas build on the Pancha Lakshana template. They have the Pancha Lakshana template, but they have plenty of material in addition to that. And they vary in length. The shortest one is roughly about 8,000 shlokas. Very, very roughly speaking, one shloka converts into 20 words in English. Very rough. Gives you some idea of the length. So the shorter Mahapuranas are about 8,000 shlokas, thereabouts. The longest Mahapurana is the Skanda Purana, which has a mammoth 85,000 shlokas, which makes it as long as the Mahabharata almost. So you can imagine its size. The second longest Padma Purana, the second longest is the Padma Purana. It has 55,000 shlokas. Again, a huge text. Unfortunately, these texts have not been translated. When I say these texts have not been translated, I mean translations in unabridged form. And when I'm making that strong assertion, I mean all of them together. Obviously, some of the Mahapuranas are more popular than the others. For example, the Bhagavad Purana is probably, arguably, the most popular Purana. Of course, the Bhagavad Purana has been translated. It's read all the time, or if not all of it, the 10th Skanda. The Bhagavad Purana has sections known as the Skandhas. The 10th Skanda is read all the time. But have all the Puranas been translated? Unabridged? Certainly in English they have not. I am not familiar naturally with every Indian language. But amongst the languages I know, amongst the Indian languages I know, I can mention Puranas which have not been translated not only in English, but they have not even been translated in the Indian language in unabridged form. And I repeat, don't misunderstand, I am talking about all of them. Which is the reason I am engaged in this task of translating the Puranas in English. The Bhagavad Puran and the Markandeya Puran have already been published. The publisher for all my translations is Penguin. The Brahma Puran and the Vishnu Puran have been done. But because of COVID, publication got delayed, so these two will be published in the course of this calendar year. I am now translating the Shiva Puran, which is the third longest Puran. Will be published next year sometime. It is my hope to accomplish the translation of all the 18 Mahapuranas. Will I be able to do that? I do not know. I'm reasonably certain I will be able to do 17 of them. I don't really know about the Skanda Puran, which I just told you is the longest. In the course of the translation, I discovered that the number of shlokas a Mahapurana is supposed to have, I gave you earlier, 400,000 shlokas altogether. Those are the reported figures of number of shlokas in the Mahapuranas. But in the course of the translation, I have discovered that in some cases, the number of shlokas we have in the text today is lower. Some of the shlokas may have been lost. So when we look at that 400,000 shloka figure, let us bear that in mind. I think we should cast our minds back to Bengal in the middle of the 19th century. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning this because I earlier referred to the fact that the Puranas have been largely ignored. For example, if you look at the Sacred Books of the East series translated by Max Muller, not translated, edited by Max Muller, translated by various people, they focused on the Upanishads, they focused on Dharma Shastras. Insofar as other translations were concerned, they focused on literature like Kalidasa. So by and large, that corpus of the Puranas was ignored, was dismissed as myths. In Bengal in the 19th century, second half of the 19th century, partly thanks to the Asiatic Society, I'm using the word Asiatic Society, although the name of the organization changed over time, let's just call it Asiatic Society. Partly thanks to Asiatic Society, Sanskrit texts of the Puranas began to be published. Sanskrit editions and texts of the Puranas started to be published, one by one. Everything was not completed, but it started. Someone like Hariprasad Shastri went to Nepal because the manuscripts of some of these Puranas were available in the royal collection in Nepal and brought them back. There was a series, not Sacred Books of the East, but Sacred Books of the Hindus, published from Allahabad by Panini Press, first 20 years of the 20th century. What is to be noted in all of this is the government directly had little role or no role in all of this. These attempts were driven by the community through subscriptions, donation, contributions, not government funded. It's a different matter that Rajendra Lal Mitra and Kishori Mohan Ganguly were given pensions subsequently by the government of the day. But essentially, this was done by citizens and communities as a collective exercise because we thought this was important. Contrast it with today. And I'm not talking about my translations, which also are completely individual. In the early 1950s, the Ministry of Human Resource Development or the Ministry of Education funded an exercise for the publication of the texts, of the Sanskrit texts of the Puranas. Government funded, government driven. And the Purana texts you will find today, for the Puranas, unlike the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, we do not have critical editions. The Purana texts that we use today are essentially based on those texts that were put together by boards of scholars, driven by government funding. Similarly, some translations of the Puranas, unabridged translations in English, were also driven by the government, funded by the government. This is a series that has stopped but had started and was being published under boards of scholars, edited by boards of scholars and published by Motilal Banarsi Das. And I think we must remember this perspective, because if this legacy is important to us, if this treasure house of knowledge is important to us, then it is important for citizens as collective entities to do this and not look at the government to do it. When Panchanan Tarkaratna, towards the end of the 19th century and beginning of 20th century, brought out Bengali translations unabridged of the Puranas with texts written in the Bengali script, it was not funded by the government. But today, citizens expect everything to be done by the government. B, when there are people with resources, they tend to go and fund initiatives operating out of Harvard and Oxford and Heidelberg, but will not fund the domestic initiatives. So if I fund initiatives from Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford and Heidelberg, those initiatives will cater to what are the priorities on the part of those people. And I already alluded to the fact that for the Western scholars, the Puranas are regarded as myths. Which is why I again want to underline my congratulations of Indic Academy for having undertaken this exercise. Willy-nilly in our daily lives, when we follow dharma in whatever form, it is actually the Puranas we are following. When I go to a temple, the way a temple should be constructed, it figures in other texts also. But the way a temple should be constructed is described in the Matsya Purana. The way an image of a deva or a devi should be designed, crafted, is described in other texts also, but it is described in the Agni Purana. When I do a Shraddha ceremony, the rites for that Shraddha ceremony are described in the Garuda Purana. And there is a wealth of geographical material. If I want to fit in the Purana, the chronology of India's history, quite often people say India has no track record of history. Not true at all. It is just that where the history exists, we have chosen to ignore that. For example, The Puranas tell us, very minor difference in years, whether it is 1050 or 1015, the Puranas tell us about the length of time that elapsed between the accession of Parikshit to Mahapadmananda. Mahapadmananda has been corroborated by external evidence by the Greeks, oblique Macedonians. So we have a timeline of history, and one of the books that Indic Academy recently published is a remarkable one because it tries to integrate this particular bit of Indian history with the Indus Saraswati civilization, but that's a different matter. The last person who seriously attempted to do some research on the Puranas was Parjita. We may or may not like what Parjita did, always, but at least he did some research, followed up a little bit by Pusalkar later on. The last textual analysis of the Puranas, I think was 1941, I'm not very sure, I don't remember the year exactly, by Dr. Hazra. It was a PhD thesis in the University of Dhaka. So we have reduced the Puranas to dummied down versions, caricatures of what the Puranas are, in TV serials, comic strips, apps and games, focusing on the stories. The Puranas have stories, but they're not only about stories, they have a lot of information. Let me give you two examples. Markandeya Purana. By the way, there is a significant section in the Markandeya Purana on Devi Mahatma. This is what is read in the form of Chandi in the eastern parts of India, or under the name of Durga Saptashati in the northern parts of India. So whenever we chant, Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Sakti Rupena Sangasthita, Namastasai, 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 Namo Namaha, or when we chant Om Sarva Mangala Mangale Shive Sarvartha Sadhike Sharanye Trambake Gauri Narayani Namastute, all of these are from that particular part of Markandeya Purana. Anyway, in the Markandeya Purana, there is the story of a demoness. And this demoness is known as Jata Harini. Jata means to be born. Harini is someone who steals, takes away. So what does this demoness Jata Harini do? Jata Harini goes to a house where there is a newborn baby, an infant. Steals that newborn baby or infant, takes it to another house where there is a newborn baby of infant, replaces that one with this, takes that, goes to another house and does the same thing, exchanging babies and exchanging infants, newborn babies, and causing general confusion. But in the process, Jata Harini also devours every third child. Every third child is devoured. What this tells me, what this tells everyone, what this should tell everyone, is that the infant mortality rate then was 1/3, 333 per thousand. To me, this is a significant tidbit about the socio-economic development of the period. If we leave the Puranas and research on the Puranas only to Sanskrit Pandits, this will not click. Which is the reason I personally believe we need to bring a multidisciplinary lens and apply it to the Puranas, which I think is what Indic Academy is trying to do. There are other kinds of information also. I said originally maybe the old Purana Samhita was one, but in different parts of India it was embellished, expanded to become the 18 Mahapuranas as we know them now. These Puranas were not necessarily composed in the same place, geographical place. Therefore, they have focuses on certain parts of India. All of us know the story of Manu. Manu, as in Vishnu's first avatar, Matsya avatar, Meena avatar. We know that story. There was going to be a deluge. Manu went to bathe in the river, and there he found a small fish. He brought it back, put it in a pot. The fish started to expand, become larger and larger and larger and larger, and eventually saved Manu from the deluge. All of us know the story, Matsya Avatar. By the way, what is the name of the river? I've met very few people who know the name of the river. The name of the river is Kritamala. Very few people know where Kritamala is. Kritamala is a tributary of the Vaiga near Madurai, near the railway station. So these kinds of geographical knowledge are also important. And the Puranas, not just the Mahabharata, the Puranas also, there's a wealth of geographical knowledge. The Brahma Purana, the second part of the Brahma Purana is called the Gautami Mahatya. Extensive descriptions of the area around the Narmada. But like I said, they were composed in different parts of India. So the Bhagavad Purana was largely composed in the southern parts, to the extent we can determine it, in and around the region around Tamil Nadu today. So this fish that Manu found, in the Bhagavad Purana, this fish is described as a safari. A safari is a silvery white fish found in the sea. Tamil Nadu, coastal parts, Bhagavad Puran, so the fish was a safari, silvery white fish found in the sea. I now go to the Brahma Puran, composed in and around the area around Orissa today. And that fish now becomes a Rohita fish. A Rohita, the word Rohita means red. A Rohita fish is, of course, the Rohu fish, very popular in the eastern parts. So these little things I find to be very interesting. I am somewhat delighted and appalled at the same time that I find Madalasa's chant to her son Alarka being rendered almost like a Western opera floating around on the net and very, very popular. Well, since it's being disseminated, I am happy, but I certainly would not like Madalasa's chant to her baby Alarka to be rendered almost like a Western opera. Where is this? Where is this from? It is from the Markandeya Purana. In terms of moksha dharma, there is a beautiful allegory of King Puranjana in the Bhagavad Purana. Are these things normally known? I don't think so. Instead, as I said, we have reduced the Puranas to how did Ganesha lose his head? This is why I think it is important to read the Puranas, because they offer us as a template of dharma, with dharma not being translated as religion, dharma being translated as something, yadharyatis as a dharma, whatever holds up society. That is what the Puranas are. It's the history, it's the poetry, it's the geography, it's the genealogy, it's our template of dharma. All of this is in the Puranas, which is the reason we need to read them. Because if we do not read them, I think we will lose out a very, very important bit of our legacy, our itihasa, our tradition, our Sanskriti. All of this is described in the Puranas. I am glad something is happening now after many, many years. Thanks to Indic Academy, this event, as well as the publications I mentioned earlier, there is interest in the Puranas. For my part, as I said, I'm doing my little bit of translating them into English. I think ideally they should be read in Sanskrit. If you cannot read Sanskrit and you're interested in English, as I said, for some of the Puranas, not Bhagavad Purana, there are no translations. So therefore, you might as well read my translations. Thank you very much. Namaste.
That was simply extraordinary talk and an oversight on the Puranas. Thank you so much, Vivekji, for always encouraging Indic Academy's work, not just readily accepting to give us the keynote address for this event, but you've always been very, very supportive of me personally and always been encouraging us. Thank you very, very much. I now request Professor Nagaraj to take over the proceedings and start the actual conference.
Namaste. We will now move to the first session. We are a little delayed because of a longer than expected talk keynote address. Now, the first session is going to be on the methods and methodologies, methodological issues. There are going to be two papers, one by Maitri Goswamiji about the Pramanya of Puranas, and the other is going to be by Amritanshu Pandeji, who is going to talk about the historical use of Puranas for chronology. Now, Maitriji, please, it is over to you.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So today I am presenting my topic on credibility of Puranas as narratives of Vedic philosophical indoctrination. As we understood before, that Puranas have been a massive religious bedrock for the ancient Indian tradition, and people have been accepting the authenticity of Ved and Puran equally since ages, regarding as a knowledge system also, and in the part of implication as well. because the lifestyle we have been living, the religious lifestyle and the social lifestyle as well, we have been adopting the inscriptions from Puranas and the explanations given by Puranas in our daily lifestyle. Majorly, the Puran explain the topic of Purushartha, Dharma, Arth, Kam, and Moksha. The major difference here, first of all, if we assess between Ved and Puran, is about the eligibility criteria, because Ved go for the eligibility of Trivarnik, it means the one who are having Yagyopavit Sanskar, and the Puranas are opening out the eligibility criteria for everyone, for whoever is interested in following the Dharma through the Puran. Now, the Puranas are considered as elucidation of Ved because Puran elaborate the concepts as explained in the Ved. Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya explains that how Puranas have been elaborating is that Puranam Vedavat Purva Siddham Sarvopayogitat. The major importance of Puranas in the criteria is that it opens up the eligibility, and therefore the one who are not able to follow the Dharma as propagated in Ved would be able to follow what has been explained in the Puran. We find all the parts of Ved in the Puran as well. The first part is of Brahman and Samhita, which explain the mantra part of Ved and have been explaining the karma part. That same karma part and the elaboration regarding the karma part, the karma marg of the Puran is also of the Ved is also available in the Puran. For example, Ved explains that Agnihotra has to be performed till the date you die by each and every person who is a grahastha. But Ved, the Puran adds on to the detail that in spite of following what you have been doing from the Ved, you need to be careful regarding the 6 ang of Dharma as explained in the Ved. And if you are not eligible in performing those, you won't be able to perform the Agnihotra. And therefore, the options of the Agnihotra have been provided in the Puran in the form of upasana of those deities. So, karma part is a part of Puran as explained in the Ved. The second part is of Gyan, which is categorized in the Upanishad section of Ved. Upanishad explains the 4 functions of the Brahma, the superior most entity, which are Utpatti, Sthiti, Prayan, and Lay. With Prayan, I mean the method of attaining salvation or to assimilate in the infinity of Brahma. So, Ved explains Yatova imani bhutani jayante yena jatani jivanti yat prayanti abhisam vishanti tad vijigyasasva tad Brahma. So these 4 functions of Brahma have been explained in Ved, which elaborate the 4 functions that Brahma is the creator, the Brahma is the sustainer, and Brahma is the one in ultimately whom everyone would like to attain salvation. And ultimately, when the Brahma would like to assimilate the whole universe in his own form, at that time, the massive destruction will happen. So these are the 4 major functions of Brahma as explained in the Upanishad, and same have been elaborated in Puran by the 5 characteristics of Puran or by the 10 characteristics of Mahapuran. So as explained by the revered keynote speaker, that Sarga, Visarga, Sthan, Poshan, Uti, Manvantar, Ishanu Katha, Nirodh, Mukti, and Ashray. These are the 10 sections of Mahapuran. And Sarga, Vansh, Manvantar, Vanshanu Charit, and Pratisarg, these are the 5 categories as explained in the Upapuran. So if we go through the categorizations, then the Utpatti part, it means the creation part of the Ved, has been elaborated in Sarga, Visarga, and Sthan sections of Mahapuran, because they will be explaining that how the universe has been created, and the whole detailed narrative would be given in that section. The second one would be of Sthiti, it means to sustain the created universe, and the Poshan, Uti, Manvantar, and Ishanu Katha. These are the 4 sections of Mahapuran which will go with the Sthiti part. It means how the sentient and insentient objects and beings which are created by Brahma under the section of Utpatti have been sustained by providing them all the accessible objects needed for living or for sustaining on this universe. The third part is of prayan, it means to attain salvation. That has been explained in Nirodh and Mukti, these two sections of Puran. And the fourth one is Lay, which means the ultimate refuge in Brahma. So the whole universe and each and every object will ultimately assimilate in the origin. So these are the characteristics which we find in the Puran. The only difference is that Ved denotes these functions of Brahma, while Puran narrates these functions of Brahma. Now, the Brahma, as we all know, that has been accepted in the Vedic philosophy as an essential causal material, not just as a creator, but also as a material and efficient cause of each and every universal objects. Because Sat and Chit attribute of Brahma, they elaborate themselves or they manifest themselves in the form of sentient and insentient beings and objects. Now, as we have been accepting the multiplicity of Brahma, as explained in Ekoham Bahusyam Prajayeya Ekamiva Dvitiyam Brahma. So, in spite of accepting the multiplicity of Brahma, we are not negating that Brahma is the ultimate reality of this universe, and therefore nothing other than Brahma exists in this universe. So as we are accepting the unity and multiplicity of Brahma at the same time, same way Puranas have been elaborating the concept of multiplicity of Brahma and the uniformity of Brahma, as explained in the Veda itself. So the Puranas, they explain the multiplicity of Brahma in the form of deities, in the form of devtas, in the form of the objects of the universe, and how the objects and the deities or the ultimate reality interact with each other from origin of the universe till the universe is destructed by his own wish. So the major issue with the scholars who are influenced by the Western understanding is that they feel that there has to be uniformity and we don't accept the multiplicity, because if uniformity exists, it means there will be only one God and there has to be only one entity in this universe. And multiplicity will not go with it because he is the creator and therefore everything is distinct from the creator. But this is not the concept of Ved, as Ekoham Bhausyam, the one Brahma, is multiplying itself and manifesting itself in the infinite name, form and functions of the universe. So as we are accepting that multiplicity, same way we are accepting the multiplicity of the deities as well, because as the beings have been not created with having the uniform nature or uniform function or uniform mentality and the objectives of their life, so multiple deities are the multiplicity of that singular entity, Brahma itself. And we have many more references from the Ved which accept these deities not just as the Puranic deities, but as accepted in the Ved also. As from Ruksamhita, they say that Vishnuhu Gopa Adabhyo Ato Dharmani Dharayan Tad Vishnoho Paramam Padam Sada Pashyanti Sureyah. So it is not so that the Puranic Devtas have not been referred in the Ved, or the Puranic Devtas are different from what the Ved explains. Same way, the unity of all the multiplicity of these deities is explained in the Satvik Rajas and Tamas Puran, has been explained in Taittariya Aranyak by saying that the one who illuminates for Devtas, the one who is the Purohit of Devtas, the one who was present before the Devtas had their existence, we bow down to the element, the Brahma. So this means that the Devtas are multiplicity of the singular entity, Brahma itself, and they are not the distinct entities as accepted in the Vedic philosophy. So it is very clear that the Hindu followings or the Sanatani tradition we are having of worshipping the deities cannot be considered as a paganistic thought, or cannot even be a polytheistic, not even monotheistic or henotheistic, but we are accepting the combination of polytheism and monotheism because one singular entity is multiplying itself in the infinite form, names and functions. And that is very well explained in the Nirukta by saying that Mahabhagya Devatayaha Eka Eva Atma Bahudha Stuyate. So Ekam Sad Vipra Bahudha Vadanti, the one entity has been spoken out in many forms. And those forms have been acquired by their deity just because the beings he created, the universe he created, is also having the multiplicity in its form. And that multiplicity is of Sattvic, Rajas, and Tamas Gun. And therefore, the Puranas who have been explaining the Sattvic Devata or the Devata possessing the Rajas Gun or Devata possessing the Tamas Gun have been divided into these three sections as well, so that the worshipper who would be of a Sattvic, Rajas, or Tamas nature or attribute can use that Puran for his own salvation and for his own understanding. So, the differences which we find or we see on the basis of our understanding, the universal understanding, is not what is applicable on Ved and Puran, because they are working out on a huge area where the multiplicity created by Brahma itself has to be given a proper place and has to be given a proper resort as well, so that we don't expect uniformity from such a huge universe. And therefore, Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya explains this out in a crust that Brahmaiva Tadrasham Yasmat Sarvatmakatayo Dito. It means in whichever Puran, the glory of whichever Devta has been explained for the worship, for the person who is worshipping that Devta as per his own need and understanding, are the multiple forms of Brahma himself, and he himself has glorified his form for the beings he has created. So ultimately, Puran are dedicated for explaining the multiplicity of the Brahma itself. And the Brahma, when he likes to multiply and manifest itself in these many forms, those section has been taken up by the Puran in the form of narratives of what Ved explains as a philosophical concept. Now, what type of understanding we need to have when we are overlooking the Ved and Puran, maybe comparatively or maybe individually? So there can be the 2 point of views. The first one can be a philosophical point of view, and the second one can be the point of view to consider this universe as a divine sport. So when we just concentrate upon the philosophical point of view, we miss out that the Brahma is Raso Vaisaha. It means he has infinite ras in itself, and therefore, just by considering a uniformity or expecting uniformity from such an infinite huge entity, we are missing out his beauty. So Puran concentrate upon the point of view of considering the universe and the interaction of the created beings with the divine entity, considering it as a divine sport, while Upanishad are dedicated for explaining the philosophical point of view, so that in spite of experiencing the multiplicity in the universe, we can consider the uniformity of the singular entity who is the material and efficient cause of this universe as well. So the Puranas explain the Leela part, the point of view of the sport, by considering the whole universe as a sport of Brahma, in which all the type of ras, the 9 ras is explained by Bharat, and the subordinate ras as explained in the Natya Shastra, all the type of understandings, intellects, or what type of cravings we develop in ourselves or what type of interest we develop, may those be tamas, rajas, sattvic, nirgun, sagun, etc. All those can be encompassed in a single text, and thereby we can understand that how the causal material, the Brahma, has manifested itself in these many infinite forms by exploring his rasrupata. So the Puranas are dedicated in explaining that part, while the Ved explain the philosophical point of view. So if we keep this type of understanding and overview for considering the contribution of the Puran or for considering the format of the Puran, we can be very clear that they are not expecting or explaining anything which is different from Ved. The Ved is dedicated for the pure philosophical indoctrinations, while Puranas are dedicated in narrating those indoctrinations. That's the fact that it is quite possible that in the time being, a huge time being, there can be some sort of additions, there can be some sort of subtractions in the text we are finding right now, but it is not so that they are not authentic or they cannot be considered as a myth or a folk.
Maitriji, we need to give time for question and answers also.
Yes, I'm done.
15 plus 5, 15 minutes per presentation and 5 minutes for questions and answers.
Yes, I'm done with my part. That's what I wanted to say. We can go with the queries if there are any.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. So maybe we can take up questions and answers after Amritanshu ji presents his paper together for both the papers. Maitri ji, if you have any more points, you can please wind it up and continue.
Yes, so ultimately what I wanted to conclude is that when we are going through the Ved, we are going through the pure philosophical expressions as explained in the Ved. And while we are going through the Puran, we need to be very clear that Puranas are elaborating the concepts of the Ved. So if we distinct both the texts from each other, both of them will remain incomplete. The Ved will not be able to narrate what it wanted to say, and the Puranas will lose their philosophical indoctrination which is placed in the Ved. So both of them altogether will explain both of the point of view towards the universe and how we need to interact with the uniformity of this universe and the multiplicity of this universe as well.
Thank you very much, Maitri ji. This is a very important topic, the ekavakyata between Vedas and Puranas. We have been so much indoctrinated by Western thinking that some of us who are Indic, pro-Indic also, we ourselves doubt the ekavakyata between Vedas and Puranas quite often. But Maitri ji has brought out very well logically how there is an ekavakyata between both. And now Amritanshu ji will be presenting his paper on the usefulness of Puranas for an alternative chronology.
Yeah, hi. Do I start? Hello.
Hello, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'd first like to start by expressing how humbled and grateful I am to be here. I think if we look at the panelists here, the topics being covered today, I am in very, very esteemed company. And so I thank Indic Academy for this opportunity to present to you a new chronological framework for Puranic history as I see it. I do think I've ended up making a longer slide than 15 minutes would warrant. So I might rush through a few slides. Some are a bit dense, but please do bear with me because there are a lot of points in this framework that need to be covered. But yes, I'll cover it in 15 minutes. Some of these things have been already shared in the opening lines of this conference. But just to recapitulate, we think of the word history, and it's been taught to us as something that is the events of the past. So, you know, what happened when, who did what, who ruled when, who assassinated who to get to the throne. These are the kind of things that are covered in history. And when we look at the word itihas, and even Shri Vivek Dev Roy said it in the opening keynote, that so it was, this is how it happened. This is what itihas was as well. So these words can be thought of in the same sense. But yet for India, it is often accused that we have no historical sense. But if we think of what we were told about history growing up, then history is important so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Therefore, what is important from history is what were the lessons learned, and not necessarily a factual description of what happened when, who did what, who discovered what. In this context, I think Indian view of itihas is in fact far more rooted because it has a sharp focus on dharma. And it understands that what is important is to transmit the lessons that we have learned. Therefore, Indian itihas, especially epitomized in the Purans, is more about how was dharma formulated, how was dharma articulated, how was it followed, how was it not followed, how did we engage with it, how did we fail to engage with it. And also, as Dr. Paturi did mention, it's about knowledge systems and not just about stories. But if we do take this view of itihas, then what happens to the mainstream historical version? And how do we respond to that? The fact is that modern historical narratives are very, very important. And I realized this specifically through my journey of understanding the Aryan invasion migration trickling in theory, where even if for a moment we assume that it's a true theory, even if we assume for a moment that there existed a hypothetical Proto-Indo-European which existed at a point X somewhere outside India, somewhere in Eurasia. and therefore it arrived to India at some point in time. Well, wherever in Eurasia it existed, it arrived everywhere else in Eurasia too at some point in time. But in Germany or Britain, do we see a divide between indigenous and invader? Do we find Adivasi Germans and Adivasi Britons? Where else but in India do we find a book that is titled "Which of Us Are Aryans?" These kind of things only happen in India. And therefore, history can actually be used to divide or to assimilate, depending on the narrative. And I believe it is now increasingly important that we control the narrative and speak also in the modern historical language, but own the narrative and speak to our own felt experience of civilizational continuity of our nation, of our people. And therefore, it is in that context that I have thought of a chronological framework. Now, when we think of a chronological framework for Indian history, one of the first things that come to mind is a date for the Mahabharata. But a framework will obviously have to incorporate a lot of different things. Even within the Mahabharata, there is mention of 16 Chakravartins of ancient India. Many of them, some names are here: Shashabindu, Mandhatra, Bharat, Sagar, Ram, and so many more. We also reach at some point, going back from the Mahabharata, to Vaivasvat Manu. But that is only the beginning of the 7th Manvanta, and we have yugs and past Manvantars. We also have in all of this intervening period myths like the Samudra Manthan. We have stories of Daityas, Adityas, Danavs. And I think a complete chronological framework must account for all of these. To add to it, because this chronological framework speaks in a modern language, it must incorporate what we know from archaeology, what we know from linguistics, what we know from geology, and it must incorporate epistemological event horizons, or as far back as we can go in history, and still determine things to some degree of certainty. I also think of this chronological framework as the available best fit. And I'm trying to be very precise with this language because it is only an available best fit with absolute and relative timelines right now. A framework is something that no matter how you stretch or contract that framework, internal and absolute chronologies still maintain sense. And the point is that if we assign a date to something like the Mahabharata, something like the Ramayana, there are a lot of other cascading dates and events in our history that must be also incorporated. So, for example, something like as simple as Vaivasvat to Sagar, there is a genealogy given, there are stories given. Between Sagar to Ram, there is a genealogy given, there are stories given. And in fact, for the entire Ikshvaku dynasty, we must understand it in the context of archaeology in Uttar Pradesh. We cannot do these in isolation. Similarly, there are other tribes of India. So we have the Yadu tribe and the archaeology of places like Dwarka, of the Yamuna river system. All of these have to be incorporated into the framework. We also have to think of Rigvedic timelines of linguistic origins and dispersals. And of course, we must have a larger view of the civilizational trajectory from all these ancient epochs like the Mesolithic, Neolithic, and of course, our own systems of yugs and manvantars. So now this work is not necessarily a new work. It builds on a lot of existing work. My own journey started with the Bhagavad Puran because this is where I realized that we actually have a concept of yugs, of manvantars, of genealogies, of tribes and dynasties. It was also for me supplemented with a book called Ancient Indian Dynasties, which also gave me a sense for the richness of our history. I personally ascribe a lot of gratitude to the combined works of Srikanth Talageri, because that gave me a sense really for what history is, what narrative is, and how to map the chronologies, how to think of Rigvedic history, Puranic history, and how to reconcile all of these together. Of course, it was also mentioned by Mr. Vivek Debroy. Pagita's work, Ancient Indian Historical Tradition, was very seminal. And then there are a whole host of other writers and thinkers who I must give gratitude to because I build atop their existing work. Of course, all of this then has been supplemented with a reading of various Purans. And yes, I must confess, it is a reading of primarily English versions, Motilal Banarsidass and Gita Press. So I haven't reached reading the original Sanskrit text yet. Now, when we think of a framework, well, we have the Mahabharata, and of course, we have a history after the Mahabharata. But when we start going backwards from the Mahabharata, we have all the Chakravartins that are mentioned, various stories of Indian political tribal history. And presumably, we would reach a point back to the beginning of the 7th Manvanta with Vaivasvat Manu. But prior to that is the 6th Manvanta, where we have stories of Mahabali, of Samudra Manthan, of Prithu Venya, And then prior to that, second to the fifth Manvantars, lots of Daitya Aditya wars, typical of which would be the Tarakasur war. And of course, we must go back to the first Manvantar, Swayambhuv Manu, and some of the early myths of ancient India. Of course, history could also be from before that. So where do we begin and how do we really place this? Well, I think we have to give some credence to civilization trajectory. We must understand some histories of not just our country, but human Homo sapien development as well. How Homo sapiens have evolved, how long have they been around on the planet, geological epochs like the last glacial maximum. And these things also have to be taken into account. What we're told is that through the bottleneck of the last glacial maximum, as the Holocene began to onset around 12,500 years before the present, it's after that that previously hunting and gathering Homo sapiens discovered the wheel, discovered agriculture, discovered metallurgy, and a civilizational trajectory began. Compared to this, we have Puranic tradition, which talks, of course, first of Brahma and his early progeny, the Sanat Kumars, the early rishis, Vach. Then we have Swayambhuv and Satyavati, his son and daughter, who then populate the early generation of Indians. So their children, Priyavrat, Uttanapad, Akuti, Devahuti, Prasuti. And something very curious, which I will come back to, is that none of these sons and their lines, Priyavrat and Uttanapad, feature in stories of the daughters and their lines, and vice versa. So it seems to suggest that there is a difference in chronology even between these lines, and not all of them are necessarily the literal children of Swayambhuv and Satyavati. When we talk of prehistory, proto-history, and the prologue, it all starts with Brahma. In the beginning, he was all alone. And I think what Brahma represents is the transition from sentience to sapience in our species. It's the symbolic first mind who gazed into the abyss and realized that we have a self-felt experience. So it's a non-literal memory of the evolution of consciousness and consequently of language, of speech. So we place this beyond all epistemological event horizons. It's somewhere in our shadowed past from where a lot of knowledge systems, of course, have been transmitted to us. True historical memory begins with Swayambhuv and Satyavati. So we have to start with them and understand where we can place them. We have to reconcile this with yugs and manvantars. There are a lot of speakers today. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of viewpoints on this. But for me, in a historical context, I have used Jijit Nadumuri Ravi's frame of the Markandeya Mahayug, where he talks of ascending and descending cycles of these Mahayugs, where the Markandeya Mahayug begins between the younger Dryas and the Holocene onset. So somewhere between 12,000 to 3,000 years, 13,000 years before the present. And then he divides it into the Markandeya Krita Yug or Satya Yug, Treta Yug, Dwapar Yug, Kali Yug, and then an ascending Kali Yug cycle. He uses the typical time frame, 12,000 years, and 4,800, 3,600, 2,400, 1,200. So how do we recalibrate this within our framework? What I think of is that inside every larger Mahayug cycle is a nested, smaller, minor Yug cycle. And Manvantars are in fact markers of historical memory, whereas Yugs are a system that work on many levels, astronomical, esoteric, etc. And the younger Dryas geological event was the last major bottleneck for our history, our civilizational, and our memory itself. Therefore, the continuum of cultural memory actually begins from there. And within the larger Markandeya Mahayug, a critical period is the nested, smaller Vaivaswat Mahayug, where a lot of important Puranic dates and markers are alive, which I'll come to. So the first Manvantar, it commences at 9,500 BC with the Holocene onset in my framework. It's the early generation of Swayambhuv and Satyavati and their children. When we map them to known historical markers, we know that there is memory from prior, but a continuum of cultural memory begins here. His descendants, it is repeatedly said in the Purans that they fashion idols of Mother Goddess and worship Devi. We have the archaeologist Kenover, who has found evidence of Mother Goddess idol worship in Bagor in modern Rajasthan, dating as far back as 9000 BC. We have the story of his great-grandson, Hiranyaksh, who beats the earth down and submerges it underwater. In fact, in some stories, Hiranyaksh doesn't even exist, but there is a flood myth of the earth submerging underwater. And then Varaha has to incarnate and bring it back atop the water surface. And this is in fact a memory of what exactly would have happened after Holocene and younger Dryas. When sea levels rose, coastlines would have been submerged. And so these are memories of those rising sea levels. We also have the story of Twashtri, who tires of Indra and prays for a son, Vritra, who would defeat Indra. And this is remembered as far back as late in the Rig Veda as Indra's defeat of Vritra, which releases the world rivers, or the Maho Arana, as it's called in the Rig Veda. And again, with the Holocene onset, the glaciation, the entire Hem Ganga ice cap from the Pamir Mountains to Kailas, or from Meru to Kailas, would have unlocked and released world rivers. So this is also remembered in Indian memory. Our framework in brief, therefore, what it is about is that it starts from the first Manvanta. It talks about the beginning of the Daitya Aditya wars, of which 12 are listed in the Puranas, the defeat of Hiranyaksha and Vritra. We then have the second to fifth Manvantars. These wars continue, nomadic period in Indian history, where critical events are the Tarakasur war and the rise of Skand as a new Indra. The sixth Manvantar is a critical period. Both Mahabali and Prithu Venya are decidedly placed in the sixth Manvantar by the Purans. And we have in both these tales stories of Neolithic revolutions and the origin of organized agriculture, animal domestication, etc. Then, of course, we reach the seventh Manvantar, where there are stories of lots of Chakravartins. It's a politically rich history of India leading up to the Mahabharata. Of course, then there's a history beyond the Mahabharata as well. So now I've mentioned this. There was a case of Swayambhu's progeny where his sons do not feature in the daughter's stories and vice versa. I think there's a good case to consider Priyavrat maybe even as memory of prior to the Holocene onset. There is a lot of genetic data on the table that shows that ancient India populated large parts of the world, or ancient Indians did rather. And this goes back to the last glacial maximum itself. I think this is what is remembered when we're told that Priyavrat and his descendants inherited the known world and peopled the known world. So we already know that India is a second primordial homeland of humanity outside of Africa. And the Purans, I think, also remember this. There is a notice of this in Tamil tradition as well. When we think of the Tamil three Sangams, I haven't researched this very directly, but if we simplistically date the three Sangams, all of which are said to have been lost to Madurais in the sea, I think we understand that there is memory even in South India of continuity and of flood myths or great cataclysms that would have happened in the Younger Dryas to Holocene period. Therefore, this is the framework that we look at the first Manvantara at around 9500 BC. And I am running out of time now, but it goes on from here. So from here, 12 great Daitya Aditya wars begin. It's a nomadic period. Tribes are described during this period as coming and going as bubbles do, which is what happens to nomadic tribes. And then we reach a proto-Neolithic India, where in fact, this is an image that is used even for this conference, the Samudra Manthan image. And I think this is the memory of a proto-Neolithic micro-revolution. So in the Samudra Manthan, we have things like the churning first throws halahal. This is a memory of proto-metallurgy, of fire, lava, and ash that we had to encounter when starting to extract things from metal, from rocks. Makar incarnates to bear the weight of this great churning. We had to learn to prop up the earth before we could go deeper. Lakshmi, the personification of wealth, emerges, which is, of course, evidence of prosperity and property. And these mythic cow, horse, and elephant that emerge is the memory of animal domestication. This continues. But the real revolution actually happens in around 600 BC, where I link Vain, the father of Prithu Venya, to the 8.2 kilo-year event, a widespread aridification event, which the Purans blame on poor Vain. And then we find Prithu Venya, who is decisively called the first Chakravartin. And in fact, when we have Greek records of Indian kings, which go back to 150 plus kings in 6,000 years, it's because the count begins from Prithu Venya. But after him, civilization does decay. It happens all the time. Indian civilization has noticed a lot of decays. The Purans remember this. And I'm sorry. Eventually, what the Purans say is that origin and annihilation occur continuously among living beings. The sages and other learned people are not deluded in this respect. So what they mean is that they know that there are gaps in memory, but eventually a descendant of Prithu through the Prachetas establishes marital relations with an Aditya tribe, and the seventh Manvantar begins, which we place around 4500 BC, and we do link it to a break in the skeletal record in India during that same period. From the seventh Manvantar, a lot of the history is well covered by works such as people by Subhash Kak, Giacomo Benedetti, Pagita. So, I'm sorry, I will rush through this part. Critical periods here are the periods of Shashapindu, of Mandhatri. These are also to be related to linguistic dispersals out of India of Indo-European languages, where, in my opinion, Nilkanth has decisively won the debate. We should just spend one time on the idea of Vedic knowledge as a Paurusheya and Anadi. And treating the Veds in a historical way does not violate this, to my mind, because even if the Vedic knowledge is eternal, human beings who perceived this knowledge and articulated this knowledge in the language or syntax of their time were real human beings who lived at a certain point in time. So I think it is fair to think of them in a historical sense. A lot of linkages can be found between archaeological developments during this period. And a last point here is that I think there's a beautiful synchronism to be found for the Ramayana. What we know is that his father Dashrath battles an Asur named Shambhar. We also know that Rigvedic Devodas battles a Das named Shambhar. We know that Devodas allied with the Kaikayas, who were descended from the Anav tribe. Dashrath is saved in battle by an ally from Kaikaya, who he marries. And Devodas's sister in genealogy is named Ahalya. Ram encounters an aged Ahalya, and Gautam's presence as Ahalya's husband again lines up with Rigvedic chronology. So this explains, in fact, why Kaikaya of all people names her son Bharat, because to her people in Kaikaya at the time, it's a favorable dynasty and a favorable name. Therefore, Ram exists very close to the initial Rigvedic period, and I think is instrumental in the emergence of Proto-Bharatvarsh. There is a story the Purans forgot, or maybe not. I think the story of Sudas in the Rig Veda and its absence from the Purans is actually an example of control of history, historical narrative, because it's the Puranic composition is towards the later stages in our framework prior to the Mahabharata, taken control of by the Kurus, whose tribe has actually rivalry with Sudas dynasty. So they kind of erase him from memory, and the only way we know he existed is from the Rig Veda, not from Puranic memory at all. Yes.
Can we quickly wind up and
yeah, I will.
Questions and answers?
Indeed. So, after Sudas, we now reach the period close to the Mahabharata era, where, of course, we've heard about Ved Vyas. As a young man, he travels across India. He notices a decay of civilization. The Saraswati is declining. There are migrations happening. And so he resolves to do something about it, to codify Dharma and Itihas. And then, of course, the great Mahabharata war happens. If I just recapitulate it quickly, we have the first Manvantar. It's a period of proto-Neolithic developments in India, nomadic tribes. Sixth Manvantar is where real Neolithic revolutions begin. And of course, then we have the seventh Manvantar around 4500 BC onwards, which finally leads to the Mahabharata near 1900 BC. And all of this is detailed much better in the paper that I've submitted. So, yeah, that would be the end of it. Thank you.
Very much, Amritanshuji. We are very glad that Amritanshuji is based on the works of our own family members, Indic Academy family members, Srikanth Alagiri and Jijit Nadumuri Raviji, and all these scholars. And it is a well-referenced paper, well-substantiated paper. Excellent work by Amritanshuji. And there are now some questions both to Maitriji and Amritanshuji. Maitriji, are you ready? There are some questions addressed to you. One question is, why are there contradictions in Puranas? How do you explain contradictions among the Puranas themselves? This is Maitriji, are you there? How do you explain the contradictions among Puranas themselves? So, okay. So now that I think Maitriji is not available, this question is to Amritanshuji from Kanagaraj Unni. If the said things happened in Bharata, including evolution, then my humble question is, how did human race evolve into Australian, African, European, Red Indian, Mongolians, etc.? They all are different anatomically and genetically. Did God create them as such or evolve? Please enlighten me.
I mean, I think I must apologize if I've led to this misunderstanding. I do not at all claim that evolution itself happened in India. What I did say was that the genetic evidence accumulates that India was humanity's second primordial homeland outside of Africa, and that the next peopling of lands as far as Japan and Australia happened from the Indian subcontinent, somewhere after the last glacial maximum 25,000 to 28,000 years ago. Prior to that, of course, human evolutionary trajectory is, I think, to my mind, a consensus theory, and I'm not trying to overturn that.
Yeah, this is from Rajashekhar Krishnan. Excellent correlations and fantastic effort. Have you published your findings? It will serve to inspire the next wave of scholars to work on this very critical re-examination of Indian history. Have you published your findings?
Well, thank you. And yes, I mean, it is gratitude to Indic Academy that I'm getting this forum. And so this paper itself that I've submitted for the conference details a lot of this. And hopefully later in time, I may be able to elaborate it into a complete book as well. But the paper, I think, is a good start. And I would also request people to definitely read the works that I've built on, because I wouldn't have been able to do it without those works. So Jidit Nadanumuri Ravi, Subhash Kak, Srikanth Talageri, and lots of others that I've shown in the slide. One must read those, I think, to start getting a perspective.
And one anonymous attendee is saying, are you aware of Nilesh Ogji's datings and all that? Sir, every paper presenter need not refer to every reference. So, okay, Amritanshu, the question is to you.
Yes. Well, I mean, Mr. Nilesh Oak is, of course, a panelist in this conference as well. And I am, I wouldn't say familiar with his work. I am aware of the framework that he uses. I'm aware of his date for the Mahabharata, the Ramayana. And I think ours is a space where there should be room for disagreement, especially for respectful disagreement. I mentioned that mine is a framework, and as a framework, I see it as a available best fit. I think it must reconcile all available data points. If I may say this with great humility, if we place something like the Ramayana, let's say at 12,000 BC, to my mind, I would want to be satisfied then about the correlation between Ram and Devodas and how we know that Ram existed somewhere after or towards the late end of Devodas era. A lot of other things, but of course, Mr. Oak has his view, and his data on astronomy, etc., is something I'm not even competent to examine. So I'll leave it at that.
This is from Sakit Reddy. This is a very general question, not specifically to either Maitriji or to Amritanshuji. How do we convince a Western-trained logical intellect of the science of Vedas and Puranas? They dismiss Puranas as apocryphal. Amritanshuji, do you want to answer this question?
I mean, I don't think there's a one-shot solution here. Conversation has to happen. We must understand the language being used, the rules of that language, the standards of that language. And if at all we wish to convince people, we must obviously speak in their language. So definitely, I don't think just insisting on our own view in isolation will convince anyone, which is why this kind of framework, to my mind, is kind of attempting a reconciliation between what our Purans know and what we know of mainstream history, quote unquote. But I don't think there's a one-shot solution. It is going to be a consistent effort. But more importantly, I think it's important to first convince our own country people of that, let alone Western people. It's our own children, our own future generations who first need to be told about the richness of our history, the continuity of our civilization. And then when we're a people, a nation of great pride in our civilization state, then we can actually talk to maybe the Western civilization from a position of knowledge and confident authority.
Thank you very much, Amritanshuji. With that, probably we are coming to the end of this. Maitriji answered through chat box is what Elivannan, the Brahmachari Elivannan is saying. Okay, so Maitriji, she answered. Okay, so please go to the chat box and look for the answers given by Maitriji. Now we move on to the next session. And the first paper in the second session is going to be by the legendary celebrity figure in the chronology area, our own family member, our own Indic Academy family member, Nilesh Nilkanth Okji. Uh, he has done tremendous work from the point of view of astronomy, and actually it covers multiple areas of psychology, cosmology, and several different areas like astronomical studies, and to an extent it belongs to the larger time scales that Puranas give us. Nilesh ji.
Namaskar, and I'll request Jeevan Rao. So, Professor Paturiji, Jeevan Rao is the great presenter today, by the way. But I'll start. So, Namaskar, everyone. Understanding Yuga and Yuganta in Puranas. And Puranas includes the Ityasa. Next slide, please. Next slide, Jeevan. Okay, so while Jeevan does that.
Do you want to introduce yourself? And,
myself? Okay, so yeah, my name is Nilesh, and
no, you are legendary, you are known, but Jeevan Rao ji.
Yeah, Jeevan, go ahead.
Yeah, namaskar everyone. I am Jeevan Rao, and I am just a amateur scholar, reader who got inspired by the works of Nilesh ji and trying to follow his footsteps. So as of now, I am doing my research on Kali Yuga beginning, and that's what we are planning to showcase in this conference.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so a good presentation by Amritanshuji Pandeyji, and it's a perfect timing what we are presenting. So those of you who are listening to this as a part of the conference participants, or the participants from outside not presenting papers, what I'm showing you on the screen, if that does not confuse you, especially when you try to reconcile with what Amritanshu Pandeyji said, then I would say you are not paying attention to what he was saying, and you are not paying attention to what I'm showing you on the screen. Okay, they are extremely different scenarios. As he said, those kind of differing viewpoints are good. We need to do a manthan and decide which one is the best approximation to the truth. And Indic Academy is again a great forum. And I would say what possibly comes out of this, one of the many things, is that when we have such a extremely widely differing views, it would be great if Indic Academy can hold debates in a very Vada Parampara by following the rules of Nyaya, Sankhya, and so on. So quickly, what I'm showing you, this is a summary of my 25 plus years of work. What you see is the time axis. Today is 21st century, going backwards, -5 is 5000 BC, 10,000 BC, and so on. I extracted every single data point from the Mahabharata text, specifically focusing on astronomy, more than 300 plus, put together as a jigsaw puzzle that leads me, or would lead anyone, if somebody studies Mahabharata, to 5561 BC. I did the same thing for Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana, extracted close to 600 astronomy references. Again, if you put together in a jigsaw puzzle fashion, solving a crossword puzzle fashion, it leads to a very specific year, and no other year, 12,209 BC for Ramayana. And then using a hydrology reference, the internal hydrology reference from the Rigveda, this is approximate period. The Rigveda goes somewhere from 6 millennium BC, which is contemporary with Mahabharata, the last portion, but going back to beyond 22,000 BC, corroborated by thousands of empirical, objectively testable evidence from multiple different disciplines of hard sciences. That's not the main issue today. The context is with the Yuga. Now go next, and next three. So now what we see is this. In Mahabharata, multiple times, it is the intercession of the Dwapara and Kali. Ramayana itself will say that it is in Treta Yuga. That's all good. But when people like my astronomy work, people like my hydrology work, people are impressed with all the other evidence coming from different multiple disciplines of science. But they say, what about the yuga? And what is that problem next? And I call this a yuga dogma, because if we ask an average Indian, randomly selected average Indian, and ask him how long is the Kali Yuga, you will hear the answer 432,000 years. Dwapar is twice that, Treta is 3 times that, and 4 times that. Now, is there such a yuga like that in our Purana systems or Mahabharata? Yes, there is. But that's where the problem comes. Go to the next one. Because many of us think, almost all, that there is only one kind of yuga, and that is this 432,000. Actually, if somebody reads this carefully, you realize that is not the case. If we read all our ancient Indian narratives, going beyond Purana also, going into the astronomy Siddhanta, going into Brahmanas, going into Ayurveda and various texts, including even the Bhakti literature. So quickly, if you take the time axis, like x-axis of timekeeping, going from a psychology aspect of a time, psychological feeling of a time, to space-time, which is what we are typically familiar with, and the vertical axis of applicability, from going from a contextual, a specific application to a global or generic one, it creates 4 different types of yugas: theoretical, philosophical, practical, chronological. I have given 5 set series on this, so I'm not going to go into the detail. I want to quickly give you one example each from each of the 4 categories. So if you can fill this, Jivan, the next one. So in philosophical, for example, Aitreya Brahman talks about Kali Shayano Bhavati, Sanjihanastu Dwapara, Uttishta Treta Bhavati, Krutam Sampadyate, Charash, I can read that properly, Charaiveti, Charaiveti, Charaiveti. When you are sleeping, it's like as if you are in a Kali Yuga. When you wake up and sit down, you are in a Dwapar. When you get up, you are in a Treta. And if you start doing the action, doing some Kruti, walking, etc., you are in the Satya Yuga. This is a different type of philosophical framework. It's like has to do with the Sattva, Rajatama, your action, slowness, your activity versus not doing activity, has nothing to do with the time in the sense of the chronological time we are used to. Or if you go to the next category, the practical category, just there are many definitions. Mahabharata is huge on Raja Kalasya Karanam, which is like using your free will to create a certain yuga. But even from a devotional perspective, for example, Yugayitam Nimeshena, Chakshusha Pravrushayitam, Shunyayitam Jagat Sarvam, Govinda Virahiname. This is from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. For example, he says even a separation from Krishna, his Aradhya Devat, even for a second, feels like a yuga. Now again, this is not the chronological type of yuga we are talking. This is a psychological type of yuga. Let's go to the next one, theoretical. And there are many. Dashavatar can be a good metaphor for understanding that theoretical framework of a biological evolution. But the one I want to pick up here is the astronomy competition, because that has made all this mess. What has happened is, if you read Surya Siddhanta, Aryabhatiya, or other Laghu Bhaskari and whatnot, this yuga of a 432,000 Kali or 4.32 million years of Mahayuga, this is a mathematical formulation to represent and estimate and define and communicate precise and accurate orbital periods of the planets. It is meant for that purpose. But what has happened, I don't know where it happened, when it happened, who did it. But essentially, we are taking that theoretical definition of 4.32 million years or 432,000 years and applying it to understand our chronological itihas or chronological history. If you can fill the next one. For example, say Panchanga purposes. We can find out Panchangas begin with 3102 BC. Not a surprise. At least we can estimate. There is no number written. We can estimate that the epoch for many of the Panchanga is 3102. And if you look at the Mahabharata epoch, that has been confused with the Kali Yuga. But to solve this riddle, using the Purana evidence and the Mahabharata evidence, we have my colleague here, Jivan Rao. So I'll pass it on to him and he's going to take it from here.
Thank you, Nilesh ji, for wonderfully explaining the category of yugas. Now let us understand this puzzle of Kali Yuga and Kali Yuga beginning. So what are the pieces of this puzzle? Puranas gives us information about the first day of Kali Yuga. And also sometimes Puranas appear to refer for the nakshatra for the first day of Kali Yuga or tithi for the first day of Kali Yuga. Also, it is important to note that, at least from a Puranic perspective, the connection between Kali Yuga and Mahabharata. One additional piece of information that we get from Puranas related to Mahabharata is the time interval between Parikshit and Mahapadmananda. Now, if we are to connect first day of Kali Yuga with our understanding of its connection with Mahabharata, many Puranas actually state that Kali Yuga began the day Krishna left the planet. But that's not it. There are also many Puranic accounts which actually state that Kali Yuga actually began on the day the Kurukshetra war ended. That is on the last day of the war. Now, what's interesting is many Puranas actually refer to Kali Yuga as Pushya or Tishya Yuga. But that is it. Puranas does not give an explanation why Kali Yuga is called as Pushya Yuga. Once again, Mahabharata provides us the link for this reference when at one place Mahabharata states that Kali Yuga will begin in Pushya Nakshatra. Now, as much as we value all Puranic documentations, it appears that the Puranas are actually trying to collate all the available knowledge or information which they can gather at the time of their updation. So, it should not be surprising that we find contrary or conflicting observations, statements within Puranas. So, that should be kept in mind. And now we are left with the final piece of the puzzle. When did Kali Yuga begin? Let us start from the Puranic accounts of Kali Yuga. Skanda Purana and Harivamsha Purana actually allude to the last day of the war as the first day of Kali Yuga. And the definition of Kali Yuga beginning with passing away of Krishna, that definition is that reference is present everywhere, be it Bhagavat Puran, Vishnu Puran, Brahmanda Puran, Devi Bhagavat, till Skanda Puran. Almost in every Purana, this definition of Kali Yuga beginning is a given. Then, as I mentioned, Kali Yuga is also referred as Pushya Yuga in multiple Puranas. Now comes the last piece of information that we get from Puranas, that is the time interval between Parikshit and Mahapadmananda. In fact, that is also not constant. It varies from just 1050 years to 3310 years. And we get this reference from various Puranas, from Vishnu Purana till Skanda Purana. Now, as I cautioned earlier, it's not surprising that we get internally conflicting evidences from Puranas. Like Skanda Purana has documented that Krishna and Balarama were born after the advent of Kali Yuga. Also, Skanda Purana has also documented that Kali Yuga will begin on the Krishna Paksha 13th day of Bhadrapada month. So, what we can observe from this is Puranic authors or Puranas are basically trying to collate all the available information that they can lay their hands on at the time of their creation or updation. Now we saw that almost all Puranic accounts on Kali Yuga are in one way or the other related to personalities or events of Mahabharata. So it is really, I find it necessary to see what the Mahabharata has to say about Kali Yuga. So we decided to extract every single reference of Yuga, Kali Yuga we can find from the Mahabharata text, and it amounted to more than 90. In fact, the narration of Mahabharata actually starts from the statement of Sauti Muni when he says that at the interface of Dwapara and Kali, the two armies met at Kurukshetra. And then comes Yuganta Yugakshaya references, which stretch from Adi Parva till Ashramavasik Parva. And as the name suggests, Yuganta or Yugakshaya means end of a Yuga or wane of a Yuga. And what's more interesting here is, out of these 70 plus Yuganta references, more than 60 actually appear during the war, during the Kurukshetra war. And now comes the fascinating part. There are at least 15 plus specific Yuganta references which span from Udyoga Parva to Stri Parva. Now, what I mean by specific Yuganta reference, that is, before the war, Mahabharata texts speak of Yuganta as an impending phenomena, like it's going to happen in the future. Whereas during the war, Mahabharata speak of Yuganta as an ongoing event. And after the war, Mahabharata or the characters of Mahabharata see Yuganta as a bygone event. So thanks to Yuganta Yugakshaya references, our search for the beginning of Kali Yuga is actually narrowed down to the 18 days of the Kurukshetra war. And Mahabharata text also provides us with 15 plus specific Yuga statements, which actually will lead us to 18th day of the war as the first day of Kali Yuga. Now, thanks to the Mahabharata evidence, we have finally found the last piece of this puzzle, which is Kali Yuga began on the last day of Mahabharata war and on Pusha Nakshatra. Now, finally, after an year-long search, my research on Kali Yuga, I finally came to the realization that, contrary to the popular belief, it is actually the dating of Mahabharata war is independent of Kali Yuga. Whereas, to know the beginning of Kali Yuga, we must know the dating of Mahabharata war. So, for this purpose, I will quickly refer to the work of Sri Nilesh for the dating of Mahabharata war, which he did based on 300 plus astronomy evidence from the Mahabharata text. So, the scientific procedure or how we research anything, we start from something approximately right, and we progressively move towards precisely accurate solution. So that's exactly what Nilesh did. He started with the now famous Arundhati Vasishtha observation, and Arundhati Vasishtha observation will give anyone a 7,500 years time interval to search for the probable year for the Mahabharata war. And then additional 60 plus Bhishma Nirvana evidence will further narrow down the search for a 2,000 year interval, and additional internal evidence from the Mahabharata and specific planetary observations, phases of moon, eclipses, seasons, all will lead anyone who reads Mahabharata to 5561 BC. Now, for our context, the last day of the war happened to be on 2nd November 5561 BCE, and guess what? The last day of the war was on Pusha Nakshatra, which we just saw corroborated by Mahabharata evidence for the beginning of Kali Yuga. And also, it's important to note here that
Jivanraji, I think we are running close to.
This is our last slide. If you can give me a minute, I will complete it. So there might be multiple claims with last day ending with Pusha Nakshatra. What we must keep in mind is last day of the war as Pusha Nakshatra is a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient condition. The claim must also corroborate with the remaining Mahabharata evidence. So that's a point that we should keep in mind while we are comparing multiple claims. So quickly to summarize, there are different types of yugas, as Nilesh ji beautifully explained. Enough damage has been done due to the application of theoretical yuga to chronological yuga. Puranic accounts have collated varying traditions for Kali Yuga. And as we saw, every tradition of Kali Yuga in some way or the other is related to the personalities or events of Mahabharata. And according to Mahabharata tradition, Kali Yuga began on the last day of the war and on Pusha Nakshatra, that is 2nd November 5561 BC. We are happy to take any questions or objections.
Thank you.
So,
Nagaraj, are there any questions?
one question I think you too, Nilesh ji, has also raised, and I think that should be answered by me. The question is about the disagreements and how we come to an agreement about the controversies. with regard to dating. Let me announce to the audience that Indic Academy has taken up a project with Professor Abhijit Chawdaji, Dr. Abhijit Chawdaji, on a debate. It is a debate project on the agreement on the dating of Mahabharata. Abhijit Chawdaji is also, like Nilesh ji, interested in the astronomical dating, and he wants to apply computer softwares and involve a big number of Sanskrit scholars, and it's a big project. And intention of Indic Academy is to come to at least some kind of agreement on the controversies with regard to dating. And it's not a small project. It cannot be done in a small debate sitting in a room for a few hours or something like that. So we have taken that up as a project, and we are going to conduct it in a big way, as big as required. That is the answer to that question about disagreements. Nilesh ji, do you have anything to say with regard to that? And another question is, where do we read this paper or your papers? And is there a bibliography at the end of your paper? Can we go to the references and read those references also? Is another question to you.
Yeah, Jeevan, I will let you answer that question about the paper.
Yeah, basically all the references from the Puranic text or Mahabharata which we have extracted has been provided at the end of the paper, and the works of Nilesh Ogji that I had referred, and we have also made use of the blogs that I had written previously. The links for the blogs has been provided, and the reference for Nilesh Ji's works has also been provided at the end of the paper. So it's properly referenced and structured.
Does that answer, Nagaraj, your question?
Yeah,
or the question
that is from an audience, some Kaja ji, Vijay Kaja ji's question that was. And if one were to pursue astronomical dating of the events in the 18 Purana, shouldn't those dates correspond exactly to the dates given by Nilesh's astronomical dating of the Mahabharata Ramayana?
Okay, the answer to that question is all the Purana have some generic statements that can be, some statements can be considered as astronomy, but there is nothing substantial in the sense of that can be objectively tested to arrive at the dating of Mahabharata from the Puranas. The closest that comes is what we showed today, is the gap between the number of years between Mahapadmananda and Parikshit, and that number itself within the Purana literature varies from 10,050 to 3,310. So it is anybody's guess what they want to pick up. Precisely for the reason, it's okay to start with a Purana and figure it out if they can figure it out. But if we are going to do the dating of Mahabharata, at the end of the day, we must go to Mahabharata. If we are going to do the dating of Ramayana or Valmiki Ramayana, we must go to Valmiki Ramayana. That is not to say we don't take any other evidence into account, but there are no specific astronomy observations as people may imagine in the Puranas.
Thank you very much, Nilesh ji. That was a wonderful paper as expected from Nilesh ji and Jeevan Rao ji. Now we move on to one of the authors of a very wonderful work recently published. Indic Academy promoted this book too, and we recorded conversations with the author Ganesh Swaminathan ji. A great work on this refers to time scales, astronomy and all that. This particular paper Ganesh ji has done on the red giant feature of sun that is discussed in modern studies, and the correlations with Puranas, how Puranas deal with the red giant form of sun. Ganesh ji, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paturi. Can you see my screen?
Yes, the screen is visible. Yeah.
Okay. So first off, I'd like to thank the Indic Academy, Dr. Paturiji and Hari Kiran for organizing this online conference and giving me a chance to present some of my findings. So my name is Ganesh Swaminathan, and I'm going to be talking about the red giant sun in the Puranas. So it's not a very widely known topic, but maybe I can, at the end of this short session, I can leave you the sense for it. So let me quickly go to the objective and the approach. The objective is the red giant phase of the life cycle of a sun has been understood by modern science in the last half century. This paper seeks to establish that this knowledge was well understood in the Puranic texts. Yeah. So the approach is the paper will first outline the scientific view of the red giant phase of the sun. It will then go on to cite verses from the Puranas to establish the Puranic view. And the paper ends with a brief discussion on the on a few aspects of the comparison between the two views. So we begin with the scientific view of the sun. So when we look at the sun, we don't normally think of it as having a life cycle, right? But it's one of the billions of stars in the universe. It has a life of about 10 billion years. And according to yes, please.
Just put it on slide view, not like this, so that we have a better experience.
I thought it was on slide view. Is it?
No, the side bar is visible.
Oh, is that so? Okay.
Now it's, click on that. Yeah. Thank you.
Is it okay now? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. So we like to think of, so modern science defines the life cycle of a sun as 5 stages. So obviously,
You may opt for full screen also, Ganesh.
Is it not full screen? So I'm very surprised. Yeah.
You are on full screen. Just click it back. Yeah, click it back. Yeah. Thank you.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first, so I want to give you a sense of the life cycle of the sun so that we can understand, we have some context for this discussion. So the first stage is obviously the birth of a star, right? And stars are born in giant molecular clouds, giant clouds of hydrogen, which are called giant molecular clouds. And the illustration about the word birth is actually the Orion molecular cloud. And you can see the 3 stars Orion in that, and it's a giant cloud of gas, which is about 50 to 60 light years across. And inside of these, you will have small stars that are born, right? And initially, the star is born as a ball of hydrogen gas. It's just a giant sphere of hydrogen gas, which starts to collapse on itself because of its own gravity, right? After that, as the gravitational pressure keeps increasing, it causes heat in the star, because of which it creates light and some heat. And it has a very brief stage of youth, very surprisingly, but it's very active and very bright and very large. And it's called a T Tauri star, right? And then it goes into what we see called a main sequence star. And this is the sun that we see in the skies today. So it's about 100 million years after it's born, in a sense. And what actually happens is that the trigger of the main sequence stage is that hydrogen fusion starts to occur in the core. So you have to imagine this is a huge ball of gas, and it's collapsing on itself because of gravity. And so the pressure and temperature in the core keep rising. And when they rise high enough, then there is nuclear fusion in the core, and atoms of hydrogen, they fuse to form helium, and they release an enormous amount of energy, something along the lines of a hydrogen bomb, right? That's the only thing that we can think of today. So nuclear fusion happens, and this nuclear fusion is what we see in the skies today. And this is going to be the case for the next 6 to 8 billion years, right? So after about 6 to 8 billion years, what happens is that the entire hydrogen is converted in the core, is converted to helium. And what happens is that the helium molecules start fusing together. So the helium molecule atoms start fusing together. They form larger atoms like carbon and oxygen and so on. And in this process, the sun grows enormously in size. And a star of this kind is called a red giant star. And then what happens is that when all the fusion materials run out, when they form bigger and bigger atoms that can no longer fuse, the star stops producing energy. And when it stops producing energy, it just collapses in on itself, and it forms what is called a white dwarf. So this is basically the death of a star. And after it's not producing any heat, it is just light, giving light from stored energy. And after a period of time, it just fades away completely. Right? So very briefly, I wanted to get a sense for that. And we're going to focus just on the red giant phase of the sun. We're not going to focus on anything else, even though the Puranas talk about each of the 5 phases. Yeah. So this is just focus on the red giant stage. But there's been a lot of research about this. In 1986, there was a paper by J. Goldstein called The Fate of the Earth in the Red Giant Envelope of the Sun. And basically, he made the case that the sun would become so large that it would swallow up the planets of Mercury, Venus, and Earth. So it would become absolutely giant. A few years later, there was a paper by Juliana Sackman and others which said that the Earth would escape the red giant sun because of a couple of reasons. First thing, basically, they said that because of the solar flares coming out of the sun continues to lose mass all the time. And as it loses mass over billions of years, its gravitational attraction on the Earth and the other planets decreases. So the Earth and the other planets move into bigger and bigger orbits. And so even though the sun will grow as big as where the Earth is today, the Earth would have moved further out into space, into a larger orbit, and so it would escape the red giant sun. And then in 2007, Schroeder and Smith put together another paper. Again, they said because of there's a force called the tidal attraction between the sun and the Earth, which causes the Earth to lose angular momentum. And they said that because of this, the Earth would not be able to move out far enough. And so they made the claim that as a result, the sun at its highest point would engulf the Earth, right? So basically they said if the Earth today were 15% further away from the sun than it is today, then it would have escaped. But other than that, it's going to basically, right at its largest point, the red giant sun would engulf the Earth. So these are things which are very hard to visualize, right? So there are some illustrations that I thought might be useful. This is a red giant sun, right? And so you can't see the planets Mercury and Venus. You can see the planet Earth and Mars and the other planets. And so basically the sun has swallowed up these 2 planets. And this is from phys.org, right? So they just created this to give readers an idea. And this is another image from Wikipedia of an Earth very close to a red giant sun. So this is the surface of a red giant sun, and this is the Earth, and you can see the Earth is completely blacked out, right? It's burnt by the sun, and parts of it are hot and glowing. So it's basically what's happening is that there are either rocks on the surface of the Earth are glowing because of the heat, or the Earth's crust has cracked and the mantle that's below the Earth's surface is showing up as hot lava that's present on the surface. And so it's a very frightening picture of the Earth. So obviously, there's no question of life here, but I just wanted to share these so that we have a sense of what we're talking about here. So let's look at the Puranic view of the red giant sun. So just as modern science uses the term red giant to describe this phase of the sun, the Puranas too have a specific term. It's called the Samvartaka Aditya. And the verse in the Brahmanda Purana is, when the end of the Kalpa arrives, the sun of 7 rays assumes the form of Samvartaka Aditya, the sun of final annihilation, and burns down the 3 worlds. So it's the Brahmanda Purana, book 2, section 3, chapter 3. And the parentheses are by the translator. So it's the board of scholars that Vivek Debroy referenced. And Aditya is the sun, and Samvartaka is, I suppose, final annihilation, right? And the verse states that the sun becomes a Samvartaka Aditya at the end of the Kalpa. A duration of a Kalpa is 4.32 billion years, which is 1,000 Chaturyuga. Each Chaturyuga is 4.32 million years. Now, couple of things, right? So close to 2 billion years have elapsed since the beginning of the current Varaha Kalpa. So we are in the 7th Manvantara, the Vivas of the Manvantara. 28 Chaturyugas have elapsed, and we are now in the early part of the Kali Yuga of the 29th. So to compute how much time has passed, we can quickly do a calculation. So 6 Manvantara into 308 is 1848 million years. 28 Chaturyuga is 120.96 million years, and the Krita, Treta, and Dwapara Yuga have gone by, which is 3.9 million years. If you add them all together, it is about 1.1973 million years, which is close to about 2 billion years. So if Kalpa is about 4.3 billion years, this means about 2.3 billion years remains till the end of the Kalpa when the Samvartaka Aditya happens, basically. Now, the good thing is that this is the same order of magnitude as the estimated life of the sun, which is about 6 billion years, but it's quite different. It's not the same number. It's not a very close number. And we'll come back to this discussion later. So the description of the events, right? So Samvartaka Aditya, it's not just one verse that's there in the Brahmanda Purana. There is a passage of about 25 verses that describes the event in detail. So I'm not going to obviously describe the whole passage, but I'll give you a few verses here to give you an idea of the detail in the description. And the verses are from the chapter titled Description of the Dissolution of the Universe in the Brahmanda Purana. It's a part of the Pratisarga narrative, one of the Panchalakshana of the of a Purana. And it starts, so at the beginning of the Red Giant age, the sun starts to grow in size and the earth starts to become hotter, causing a prolonged drought on the planet. And the Brahmanda Purana says, it's from the same chapter that I've referenced above, says, then a continued drought lasting for 100 years takes place. Living beings deficient in strength become dissolved and get mingled with the dust. So plants and animals that depend on water for their survival die and basically turn to dust. Their bodies turn to dust. And then as the earth becomes water, the waters on the surface of the planet start to evaporate. And the Brahmanda Purana says, the Lord with rays of unbearable heat, so now the sun is getting hotter, begins to drink water by means of his rays. And then the earth gets hotter, then the waters of the oceans evaporate and they dry out. And then the Purana says, the 7 rays of the sun that blazes in the sky drink up water from the great ocean. And as the surface of the sun gets closer to the earth, the rocks and the soil get hot and become completely dry. And the Purana says, being burned by their brilliant flames, the earth, including mountains, rivers, and oceans, becomes bereft of moisture and viscidity. And then the rays of the sun encircle the earth completely. And it says, being restrained by the rays of the sun that burn brightly, the earth is enveloped entirely beneath, above, and on all sides. And finally, the earth literally glows from the heat of the sun now that it's inside. And it says, getting the fiery splendor transmitted to it, the entire universe slowly assumes the form of a huge block of iron and shines thus. So basically, the point is that you leave a block of iron in a fire for a long time and you keep it hot, then it slowly begins to glow and starts to shine. And this is very similar to what is suggested by modern science. A couple of points. So I'll just go through 3 points of discussion for this presentation. First thing is the time to the end of the Kalpa. We saw that there were about 2.3 billion years to the end of the Kalpa, which is the same order of magnitude. But interestingly, further down in the same chapter in the Brahmanda Purana, there is a definition of a Visesa Kalpa that lasts twice as long as a regular Kalpa. So the verse says, when 2000 Chaturyugas are completed, it is called a Visesa Kalpa. 2000 Chaturyugas are 2 into 4.32 billion years, which is 8.46 billion years. And if we deduct the elapsed time of 2 billion years, we get a duration of 6.46 billion years, which is quite close to the current estimate. So I'm saying current estimate because this estimate keeps changing. So at least we seem to be in the ballpark here. We're not very far away, right? So that's good. The second thing is, it's not just the timing that's defined, it's the sequence of sequence of events in this time frame is also clearly defined. So it talks about a prolonged drought, it talks about the evaporation of waters from the surface, the drying of the oceans, the rocks in the gravel drying up, the earth completely enveloped by the sun. And at the end, the earth is literally described as glowing because of the sun's heat. So So it describes the entire thing, but most importantly, the verses are a pure description. It's not a part of a story of a god or a king or a sage or a sage. So there are no metaphors that need to be interpreted and saying, oh, this means that or that means this. It is a very clear description as a textbook of science would have it. And finally, there are mentions in the other Puranas. So all the verses that we saw up until now were from the Brahmanda Purana, but this aspect finds mention in most other Puranas, though in less detail. Like we said, it's a part of the Pratisarga. So the Siva Purana says, there all living beings are burned by the sun's rays, O sage. All of them enter Vishnu at the end of the Kalpa along with the Adityas. And the Skanda Purana says, when 1,000 yugas are complete, a Kalpa is said to have come to a close, then all living beings are burnt by the rays of the sun, right? And like I said, this is a part you can find this in the Varaha Purana, in the Bhagavata Purana, in the Linga, just about every Purana. It'll be, but the amount of detail that will be present is much less than what you saw in the Brahmanda Purana. So it makes for a very good source. So I want to come to the conclusion. So a couple of conclusions, next steps. So based on the above evidence, we can conclude that the phenomenon of the red giant sun was well understood in the Puranas as the Samvartaka Aditya. The Puranas just don't mention the red giant sun. They describe when this will happen. They describe the sequence of events leading up to it. And importantly, this is a pure description, not a story that needs interpretation. Right? And finally, that leaves us with the question, how did this knowledge come to be in the ancient texts? Right? That's a very, Dr. Paturi talked about the book, and I've gotten a lot of people are very interested in the book, intrigued by the book, and they say, how did this come to be? Now, Professor Kark in his 2001 paper showed that the ancient texts had the knowledge of the speed of light. So it's important to understand, until a couple of hundred years ago, science did not even know that light had a speed. They just assumed it was instantaneous. It's only after the experiments of James Clerk Maxwell and others that we could get a figure of the speed of electromagnetic radiation and then light. So the fact that the Puranic commentaries talk about it and talk about it in the text of that Puranic tradition, that itself is a big achievement, right? Now we have this. Now I don't have any answers to this question, right? But maybe if we can find, there are similarities in the other parts of cosmology, right? Which we can establish. If we do find other similarities, then this is a question that is a field of inquiry all by itself. I think it deserves that. It deserves that attention. With that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And Nagaraj Paturiji, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
You can stop the share and then come on to the screen. Yeah.
I don't see many questions for this presentation. I think people are completely amazed beyond words by this presentation. Amazing information. Samvartaka Aditya, when we were discussing this paper with Ganesh ji, I was mentioning this. Avarta Samvarta is the word for whirlpool, and the Sanskrit word for Samvartaka, it is used for clouds also. There are a category of clouds which are called Samvartaka clouds. And Ganeshji was mentioning how Samvartaka clouds are mentioned as the later development of red giant sun also in the Puranas, and that Samvartaka kind of vocabulary makes it very clear that the Puranas not only had an understanding of the annihilation of sun or dissolution of sun, they also had an understanding of how actually it happened. Physically, there is a Samvartana that is happening inside the sun. So that was very interesting. And now we move on to the next paper in the series.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. I think as a panelist, I cannot submit a question. Is that correct? It's not allowed.
No, you can submit it.
I don't see that option actually to submit a question.
now that you are able to speak, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question for Swaminathan sir. First of all, amazed to find this knowledge also in the Purans. Sir, are you aware of the story of King Revat who goes to Brahmalok to find?
Absolutely. So the story is mentioned, and this is actually the concept of time dilation that is. It's a product of the theory of relativity, by the way. It's not. It's something that we understood only about 100 years ago after Einstein published his paper. It's a part of the special theory of relativity, and I don't want to take up too much time here, Amritanshuji. I'd be very happy to talk to you offline. And yes, it is amazing to find this. This described in as much detail it's both in the Bhagavata Purana and in the Brahmanda Purana. In both of these, you find mentions of the visit of King Revata and his daughter to meet with Brahma and then come back to earth. So thank you very much for pointing that out.
Yeah, now Professor R. Parthasarathi from KSRI. The paper is on the time scale and yuga system in Puranas. A senior professor, he is now Professor Emeritus at Kuppuswamy Shastri Sanskrit Research Institute, with which we have collaborated. Sir, please, Professor Parthasarathi.
Time is known as Kala in Indian philosophical system. The syllable Ka refers to creation or expansion in the universe, and the La refers to Laya. So in universe, the creation and dissolution are two extremes of one phenomenon, and it is cyclical and permanently repetitive. The yuga is derived from the way you are used to join and God to move. That is, the time flows and joins all incidents and phenomena in the universe. The time can be divided into three groups. One is micro time, another is meso time, and then it's macro time. The micro time, time referred to in spiritual experience by tantric, that is very minute time period, lava, matra, bindu, ardhachandra, rodhini, nada, nadanta, shakti, vyapika, samana, and unmani. Next is meso time scale, is the normal human time scale of a year, from first nimesha for time periods in a day. 15 nimesha is one kashta, 30 kashta is one kala, and 30 kalas are one chana, 12 chanas are one muhurta. After that, 30 muhurtas one ahoratra, one daytime and night time, and 15 divas is equal to one paksha, 2 pakshas and 1 masa, 6 masas, 1 aina, 2 ainas are 1 manusha varsa, are a period of 1 rotation of earth around the sun. Then macro time scale is the yuga scale. The scholars are very well aware of that, so I need not repeat that. So only thing is Kali Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Treta Yuga, Krita Yuga, 4,32,000, 8,64,000, 12,96,000 and 17,20,000, totally 43,20,000, 20 Vanishya Varsha. And 71 Chaturyugas are 1,000 yugas, make 1 Manvantara, and 14 Manvantaras make 1 Kalpa. The night time is equal to the same 14 Manvantara. That is also very important in Hindu Puranic concept. And Deva Varsha and Divya Varsha, it is also referred to in Puranas sometimes. Wherever minor details are given, they used to give in Deva Varsha. That is 1 human year, 365 days, is equal to 1 Ahoratra, 1 Deva Varsha. And 36 Deva Varsha is equal to 1 Devamana and Divya Varsha or Deva Varsha. 12,000 Deva Varsha is equal to 43,20,000 or 1 Mahayuga or 1 Chaturyuga. According to our Puranas, today Brahma is 50 years old and he is in the 50th year. And each day is given a name, and this day today is known as Shweta Varaha Kalpa. Then there are many systems, yuga systems prevailing in India, in ancient India. The smallest system is Vedanta Jyotisha. It is a 5-year cycle of Ragada. Rishi Ragada created to help perform Vedic ritual in proper season. Samvatsara, Parivatsara, Idavatsara, Anuvatsara and Idvatsara. It's also again in some Puranas written Idavatsara or Vatsara. So it is also known as Magha cycle because the month of Magha in the Sravita Nakshatra, Uttarayana begins and the cycle starts during that period. Each year has one Ati Devata and that Devata is propitiated. Brihat Samhita gives in this 5-year period a rain cycle it refers to. Then Radhacharan Goswami shows a secular use for, instead of religious use, secular use for this Vedanga Jyotisha 5-year cycle. That is Samvatsara, one solar year, Parivatsara, a Jupiter stay in one house, Idavatsara, a financial year of the moneylenders, and then Anuvatsara, 12 Chandra Masas, and Vatsara, 12 Nakshatra months are movement of moon in 27 stars. This 5-year Magha scale merges with 60-year Jupiter scale. Then long time scale yuga system and short time scale yuga system. We got now some after 18th century, end of the 18th century, many scholars started claiming that 12,000 years are the real the period of 4 yuga system or Mahayuga, and 43,20,000 is an interpolation during some period of our ancient times. So there are two important time scales now. One is long time scale and another is short time scale. And based on long time scale, we are now in 5,121 Kali age. And throughout India and abroad, this numbering is used in Sankalpa of religious functions. The short yuga system contains 12,000 Divya Varshas, Deva Varshas, and it is derived by dividing the long yuga scale by 360. Puranas occasionally use small yuga system. Then merits of long time scale. Puranas written for 5 objections, already scholars have enumerated that. Sargascha, Pratisargascha, Vamse, Manvantaranicha, Vamsho Manvantaranicha, Vamsana Charitam Cheva, Puranam, Pachalakshanam. Wilson, Pargiter, and Alexander Cunningham, Holbrook, and various other scholars have pointed out that Puranas are best instrument for rewriting our Indian history. Though the Puranas are written in Sanskrit, periodically they have been upgraded and presented to all people throughout India in all languages. There are 18 Mahapuranas and 18 Upapuranas, and scholars do know the names of those Puranas, and we don't have time to enumerate them. Then the most important thing is the avatars of Vishnu. The avatars of Vishnu, there are 22 avatars enumerated in Puranas, and out of which 10 are known as Mukhya Avatar: Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Narasimha, Vamana, Parashurama, Rama, Balarama, Krishna, Kalki. Out of them, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, and Narasimha are named as divine avatar, as the avatars appear and disappear. Whereas the later 6 avatars are human avatars. They are born and live and then go away as human beings. Some Indic scholars think that the Dasavatar of Vishnu indicates the evolution history of species and on earth, and some scholars disagree with that. Then, merits of long time scale, Dasavatara and time span. There are actually 3 narratives using the time scale. First, Dasavatara in one Kalpa. In Bhagavata Purana, Vishnu Purana, Matsya Purana, Markandeya Purana, Dasavataras are enumerated over a period of Kalpa, actually in the 7 Manvataras. So this helps to understand the continents and ocean forming, proliferation of species and their extinction, cataclysmic changes on the globe. Then geographical ideas are given in the form of allegorical stories. Earth folded as a mat and carried below water, Madhukaitava story, Rudra's terrible creation at the beginning of the Yuga, and merged, cut into pieces in the womb of Diti by Indra, Brahma sleeping during Pralaya, elephant and turtle and serpent concept supporting the earth. They're all allegorical, giving excellent geographical inputs to our knowledge. And then Dasavatara, these are all available in the long scale. That is the Dasavatara, this is described in one Kalpa. Then is Dasavatara in Manvantara, that is about 300 million years. Vayu Purana, Kurma Purana excel in this respect. They help to understand the human evolution from primates, because the latest Manvantara is about 110 million years old, and the Chakshusa Manvantara, previous end of the Chakshusa Manvantara, only the species have the present continents have been formed, and then human evolution only mainly in the Vaivasvata Manvantara, as Puranas clearly put it. So the 130 or 140 million years, the continent of Gondwana has been formed, and the primate evolution, this idea of Puranas coincides with modern ideas also. So this is second type of narrative. Third one is Dasavatara in each Chaturyuga. That is first Krita Yuga 4 avatars, and Dwapara Yuga, the Treta Yuga 3, Dwapara Yuga Balarama and Krishna, and Kali Yuga Kalki, like that. So the Vayu Purana also, Vayu Purana, Kurma Purana, Bhavishya Purana, then Brahmanda Purana, Brahmavaivatva Purana, and many other later portion of many Puranas give this give information about geography of old India during and after the two epic periods in this narrative. Then the short time scale of the Puranas. Yogi Yukteswar gave this narrative in 1984. He wrote a book, The Holy Science. In that book, he has given the first introductory portion, few paragraphs. In those paragraphs, he has given clearly his ideas about the short yuga system. So accordingly, the 12,000 year is the real yuga.
The slide has changed. You have to go back to.
Sorry. Okay. So 12,000 years is the year. In normal yuga system, Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga, and then Krita Yuga only will start. But here there are two sets of yugas, Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, and Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga. Then Kali Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Treta Yuga, Satya Yuga, or Krita Yuga. This is two sets of 12,000 years make one cycle. One is called ascending cycle and the other is called descending cycle. And he associates spiritual knowledge and material gain as the fulcrum of the particular yuga's thrust. For example, in Satya Yuga or Krita Yuga, it is called spiritual age, and people attain great heights in spiritual. Then in Treta Yuga, mental age, then the rishis and other people, books are written. Then Dwapara Yuga, energy period, and then different types of energy empires are built. Then Kali Yuga is the material age, people faculties come down. So that is how they describe. Then according to Yukteswar in 550, the worst part of Kali was reached, and after that the ascending Chaturyuga started, and in 1700 the ascending Kali is over, and now we are in the ascending Dwapara. That is his idea. And apart from that, what he says is, our sun revolves around a binary star, and it takes 24,000 years to complete one revolution. Another moment, our sun is around the universal center of Vishnu Nabhi, or universal magnetism. Here the Brahma regulates the mental virtues of man. What he says is, because what is the result of this? When the sun, our sun is nearest to the second sun or super sun, during autumnal equinox, which is the first point of year, is mental virtue should be highest level. That will be the Krita Yuga or Satya Yuga for the earth. Then the farthest position, autumnal equinox, or first point of Libra, where Dharma mental faculties will be the lowest. So they correlate the position of sun to another star to show that the higher level or lower level of development of mental faculties. That is how he tries to describe, and he says we are in Dwapara Yuga, and it's a year of energy, and different sources of energies are being discovered and developed. And then Sadguru Jaggi Vasudev of Isha Yoga, he has given similar short period Yuga system. He has taken the precision cycle year, that is 25,920 years, as the one cycle of our sun going around another super star. And what he says, whenever sun is nearest to that another sun or super star, our faculties will be at the highest level, that will be Satya Yuga. And when our sun is at the farthest end, our faculties will be lowest ebb. And what happened? That will be Kali Yuga. Now Kali Yuga is over, and we are after 2700, we are in a Dwapara Yuga, and in 2098, that is in 75 years, we will go to Treta Yuga. That is his idea. Brahma Kumaris is another group. Brahma Kumaris is a spiritual movement started in Hyderabad, Sindhu province of Pakistan in 1930s. A Mahayuga consists of 5,000 years. The Yugas are Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga. They are also known as golden, silver, copper and iron age. All these short Yugas, they give the name Satya Yuga as golden, Treta Yuga as silver, Dwapara Yuga as copper or bronze, and Kali Yuga as iron. They also give that. So there are ascending and descending cycles, that is also common among all the shorter period of yugas. And then classification mostly metaphysical in character. The other system. The above three systems have millions of followers. There are many other gurus with smaller groups. Most of them speak only short-term yuga systems. There is no uniformity in the number of years they attribute to the precision cycle, very slightly. None of them address the 5 major objectives of the Puranas. They don't talk about those things. They associate with only dharma and intellectual advancement. That's only they talk. Their conclusion: the long time yuga system gives impression that we have to bear a Kali age for a long time. In 19th and 20th centuries, gurus with their short-time yuga system have given the hope that we have passed Kali age and have a bright future. There is a book called Kali Yuga Inscriptional Evidence written by Dr. M.L. Raja in 2019. In this book, he has collected 4,336 inscriptions. Already they have come in different books and magazines. Fleet has collected more than 400, and all the inscriptions are actually of different dynasties, different emperors and different kings, in different languages, different scripts, and in many inscriptions have more than one era, that is Salivakara era and Kali Yuga, like that. One is Kali Yuga and another is coupled with other Yuga. And in different languages also, scripts also there. Throughout, not only throughout South Asia, including Bangladesh, even one or two from Thailand and Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, he has collected, and all these dates date back to 3101 as the starting date of Kali Yuga. This is the beautiful thing about this. So throughout India, the inscription ran for about 1,600 to 1,700 years, but we are able to see all dates merge correctly with 3,101 BCE. So, and moreover, in Sankalpa, throughout India, we have, in spite of the various languages we speak, we have the same year we are following. That shows the spirit of the long time Yuga system is the one great general system, because many scholars are taking writing in the history books that India has multiple Yuga systems followed by different parts. Yes, but at the same time, we have got one, the Kali Yuga system as a basis, and with that only we are corroborating. So this shows, the book shows that in 436, actually the another, after the writing book, he has found out another inscription dated 2000 BCE. 2000 BCE. That also dates back to correctly to 3101 BCE. That is the date of Kali Yuga. So the long term Kali Yuga system is well deep rooted in the psyche of India, even though the modern gurus say differently. So the modern gurus, in their attempt to establish short-term Yuga school, with the help of a polemic of unconnected ideas such as ascending cycle, descending cycle concept, gold, silver, bronze of ages, and they mix with the precision cycle, binary star theory, conscious level changes, etc., have in the place of creating a microscope to study the features of Puranas, have given a kaleidoscope to masses who enjoy what they see, not knowing the knowledge they miss. Thank you very much, sir.
Amazing, amazing, Professor. Really, like a typical learned professor doing a perfect research of ideas collected from various sources. Professor as Professor Parthasarathi, the Emeritus Professor from Kuppaswamy Shastri Sanskrit Research Institute, has brought both the pictures of the long-term Yuga system and the short-term Yuga system to our perspective, and he has done a very categorical analysis of why the STYS has been devised by modern gurus. He has conjectured a theory for why they would do that, and why the long-term Yuga system is the one that is followed by the masses of India, and all that. I didn't see many questions about this analysis from the audience. If there are any questions, please shoot them to Professor, either through your audio or through chat box. The learned professor would definitely answer your questions. So now we probably move on to G.V. Shivakumarji. His paper is on the concept of Srishti in the Puranas. Shri G.V. Shivakumarji.
Namaste. Srinivas ji, can you kindly give me the permissions to present?
Yes, please go ahead.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Dhanyavad. Namaste, one and all. I am pleased to present in front of you an insight into the Srishti Tattva as is present in the Bhagavata Purana. It is quite similar in, even though the details are different, the essence is the same. And I have anchored my presentation on the Bhagavata Purana, especially the chapter 3. Although even in Bhagavata Purana, at multiple places, varied versions of this will be there. So let's quickly jump into the presentation without much ado. So this paper is a continuation of a previous paper that I have presented. I'm not going to dwell deep into that, but it assumes an underlying structure of the relationship between Srishti, Sthiti, Laya, and how Rita, Dharma are related to this framework, and what is it? There is a complex interrelationship, and suffice to say that Srishti in Bharatiya Parampara is subservient to Sthiti, and that principle emerges strongly in this. However, the focus of this presentation is Srishti and its applications. So there are in Bhagavata Purana, in the same chapter, the Srishti is described in 4 stages. However, this staging is my organization. So if you read the book, this staging, you will not see it in this kind of a specified structure. That is my imposition of the view, but that is not without reason. If you read it, it's an obvious thing that emerges from the way it is described. We will go through each of the stages. Stage 1 is what is extremely important, and I would spend significant amount of time on the stage 1. Stage, then we will go into what is the philosophy that emerges out of it. We'll just understand some tattvas and try to reimagine them in the modern world, and finally we'll apply them to one context. The application is still in its nascent stage, and it will take a while to further evolve it. But what I present in this paper is a way of relooking at the Srishti Karya and extracting principles so that we can use them in our context. So fundamentally, I'm looking at what seems to be a physical or a philosophical cosmology as being brought down from the cosmological universe to the Arthakama world of ours, and see what we can make out of that. So the inspiration for this is that in order for the universe to be in sthiti, in sustenance all the time, the principles that apply for moksha, the principles that apply for the larger universe of life, must also apply to the smaller universes of life, which is nothing but a fractal worldview. So with this small philosophical pitch, let's jump into it. Since I have just 15 minutes, I will run through the presentation, and we can keep at least 5 minutes for the question and answers. And a lot more detail, of course, is there in the paper itself. Okay. So as discussed, the 4 stages are, in the first stage, Paramatma creates Mahat Tattvas, and we'll see what those Mahat Tattvas are. And in the second stage, Paramatma forms the Virat Purusha. It's a beautiful description in Bhagavata Purana. It comes everywhere also. And we see the Virat Purusha everywhere in many, many different texts. But the description in Bhagavata Purana, the formation is very, very beautiful. Then the Chaturmukha Brahma appears. And then finally, the tangible universe that we see, is created by Chaturmukha Brahma. And the detail explained in each of this is very, very interesting and even applicable to the Arthakama world of ours. Now, this is so beautiful in Bhagavata Purana, and as it should be, one can get lost in the sheer beauty and apply it and appreciate it for its artistic or kavyatmaka paribhasha and beauty. But the fine structure embedded in it is worthy of contemplation as well. So, just a minute, I'll hide this a bit. So this is how the stage one of the universe creation is. Paramatma wakes up, he becomes the drashta. So I'll first narrate it as a story. He becomes the drashta, and then he sees there was nothing. And he perceives himself as incomplete. He's not incomplete, but he perceives, he thinks of it, because his own image of the physical universe is something that he likes, that is his lila. And through Maya, he sows the seeds of Chidabhasa Rupa, that is his own Rupa. He sows the seed of it. That's another beautiful. So he's created the universe in his own image. It's his chaya. And then all the subtle Mahattattvas, all the Mahattattvas in their subtle forms appear. So they do not appear in the final, in the essential form, but in a Sukshma Rupa. Then the subtle forms begin to form the actual forms. So the Mahatattva explicit, then it distorts itself to form the three Ahankaras. So it is important to note that at the first stage the Ahankara is formed. So Ahankara is an essential aspect of the universe. Just as when Aham enters, we become. And through the Karya Karana Kartru, all other Mahattattvas are formed, and those Mahattattvas are Manas, Adhishthana Devatas, Jnanendriyas, Karmendriyas, Bhuta elements, and Panchabhutas, and the Shabda. So you look at it, in the initial stage, the Mahattattvas are formed. So the essential principle that comes out of this is that before the actual universe is formed, the tattvas that are used, or the material, the sukshma material, here it is philosophical material, that forms the universe, physical universe, is formed. So this is an important point that we'll come to later, and what its applications in modern system redesign are. It also gives how Prithvi, bhutas are formed. First Akasha is formed, and then Kala, Maya, Chit mix into Akasha, forming the Sparsha Tanmatra. From Sparsha Tanmatra, when it becomes Vikara, it becomes Vayu. Vayu mixed with Akasha becomes Rupa Tanmatra. Tanmatra means a subtle form. So every bhuta has a Tanmatra also. So that is another beautiful concept over here, that you form the subtle form, the Tanmatra form, and then actual form. There is a meaning over here. That is, the principle comes first, and the form, actual physical form, comes later. This is a step in the design, which today we are abdicating it, in a lot of modern design, because today we have reversed this process and we are making form, attraction for the form, is first, and then its subtle features are discovered later. Modernity, completely reverses the way things are designed, because in the modern science, the subtle form is not an emphasis. The physical form is the emphasis, and then the subtle form we rediscover, through experience. Here it is reverse. Similarly, and so on and so forth. The essence of this is that there is a Tanmatra, so which comes first, and then the actual, form comes later. And all the tattvas are in place first, before, the universe is formed. Let's go to some of the details. So this is the same thing in textual detail. I have put it just in case, it is required. So the principal elements, we touched upon it. PRI is a principle which we'll talk about later. So the meta universe, that is the Mahatattva universe, needs to be formed first before the actual universe. And we should be able to, Mahatattva should be formed in such a manner that it really has the potential to contain the actual universe. So both are two different. First is a postulate Second is something that we will have to prove, and maybe that's a subject of another paper we'll have to do. Third principle is important, that is tanmatra. Always the subtle level and the tangible levels of anything must be separately articulated. Don't jump into the form first and then experience the subtle level later. We'll just do a little bit of elaboration on the Mahatattvas. The Kala Tattva, what it is saying is that, any creation should have a sense of time. That means the conditions upon which it is created and destroyed must be critical factor in the very design, which is also...
Will be connecting this to Puranas and concluding. We have to leave time for questions and answers and the other papers, sir.
How much time have I taken, sir?
Another 5 minutes to connect to Puranas and conclude.
Yeah, so my whole presentation is on Bhagavata Purana, this part itself. And last 5 minutes I wanted to spend on how, what it means to be in the, so I think I'll not be able to finish it in 15 minutes, looks like. How do we do this, sir?
Yeah, we can quickly pass through the slides.
Okay, I will do that. I will do that. So, in stage 2, I will jump all this and directly go to the 10 principles that I've extracted from this part of the Bhagavata Purana. So in stage 2, the Virat Purusha is formed, and that is, there are some interesting descriptions over there. I'll have to do a little bit of this, otherwise I'll lose my sequence, sir. Can you give me a little 5 minutes?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. So I will skip this slide. So the Kala Tattva, Bhuta Tattva, and Indriya Tattva that are there in the Srishti, in that part of Bhagavata Purana, there it is important to note that what Agni represents, what Vayu represents, all of that, and it has an implication for the system design. When I go to the last slide in system design, I will explain that. So in stage 2, Virat Purusha is formed. So Virat Purusha formation means that Devatas seek an intervention from Paramatma, and through his power of Kala, he enters all these elements, and that's an important thing. The Mahatattvas do not get activated without the Kala dimension, being there. And then Virat Purusha is in dormant stage for a long time, and then, he becomes Hridaya, Prana, and Adhyatmika, Adidevika, Adibhaudika. These forms are also there. So here, most important is the description of the Adhisthana Devata. Detailed description is there. And what I've extracted from this is what is the relevance of all of this in a modern system. So, I need to connect that to the last slide for me to be fully clear on that. From this awakened Virat Purusha, Swarga, Prithvi, Antariksha are formed. So now we are entering in at this stage, from Mahatattva, it becomes a slightly more tangible universe. In the third stage is formed Chaturmukha Brahma, and here I can very quickly move in this. In this, 2-3 things are very important. Sriman Narayana is in a divine sleep. Entire universe was submerged. His Niyukta Kala Shakti motivated him for Srishti. So a sense of time is extremely important. The Artha from his mind joined the Rajoguna of Kala Shakti. That is one principle. And a Kamala was born from his Nabhi. There is a meaning in both of this. Kamala, this is the principle that is stating that the Srishti is subordinated to Sthiti. If you describe that, Brahma later searches for the roots of his existence, doesn't find, does penance for 1,000 years, and then realizes the Paramatma within his Antahkarana. So that is the position of Srishti in Bharatiya Parampara. That it is subordinated to sthiti, and it has to find the sthiti in itself to be able to do a meaningful universe. So another important principle is that the formation of multiple lokas, bhu, bhuva, swaha, maha, janaha, tapaha, satya. Three tangible lokas and 4 subtle lokas. What I'm doing in all of this is extracting some elements from the description of Srishti, and then we'll see what we can do with it in the material world. So this we discussed. And finally, Chaturmukha Brahma creates the universe. He first creates avidya, moha, and a lot of what we consider as the negative elements. Then he creates Sanat Kumara, the rishis, and the rishis are not able to perform Srishti because they're single-mindedly devoted to the to Parabrahma. Then Rudra is formed. Rudra ends up creating such forms that that kind of end the universe. Then the Prajapatis are formed. So here the principle is that a purest form will not continue the universe, but a purest form of Sanat Kumara, the rishis, are required for any system to sustain itself. They will not be able to continue. For continuation, you need completely different forms. But for it to sustain, you need Sarat Kumara, the rishis. Finally, the cycle goes on, and finally, the adharma, after dharma and adharma are formed, after kama, krodha, lobha are formed. That is when Swayambhuva, Manu and Shatarupa are formed, and then through Kardama Prajapati, the entire Srishti moves further. Now, this is the same 10 principles, 12 important principles of Srishti that I have extracted, and my hypothesis is that they have a relevance in any system that we design. And I've tried to map them to a modern state. It could be now what happens in a modern state is that the states or any modern system is defined through its functions, through its material functions. The tanmatra elements are completely absent in a modern system. Similarly, we do not ask questions such as what is the manas of a modern system, what is the hridaya of a modern system, because we are viewing them in only the actual physical forms. Even the matattvas are not articulated. Tanmatras are absolutely not articulated. Now, if I ask what is the Vayu equivalent of a modern state, that Vayu is the moving force, then we will not be able to answer. So I have tried to map them into various the state elements such as the people, the legislature, the executive, the judiciaries. The Indriyas are completely absent as a concept. They are absent. They are because the physical form and the processes have subsumed all the other subtle forms that could actually make modern systems far more, I would say, alive and far more sustainable. The sustainable index completely slipping in the modern world is because they are described completely physically. If you take the example of the template of Srishti that comes from Bhagavata Purana or any other Purana, because most of the Puranas are having very similar elements, and all the tattvas as well as the tanmatra and the physical form difference, if that is fully applied, then we will get a completely different system that is more likely to be in harmony with the community and the people, and we'll be able to deal with those systems much better. And the sustainability crisis that we are facing today, we are less likely to face that. The detail of this is in the paper. Thank you. Welcome questions.
Yeah.
Now, there are some questions to the previous paper presenter, Professor Parthasarathi. One question was whether he prefers long-term yoga system or short-term yoga system. I think he was very clear, sir, that he prefers short-term yoga, long-term yoga system only. And he was presenting short-term yoga system as the system developed by the modern gurus. And he was critical of them. He did not like it, and he very clearly preferred long-term yoga system from the point of view that it is from the tradition insiders perspective. And there was one Rinku Vadhera is congratulating Professor Parthasarathi. Superb presentation by Professor R. Parthasarathi. Thank you, sir. And there is one question from Sunil Kumarji. He says, do sages with thousands of years of penance seem logical? I don't know whether Professor Parthasarathi was talking about thousands of years of penance or not. If he did not talk about that, this question is irrelevant to the paper. And there are questions to G.V. Shivakumarji also. Some C.D. Rama is asking, what is Mahatattva expressed in subtle form? Can you please explain? And there is one question to Indic Academy as an organization probably. Someone is asking whether there is a course on Panchanga system, how to learn Panchanga system. Is there, Ujjwala Singhania is asking, is there an authentic online course to learn Panchang? Yeah, that's a good question, Ujjwala ji. Indic Academy is running online Indic knowledge system courses, and as part of that, we have already planned and we are soon going to launch a course on Panchang. All the 5 angas of Panchanga are going to be taught. As you rightly said, it seems like a dying knowledge system, which only just a generation ago was common skill on in every household. You said that, correct? And we would like to revive that kind of a knowledge in the among the Hindu households, that they know all the 5 angas. And from again Sunil Kumarji only to Shiva Kumarji, is a description of Mahatattva only in Bhagavata Puranas? Is it there in any other Vedic or Vedantic text? Obviously, actually this whole description, this whole analysis belongs to Sankhya, and Sankhya books already deal with Mahatattva. So the relevant question to the conference would be, is there a description of Mahatattva in other Puranas? Yes. That would be an interesting question. Shivakumarji might probably want to answer these.
Yeah. I think Bhagavata, Brahmanda Purana has the same concept, but it does not use the word Mahatattva. Whereas what is the subtle form of Mahatattva is not greatly described, but I will tell from my analysis that at every stage you see that a sowing of the seed and allowing the seed to evolve in a natural form through tapas is a pattern that comes in many stories in the Puranas. Even here, Brahma does penance after a thought comes in his mind as to what is my root, and he goes and then he does not find. He comes back and then performs a deep penance. So what this subtle form of Mahatattva and actual Mahatattva, what it is representing is a small thought, a small first step towards creation, and that gradually in the natural way taking its final shape. So that is the journey of the first form, which is subtle, to the final form, which is the actual stage. So that is my understanding. Although the Bhagavata Purana itself does not say that. It says that it was in the subtle form and then this happened. That is how it is explained.
So now probably we move on to Abhishek Kumar Pandaji. His paper is on Adhibhautika, Adhidaivika and Adhyatmika insights from Puranas and Itihasas.
Namaste, Nagraj sir. So if you can allow me to share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, my screen is visible.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So namaste to all. So all those sessions have been very enlightening. And my topic is Adi Bhautika, Adi Daivika and Adhyatmika insights, the three levels of insights that I'll be deriving from the Puranas and the Itihasas. So I'm just a amateur reader and researcher and not a scholar like others have. So I'll try my best to present. So yep. So this is the body of shastras that we have, and I have tried to put in a tabular format. So there are Vedas, and in Vedas there are 4 parts: Rig, Sam, Yajur, Atharva, and those are again divided into Brahmana, Samhitas, Upanishads, and Aranyakas. There are Upavedas, Vedangas, and in Upangas I have put Puranas, which is the topic of today, and Itihasas, the Mahabharata and Ramayanas. Those can be clubbed under Dharmasastras, and there are other things under Dharmasastras as well. And there are also Darsana Sastras, that are Astikas and Nastikas. So the 3 levels of insights, Adi Bhautika, Adi Daivika and Adhyatmika. So let us first understand what does the 3 words mean. Adi Bhautika is related to the gross physical world or the Prani Jagata. Prani refers to those inside whom the prana or the life force flows, or the consciousness shines. And Adi Daivika is the world related to the devas. And by devas, I mean the subtle forces of any individual quality, desires or indriyas. So here I will be referring devas and asuras. Those are qualities or desires or indriyas that are already within us, and they are described in an exalted or in an heightened form in the Puranas. And the third part is related to the Adhyatmika. And Adhyatmika is referred to the knowledge of Atman, or the life force or the prana force. And this is beyond the realm of body, mind, intellect, ego, which also can be said as the I sense or the identity of me, myself, and the subconscious or unconscious, which is the chitta. So this is beyond the 4 antakaranas, mana, buddhi, ahankara and chitta. I will be moving fast in the Adi Bhautika part because a lot has been said. So coming to the Adi Bhautika part, what are the challenges as a nation we are facing today? It is basically taught in our academics that Vedic civilization began around 1500 BC and Indus Valley civilization and around 2000 BC. And there is one Aryan invasion migration theory which is responsible for the destruction of Indus Valley civilization and start of the Vedic civilization. And this theory acted as the intellectual ideological basis for India's colonization and European supremacy. And today it is acting as the breaking India forces. And how those forces are breaking? They are creating division between North and South, Tamil versus Sanskrit, tribes, the Janajatis, and versus the Jatis or the people of plains. And it is promoting Eurocentric historicism. If anybody wants to read on that, you can easily refer the works of Sri Rajiv Malhotra, Breaking India. It's a very good book. and what is the role of itihasas to counter these challenges and to counter those narratives. So here I have referred to the work of Sarosh Bala. There are other scholars like Nilesh Oak has also spoken today. And Sarosh Bala says that she has used astronomical computations and has referred that the birth of Rama occurred in 1540 BC. That's on 10th January 1514 BC. And he has used, and the entire events of Ramayana has been deduced by her. And another work is of Pandit Kota Venkatchalam, who has done his work in early 20th century, where he has deduced the Kali era in 3102 BC, and the Mahabharata war ended in 3138 BC, and the Kali era started 36 years later. And he has used mainly from the sources of Puranas, Mahabharata, and also Kalhana's Rajantarangini, accounts of Nepal, Brihat Samhita, and Panchagas, that are the annual calendars. So Puranas also provide the complete genealogies of king, as has been mentioned earlier, from the Yudhishthira era, like from Parikshita to Chandragupta Maurya of the Magadhan Empire. So what are the Adhibhautika insights that we will be getting from this? That the antiquity of Indian civilization extends much beyond 1500 BC that is usually taught in the academics. And we have a shared and a continuous sense of civilization and an indigenous sense of nationhood. And this will debunk the AIT-AMT theory and supplement other findings like archaeological, genetics, or paleogeneal findings of Saraswati River, and etc. This will also help in decolonization of Indian minds, which is a very hot topic today, that even though we are being decolonized, but our minds are still our minds are still colonized. And it also helps in countering that itihasas and Puranas are not mere fables. They open a Pandora box of narratives and helps us in building an Indian narrative in the global power. So in the physical world, these are the insights. These are the insights that. Just a second. Yeah, in the physical world, these are the insights that we are getting. Now, let's come from the physical world to the world of the Devas. Now, who are Devas and Asuras? So, it has been already told by Vivek Deborahji sir that moksha or liberation, though is the highest goal of every jiva, but it is not desired or possible or sought by every individual in present life. The reason being the attachments of our minds to name, wealth, fame, etc. So this, our Puranas and Shastras recognize this, and they help us in achieving artha, which is the wealth, and kama, pleasures, but guided by the dharma. And these three are the other three purusharthas apart from the moksha, liberation of the jiva. So how does Puranas do that? Puranas always glorify devas and majorly glorify devas, and they help us in worshipping, and they portray the devas as upholders of noble virtues. And every deva is a manifestation of certain subtle forces that lies within us. Devas, and those are like heightened qualities. Let's say the Ashwini Kumaras, they are the devas of medicine or health. So they are like heightened qualities of good health or medicine that is already present within us. Similarly, asuras are immoral or unethical subtle forces that manifest within us. So in a sense, we can say that asuras are the adharmic forces. Now, the Purana Shastras always prescribe the path of devas as it is based on dharma, and this helps in checking the encroachment on resources and others' life. So basically today, if we see the problem of excess consumerism is leading to devastation in the ecological world. But the path of Purana is not that, because there is dharma ingrained in that. For another example, a Asuri king in a Purana will always bring havoc to the conquered territory, but a Daivika king will bring peace and prosperity. So both Asura and Devas are going for the Artha, like the territory. But the Daiva king is following the path of the Dharma. Now, the Puranic values of this Dharma and Asuras and Devas are not just external knowledge or external codes. Now, for that, we have to understand mind. So, according to modern science, the mind is divided into two parts. There are two types of mind: conscious mind and subconscious mind. The conscious mind is voluntary and creative, that is within our control, whereas the subconscious mind is habits and beliefs, and it is reactive. It is not in our control. To understand, like sometimes we do not want to get angry, but we still get angry. The reason is that at that time our subconscious mind is at play. After that, when we gain consciousness, we realize that why I'm getting angry. But the thing is that it is not in our control. It is the subconscious mind is at play. And in ordinary humans, conscious mind plays a very minuscule part of the actions and karmas. Our beliefs, which is the subconscious kind, majorly control our actions and karmas. Now here I will refer to the works of Bruce Lifton, who has shown that nearly 95% of ordinary humans' actions are derived from the beliefs which are ingrained in the subconscious mind. Now, how this subconscious mind is formed, he says that it is basically programmed in two ways: in early childhood, up to the age of 7 and 8, and in adulthood. How it happens in early childhood? In early childhood, the subconscious mind is formed because at that time, various information a child receives and is ingrained in his subconscious mind, which later plays out in his adulthood life, which shapes his beliefs, and those beliefs result in karma. And in adulthood, the subconscious mind can be reprogrammed, can be rewired, or can be changed through repetition. What is repetition? Repetitions are affirmations that most of us may be familiar with. Which are, okay. Now let's go to the science of subconscious mind. As I mentioned, the science of subconscious mind, nearly 95% of our works are controlled by subconscious mind. It is different from conscious mind, which is voluntary and creative. Subconscious is driven by habits and beliefs accumulated over past periods. And subconscious programming majorly happens in childhood. So what does the Puranas does? The Puranic stories, when taught to children, help in their subconscious programming. And as the stories are based on dharma, are based on Upanishads, are based on the cosmic union of the whole cosmos, so dharma is ingrained in the subconscious mind. And when dharma is ingrained in the subconscious mind, this helps. There is some sound. Okay, when dharma is ingrained in the subconscious mind, this helps in following artha and kama in adulthood life. And how the Puranas helps adults to rewire the subconscious mind is that repetitions helps. In adult, subconscious minds can be rewired by repetitions or affirmations. Repetitions are complete and continuous action, feeling, chanting, or belief in a desired mode. So, when we worship a Puranic Devata and follow the rituals prescribed in the Puranas, this is kind of subconscious rewiring. The inner conditioning of beliefs and habits gives the desired artha or karma in a dharmic way. So this modern science of repetitions, which is the affirmation which is being popularized in there is some background sound. Can anybody help? Am I audible?
Dr. Paturi sir.
Yes, please continue.
There is some background noise, so
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So in adults, subconscious mind can be rewired by repetitions or affirmations. And what are repetitions or affirmations? Like if an unhappy man wants to be happy, so he has to say that I am happy, and he has to continuously feel that and continuously believe in that feeling. So the Puranic rituals or the Puranic devatas, which are the exalted form of certain dharmic qualities, help us in rewiring our subconscious mind. So this is how the Daivika world functions within our own microcosm, and we need not think that devatas are something outside of our body mind combination. They are inside us only. So the Adi Daivika insights are Puranas establishes dharma in the society and helps fulfillment of artha and kama. So by ingraining dharma in childhood in the subconscious mind, and also ingraining dharma in adulthood by rewiring the subconscious mind, it helps us in fulfillment of artha and kama. So Puranas debunk that Hinduism or Indian civilization is only about otherworldly or about liberation and else and this kind of things. No, it helps us in living in this world and go for our fulfillment of our desires and wealth as well. And these working principles can be explained by mind sciences, and the stories of desirable devatas and rejection of the asuras infuse dharmic beliefs and habits in subconscious mind. This translates into individual actions and subsequently in societal order. Because today, now we know that our genes do not control our actions. It's the belief that is ingrained in our subconscious mind that results in our actions. There is a new discipline which is known as epigenetics, which is above genetics, which is the science of belief. So beliefs actually help in our individual actions, and this is how Puranas help us in shaping our beliefs and infusing dharma in the individual and subsequently in the society. Okay.
Excuse me, Abhishek ji, you may please conclude quickly.
Yeah, okay. So I will come to the last Adhyatmika part, which is the moksha part. And so Adhyatmika moksha part, the final Purusartha speaks of liberation from Mana Buddhi Ahamkara Chitta, which is the body mind, to Satchit Ananda, which is the universal consciousness, and elevating the individual consciousness to cosmic consciousness and attaining a state of samadhi or permanence. Now there are several allegories in Puranas. Now, and we have to know how these allegories work. These allegories are reveal themselves differently depending on the state of a jiva. Different jivas are in different states, and these Puranas also help a yogi or a spiritual practitioner to understand the knowledge of Puranas. So I'll just explain a story, a popular story, that is a story of Dhruva. So there was once upon a time there was a king named Uttanapada, who was the son of Manu, and he has two wives, Suruchi and Suniti. And from Suruchi he had first son whose name was Uttama Kumara. From Suniti the second child was Dhruva Kumara. And once what happened, Dhruva Kumara went to sit in the lap of Uttama Kumara, but his stepmom thrashed him. So he came back, cried near his mother, and his mother asked him to go to the forest and pray to Lord Vishnu. And in the forest he meets Narada, who teaches him how to pray, and finally he does japa and gets Devakumara. So this is a very simple story, but let's understand what are the allegories that are inside and how the Adhyatmika insights can be derived from it. So Manu is the creator, and Manu in the microcosm referred to the mind within us. Within mind, all the emotions and all the thoughts and beliefs are created. So it's the Swayambhu, it is created by us. Uttanapada, who was the king, he was the son of Manu. So Uttana means something spread out or stretched or broad, and Pada means fit. So Uttana is a state of samadhi where one is able to, one is not restricted by negative emotions. So first what happens, a yogi reaches Uttanapada state where he debunks all his negative emotions and only does good karmic works. And in that state only one can marry Suruchi and Suniti. Who are Suruchi? Su is a prefix which means good, Ruchi means interest, and Niti means principle. So Uttanapada can only marry both. And Uttama Kumara is the son of Suruchi. Uttama is a superlative quality of good. So it is the best state of mind. So when we have good interest, then only by our broad mind we can help in achieving the best state of mind. But that is not the end of a spiritual practitioner's journey, because there is still the I sense, identity remains. There is still good karma, and the ultimate knowledge is to end the activity that is happening. As Swami Vivekananda says that we have to go beyond time, space, and causation that are the characteristics of this world. So Uttanapada is guided by Suniti to reach Dhruva. Dhruva means who is stable, constant, permanent, and unchangeable. Means there is no change. That is the permanent. That is the truth. But Suruchi doesn't like Dhruva, and she likes Uttama Kumara, his own son. What does this say? Because sometimes we like enjoying being the best, being the nice. But Dhruva is cessation of this liking nature, because even this goodness, the goodness or the best qualities will end one day. So Suruchi doesn't like Dhruva. She likes Uttam Kumara. And so for that, Dhruva has to move to the forest. And forest symbolizes storehouse of knowledge, and that knowledge is within us. And one needs to unravel these layers of consciousness. So the symbolic meaning of Dhruva going to forest is actually unraveling the layers of consciousness. And he meets Narada. Who is Narada? Narada is the guru or the spiritual practitioner or the guru who helps a spiritual practitioner to attain Narayana. And he teaches Prana Vidya, or the technique to know the life force. And he also meets the 7 rishis. And we also know that Dhruva is the pole star around whom the Saptarshi Mandala moves. And in the forest, he encounters wild beasts. And these wild beasts are attributes of mind that are impermanent desires, insatiable and unregulated desires. The desires that are not within our control. And these are the obstacles that every spiritual person faces, that in a meditative practice you face, because the imprints of the subconscious minds comes up. And also Indra, who is the lord of senses, he also tries to do bigna in the japa of Dhruva, because one also has to master Indra in the process. Now Dhruva finally attains Dhruvapada. So Dhruva, what is Dhruvapada? Dhruvapada is the universal consciousness that shines within us. And who is that in universal consciousness? That is the Narayana. And in that there is no desires, no activity, no karma, good or bad. And he is unborn or uncreated. He is the life force. And Dhruva Kumara attains these states of samadhi, and there is no craving. So he doesn't ask for any boon when Narayana appears before him. So though this is a small story, there are a lot of allegories and knowledge that is hidden inside that can help a spiritual practitioner and can only be decoded by an elevated or a spiritual yogi. And the 7 stars or the Sapta Rishis are actually the 7 chakras. And one has to activate those subtle chakras or subtle centers to reach the journey of Dhruvapada. So this story is actually the journey of a spiritual yogi from Manu to Uttanapada, which is only good emotions, to Uttama Kumara, which is the best state of mind, through Dhruva Kumara, which is manifestation of permanence, and finally to Dhruvapada, which is the Narayana state, or there is no activity or cessation of activity. And this is ultimately attaining the Satchit Ananda and getting removed from the body, mind, identity and limitations. With this, I conclude.
Thank you so much. Very interesting topic. The question and answer part we will take after this session. I would now request Mr. Murlisham to present his paper.
Hello. Well, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. 1 second, sir. Can I share this screen, sir? Can you see? Hello. Is it audible, sir? Okay. Okay, sir. Actually, my topic is I took Narada Purane Jyotisham Narada Purane Jyotisham Shaha, or Jyotisham Paripreksha Narada Puranam. This is Narada Purana Paripreksha Jyotisham. As per Narada Purana, what are the Jyotish topics given there? So this is the topic I took, sir. Actually, अत्र किम् अस्ति, ज्योतिषस्य सर्वविध अङ्गान् सह नारदः वर्णयति. Can I speak in Sanskrit, sir? Hello, can I speak Sanskrit? ज्योतिषस्य सर्वविधाङ्गान् अपि सः वर्णयति. तत्र गुणनं, भाजनम् अथवा ग्रहाणां देशान्तर संस्कारः, वारप्रवृत्तिः, भूपरिधिगणनं, चन्द्रग्रहणम् अथवा इष्टज्यासाधनं, ग्रहाणां मन्दपरित्यंश. These all mathematics things he told in Narada Purana. Many things he described there. तत्र किं भवति वास्तविकतया अस्माभिः चिन्तितं दट् तत् किम् अस्ति, सूर्यसिद्धान्तः आधारभूतग्रन्थः. ज्योतिषस्य आधारभूतग्रन्थः इत्युक्ते गणितविचारे सूर्यसिद्धान्तः, भास्कराचार्य, आर्यभटीय इत्यादि कथयन्ति. परन्तु नारदपुराणे एतादृशविचारान् दृष्ट्वा अहं विस्मितः जातः. तत्र किं भवति, फलितज्योतिष, अहं पुनः अग्रे पठन् गतवान्. तत्र फलितज्योतिषे अपि आधान गर्भाधान विचारः, पक्षिजन्म, ग्रहणं मैत्री अथवा ग्रहणां स्वरूपं. नारदः किं न उक्तवान्? आचार्य नारद महर्षि सर्वं ज्योतिषस्य सर्वविधविचाराणां उक्तवान्. तत्र एकः क्वचित् विचारः अहं दृष्ट्वा विस्मितः, चकितः जातः. कीदृशः नाम, एतादृशगणित अग्रे गच्छन्नस्मि. तत्र गणितविचारे सः वदति, एकं क्यूब् रूट् निर्माणविधिः अथवा पुनः क्यूब् रूट् वर्गमूल ज्ञानविधिः, पुनः क्यूब् अथवा वर्गस्य अथवा क्यूब् एतत् स्क्वेर् रूट् ज्ञानविधिः इत्यादि सः कथयति. तत्र संख्यानां गणनापद्धतिः एवमासीत्. अयुतं नाम 10 into 4, तस्य 10 तस्य दशधा उच्यते खलु, किं 10 multiplied by 4, 10 into 10 into 10 4 इति उच्यते. तस्य अयुतं, लक्षं, प्रयुतं, कोटिः, अर्बुदम्, अब्ज, खर्व, निखर्व एतादृशरूपेण परार्धपर्यन्तं सः कथयति. नाम तादृश किं विशालरीत्या तस्य गणनापद्धतिः तस्मिन् काले आसीत् इति. तत्र सः वदति, समाङ्कघातो वर्गस्यात्. वर्गस्य कम्प्लीट् टेक्स्ट् स्टेट्मेण्ट् गिवन् बै नारद हियर्. क्रमाङ्कघातः वर्गस्यात्, समान अङ्कानां घातः वर्गः. तमेवाहु कृतिबुधः. तस्य कृते एव कृतिः इति बुधः ये पण्डिताः कथयन्ति. एवं रूपेण तस्य गणनाविधिः सः अस्मिन् श्लोके कथयति. पुनः वर्गस्य परिभाषः. तत्र कथम् एका निर्माणपद्धतिः अपि उदाहरणम् अत्र अहं दर्शितवान्. इदानीं 16 चतुर्थम् इति यदस्ति, तस्य संख्या वर्गमूलं ज्ञातव्यं चेत् कथं तस्य स्वीकरणं कार्यम् इत्यादि तस्मिन् श्लोके सः कथयति. पुनः समत्र्यङ्का हतिक्रोक्तो घनस्तत्र घनमूलज्ञानविधिः अपि सः वदति. विषमे प्रोच्यते विषमं स्वाद्यं समेध्ये च ततःपरम् आदौ विषमसंख्या गृहीतव्यम्. एषा विधिः अत्र इम्पार्टेण्ट् अस्ति. एषा विधिः भिन्ना अस्ति. अन्यत्र इदानीं लोके या विधिः एतत् उच्यते घनमूलस्य ज्ञानविधिः, वर्गमूलस्य तु नारदपुराणे यदस्ति तदेव लोकेपि प्रचलन् अस्ति. परन्तु घनमूलस्य ज्ञानविधिः यद् नारदेन उक्तं लोके यद् अद्यत्वे चलति तस्य भिन्नता अस्ति. तत्र कथम् इत्युक्ते सः वदति, अत्र एक उदाहरणम् अत्र दर्शितमस्ति. उदाहरणार्थम् अत्र 1968 एतादृशसङ्ख्या यदि स्वीकुर्मः चेत् तत्र किम् आदौ एवं स्वीकरणीयं. 19 पुनः लास्ट् तस्य ज्ञान किमस्ति, 2 फस्ट् 2 इत्यस्य क्यूब् 8 तस्य मैनस् सः करोति. 19 तः पूर्वं या सङ्ख्या अस्ति क्यूब् तं मैनस् कृत्वा तत्र 11 आगच्छति. पुनः अग्रिमसङ्ख्या षट् तत् स्वीकरोति. पुनः एतत् 2 स्वीकृतं खलु, तदर्थं सः किं करोति, 2 into 2 into 3 नाम 12 तः एवं स्वीकृत्य पुनः तस्य भाजनं करोति. तत्र किं भवति 84. पुनः तस्य शेषः 32 इति स्वीकरोति. पुनः 8 इति एकां सङ्ख्याम् इतः स्वीकरोति. पुनः 7 अग्रिमसङ्ख्या 7 स्वीकृत्य तत् किं भवति 7 into एवं गणना कृत्वा 294 इति आगच्छति. पुनः तत्र 34 इति संख्या शेषः प्राप्स्यति. पुनः तृतीयं स्वीकरोति. तेन गुणनेन सः निःशेषरूपेण सः 27 इति वर्गमूलं घनमूलं सः प्राप्स्यते इति। एतत् लोकात् रीत्या किञ्चित् भिन्नरीत्या दृश्यते। लोके अद्यत्वे ईदृशा पद्धतिः नास्ति। प्रायः पुनः अहं बहूनि विचाराणि अत्र नूतनतया ज्ञातवान्। ये विचाराः बृहज्जातके अथवा आर्यभटीये अथवा इतरग्रन्थेषु यत् उक्तं तानि विचाराणि किं जातं पूर्वं नारदेन कथितम्। अष्टादशप्रवर्तकेषु आचार्यनारदस्य नाममस्ति, तथापि आचार्यस्य महर्षि नारदस्य किमपि एकः ग्रन्थः इति तथा अधिकतया प्रचारे नास्ति। परन्तु तत्र अनेके विचाराः सन्ति। क्वचित् अत्र दर्शयितुम् इच्छामि। तत्र विलोमगणितविधिः तत्सर्वं लोके यदस्ति तद् समानमस्ति, तदेव अग्रे गतम्। अष्टकवर्गः इति फलितज्योतिषं, तत्र ज्योतिषं त्रिविधमस्ति। एकं फलितं, संहिता, गणितं। गणितं मूर्धनिश्चितम् इति। ततः गणितविचारे इतोपि सन्ति, सा भूपरिधि अथवा ग्रहणं, मन्दोच्चं, शीघ्रोच्चं, चन्द्रग्रहणं, सूर्यग्रहणम् इत्यादि विचारेण महान् रीत्या सः विश्लेषणं दत्तवान् अस्ति। तत्सर्वम् अत्र प्रस्थापयितुं क्लेशः अस्ति इत्यतः संक्षेपेण एकं टापिक् एव सर्वत्र स्वीकृतवान्। अधुना प्रस्तुरम् अहम् अत्र गणितज्योतिषं गच्छामि। तत्र अष्टकवर्गः इति एकः विचारः प्रधानमस्ति। अष्टकवर्गेन प्रपञ्चक्रान्तिकं ग्रहाणां गुरुः इदानीं कुम्भराशौ गच्छति, कुजः अत्र वृषभराशौ गच्छति, तर्हि किं फलं तदा वृषभराशि मध्ये अथवा मिथुनराशौ गच्छति तर्हि किं फलं, गुरुः कुम्भराशौ किं फलं, कस्य कस्य
Sir, sorry, I think you are very far from the mic.
Okay, sorry. तादृशरूपेण फलितज्योतिषम् इति यदस्ति तत्र अष्टकवर्गः प्रधानं। तत्र क्वचित् भेदः अस्ति। बृहज्जातकपराशरयोः तद्वतं नारद अष्टकवर्गे केचित् सर्वत्र व्यत्यासः नास्ति, एकं वा पायिण्ट् द्वये अस्ति। उदाहरणार्थं शनिः मङ्गलात् 9 इति एकः पायिण्ट् यत्र 9 राशौ यत्र भवति तत्र अष्टकवर्गं स्यात् इति वदति। पुनः बुधा अष्टकवर्गे शुक्रात् 9मस्थाने एतत् बिन्दुः स्थापनीयम् इत्यादि कथयति। परन्तु नारदपुराणे एवमस्ति, बृहज्जातकादिषु नास्ति। बृहज्जातक पुनः पराशरी मध्ये व्यत्यासः वर्तते। अतः यत् मूलम् अस्ति, एते आचार्याः सर्वं नारदपुराणात् एव स्वीकृताः। ये अद्यत्वे फलितज्योतिषम् अद्यत्वे बहु फलितं वा संहितं वा सिद्धान्तं वा गणितं वा विकासः अत्यन्तविकासः जातः। एकैकक्षेत्रमेव पि एच् डी कर्तुमस्ति, MA PG इत्यादि चलति। परन्तु अत्र किं जातं, तस्य मूलम् अस्ति नारदपुराणे। अहमपि विस्मितः जातः, अत्यन्तं सन्तुष्टः जातः, नारदः एतादृशगणितज्ञः विदुषः विद्वान् इति। पुनः आजीविकविचारे सः वदति कथम् अद्यत्वे आजीविक जाब् कथं मिलति अथवा आजीविका कथं मिलति इति ज्योतिषस्य फलितज्योतिषस्य एकः विचारः अस्ति। तत्र सः वदति पितुः यथा दशमस्थानात् लग्नात् दशमभवनात् चिन्तनं करणीयम्। एतत् सर्वे वदन्ति, बाल्ये सर्वेषु ग्रन्थेषु लिखितं। परन्तु सूर्यात् दशमं चिन्तनीयं, चन्द्रात् दशमं भावं चिन्तनीयं, पुनः तयोः नवांशकादिषु एतत् सर्वं विचिन्त्य वक्तव्यम् इत्यादि अत्र नारदपुराणे बहु सम्यक् दत्तं। परन्तु एतत् पायिण्ट् अग्रिमकालेषु तथा प्रचारे न जातं। केवलं ते चिन्तयन्ति लग्नात् दशमस्थाने ये अथवा चन्द्रात् यः दशमस्थाने अस्ति तस्मात् आजीविकाविचिन्तनं करणीयं, परन्तु सूर्यादपि कथयेत् इत्यादि तत्र अत्र नारदपुराणे कथितमस्ति। पुनः अत्रापि दशाविचारः, विंशोत्तरी दशा कथं, पुनः दिव्याङ्गकथनम् इति। दिव्याङ्गकथनम् इति अद्यत्वे आधुनिकशब्दः दिव्याङ्गः मया स्वीकृतं। नाम यः मूकः, बधिरः इत्यादीनां जन्म भवति, अन्धः। अस्माकं सविधे अस्माकं विज्ञानं तादृश लिमिटेशन् मध्ये अस्ति। गर्भस्थशिशोः कृते यदि मूकः वा बधिरः वा इति वयं ज्ञातुं शक्नुमः ज्योतिषमाध्यमेन। उदाहरणार्थं सः वदति आधानकाले इदानीं चन्द्रमा मेषलग्ने चेत् मूकः भविष्यति, गर्भस्थशिशुः मूकः भवति इति पूर्वमेव सः कथयति। परन्तु अद्यत्वे औषधि तु न शक्नुमः, गर्भस्थशिशुम् औषधि न दातुं न शक्नुमः। अथवा ई काले चन्द्रमा मेषलग्ने चेत् अन्धः वा बधिरः वा भवितुं शक्नोति इति। एतत् अग्रिमपर्यायेषु अपि अग्रे प्रवर्तितं, परन्तु तत्र औषधि दातुं कोऽपि विचारः नास्ति। पुनः स्त्रीणां विवाह इत्यादि चिन्तने स्त्रीणां विचारः, तेषां स्वभावः इत्यादि अपि सः कथितवान्। यथा स्त्रीणां स्वभावः चन्द्रेण चिन्तनीयं, तत् पुनः स्त्रीणां शरीरलावण्यम् इत्यादि लग्नेन चिन्तनीयं, तत्सर्वं अतः तत्रापि ब्रह्मवादिनी स्त्रियः, यथा पूर्वम् आचार्यैः कथितं ब्रह्मवादिनी ईदृशं किं सः ब्रह्मज्ञानी, सा ब्रह्मज्ञानी कीदृशी भवति इत्यादि अपि तत्र वर्णितमस्ति। यथा उदाहरणार्थं गुरुः मङ्गलः शुक्रः बुधः एते फलीभूय समराशौ लग्ने वा स्थिते चेत् सा ब्रह्मवादिनी भवति, नाम तादृशज्ञानी भवति। तद् एम्पवर्मेण्ट्, विमेन्स् एम्पवर्मेण्ट्, तादृश गार्गी सदृशमहिळा जायते इत्यादि अपि तेन पूर्वमेव सूचितमस्ति। पुनः संहिताविचाराः अपि सन्ति। संहिता नाम किं? फलितज्योतिषे एक महान् एतद् भवति संहिता। तत्र किं मेघानाम् उत्पत्तिः अथवा नक्षत्राणाम् अथवा रोगादि, इदानीं कोरोना अस्ति, अथवा भूकम्प अथवा सुनामि, एतत् सर्वं संहिताविचाराः सन्ति। नाम तत्रापि गणितविचाराः सन्ति। तत् कथम् इत्युक्ते गान्धर्वनगरवर्णनं सूर्यबिम्बस्य कृते सूर्यमण्डलम् उच्यते। 6,000 योजनानि इति वर्णयन्ति, परन्तु कदाचित् सूर्यमण्डले दण्डवत् वा कबन्धवत् वा किमपि एतद् दृश्यते, तर्हि समाजे रोगादयः पीडादयः भवन्ति इति वर्णयन्ति। पुनः राशिमण्डले एकस्य नक्षत्रस्य 8 कलाः सन्ति। अस्य नाम वास्तविकमानं 395 कलातः 7 कलाः पर्यन्तं भवति। पुनः 11,580,11,000 कलातः 250 विकलाः एवं रूपेण साधारणतया 400 कलाः अथवा 1200 कलाः इति वयं स्वीकुर्मः। तत्र गतनक्षत्र पुनः आगामिनक्षत्र इत्यादि रूपेण नाम चन्द्रस्य शृङ्गः यत्र लगति तस्य विचारे एतत् सर्वं शृङ्गोन्नतिः इत्यादि तस्मिन् विचारे वर्णितमस्ति। भोगस्थानम् इति भवति। भोगस्थानं नाम अश्विनी नक्षत्रं नक्षत्रत्रयस्य समूहम्, अथवा इदानीं कृत्तिका नक्षत्रं 6 नक्षत्राणां समूहं। तत्र योगतारा इति भवति। एकं नक्षत्रस्य कृते चन्द्रः यस्मिन् दिवसे रेवती वा अश्विनी वा या नक्षत्रं भवति तस्मिन् दिवसे गच्छति, तत्र योगः भवति। यदा योगतारा भवति, योगतारायाम् एतादृश डिग्री मध्ये चन्द्रः गच्छति इति प्रवर्तनः अस्ति। नाम तावत् सूक्ष्मतया टेलिस्कोप् अस्ति वा न जाने तस्मिन् काले कथं ते वर्णितम् इति मम आश्चर्यम्। अहं तु कला डिग्री इत्यादि कथम् आश्चर्य विस्मिताः भवामः वयं। पुनः ब्रह्ममानं पञ्चमानाः, तत्र नवमानाः प्रसिद्धं। तत्र पृथिव्यां किं ब्रह्म दैव पैत्र, तत्र पैत्रमानम् अथवा देवमानं, चन्द्रमानं, सौरमानं, नक्षत्रमानम्, एतत् सर्वं वयं गणयामः क्वचित् काले। पुनः तत्र ध्वजा धूम्र इत्यादि आयाः गृहस्य वास्तुविचारमपि वर्णितं। वास्तुविचारं नाम तत्र आयविचारम् आगच्छति। तत्र एकत्र व्यत्यासः दृष्टः, नाम वृक्षः आयः इति विचारः दृश्यते। वृक्षः आयः कुत्रापि अन्यग्रन्थेषु समराङ्गणसूत्रधारे वा बृहद्वास्तुमालायां वा अथवा मनुष्यालयचन्द्रिका इत्यादि प्रसिद्धग्रन्थेषु वृक्षः आयः इति कुत्रापि नास्ति। नारदपुराणे विशेषरूपेण वृक्षः आयः इति एकः आयः दृष्टः तत्र भवननिर्माणविधौ। आचार्य स्थगयामि किम्?
समापनं कर्तुं
ओके मम एतत् एकवाक्यं स्थापयिष्यामि। किमस्ति, नारदपुराणे नाम 800 कथितानि। तत्र ज्योतिषस्य विचारः महान् वर्तते। आधुनिकज्योतिषस्य ये विस्तारः गतः नारदपुराणात् वा पुराणात् स्वीकृतः, एतत् मम कथनस्य अभिप्रायः। पुनः इतोपि एकं वाक्यं दातुम् इच्छामि। क्वचित् विचाराः नष्टः, लैक् यथा ट्यूब् रूट् इत्यादि, तत् पुनः दृष्ट्वा पुनः अध्ययनं करणीयं। तत्र ये वैज्ञानिकविचाराः सन्ति तस्य पुनः अध्ययनं करणीयमिति भवत्सु सर्वेषां निवेदयित्वा अतिविस्तरात् विरम्यते मया। धन्योऽस्मि सर्वेषां, धन्यवादः।
अतीव रोचकं न्यायदायकमपि भवन्तः एतत् निबन्धः This is really very interesting. Kalita Jyotisha is different from the other astronomical information that we have been discussing. This actually Kalita Jyotisha astrology includes astronomy as its basis. Astronomy is in the foundations of astrology, and that's really very interesting how the astrological portions are also covered in the Puranas, particularly the Narada Purana. The presenter himself expresses a lot of amazement about his own finding of these details in Narada Purana. If there are questions, even if there are some questions, Murali Shyamji, will you be available for post-lunch session for to take up the questions?
Yes, sir. At what time I have to be? I will be there.
Yeah. So we'll take up the questions, and also we are postponing one of the presentations also, that is by Sri Siddhartha Chabra, the author of a book on Puranas. The topic is going to be, did our sages know Big Bang? Did our sages know Big Bang is the topic. That will be the first paper for the post-lunch session. Now we'll be breaking up for lunch. There are, I think, Murali Shyamji, you can yourself see the questions in the question and answer portion, and let us take up these questions and discuss these after the lunch.
Okay, sir. So after lunch, at what time I have to be there, sir?
2 o'clock?
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
So I request all the participants also to come back after lunch by 2 o'clock. We'll take up the questions, and also the next paper presenter at 2 o'clock. It will all start at 2 o'clock. We will be starting the session at 2 o'clock. Namaste. We'll start the next session with papers that have been postponed. One paper by Sri Siddharth Chabra has been moved to this session. And there are a few questions probably to be taken up by Murli Shamji also. Let us start with the paper first. Sri Siddhartha Chabra is one of the authors, the three authors that have been part of inspiration for this conference. Sri Siddhartha Chabra is a scientist in his own right, living in United States. And he has done extensive research on the accuracy of the figures that have been arrived at by the sages in the Puranas. And his paper now is going to be on the topic of whether our sages knew Big Bang. Sri Siddhartha ji, over to you.
Thank you. First, I will do a sound test, as always is the case that these things go bad. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Am I audible? Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to offer my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my research. I'm Siddharth. I'm a data scientist based in Michigan. And the topic of my presentation today, or the paper, is did the sages know about the Big Bang? So my research is based on the Puranas. And when I say Puranas, what do I mean? So the Puranas are ancient Sanskrit texts, practically like an ancient encyclopedia, which are found throughout India. And they have been classified.
Your audio can be improved,
categories.
Siddhartha ji. Your audio needs a small improvement.
Okay. How about now? I increase the volume. Is it better? Okay.
Yeah.
So
now it's better.
Okay. When you held your mic closer to your mouth, it was better. Yeah.
Okay, I'll increase the volume also. So why don't you see one time if it's good right now? Otherwise, I can hold the mic also. Is it good, or do I need to hold the mic? I guess, okay. We'll go with the easy way out. So the topic of the presentation is, did the sages know about the Big Bang? And as I said, my research is based on the Puranas. And when I say Puranas, what do I mean by the Puranas? So as I said, there are a lot of variations or classifications of Puranas. One variation which is given the Puranas themselves is the division of Puranas and Upapuranas. So the Puranas themselves state that there are 18 Mahapuranas, and there are many other, almost like 108 Upapuranas, and there are many other Sala Puranas. So my research is solely and wholly based on the main Mahapuranas, 18 Mahapuranas. In these Puranas, we find description of very significant events. So before we can look into those descriptions which are given in the Puranas, we have to get a primer on Puranic time units. So, okay. So before I can go into the Puranic time units, we need to understand a very deep concept of time dilation. And we can understand this with the help of a story. So, one time, King Kakudmi, this is described in Bhagavad Purana, and also there's in other Puranas like Brahma Vivarta Purana, Matsya Purana, and Vayu Purana. So what's the story? King Kakudmi wanted to marry his daughter to like the best prospect possible. So then what did he do? He thought, the best way would be if I can go to Brahma, because Brahma is, the progenitor. So he would know who's the best person in this whole Brahmanda, whom, my daughter can be married. So he goes there. When he goes to the Brahmaloka, then Brahma tells him, hey, I'm busy for a moment. Can you please wait a moment? Help you. So then Brahma goes and, he goes to meet King Kakudmi. King Kakudmi presents him a list of people, a prospect. He say, hey, what about guy A, guy person B, King C, and, this Emperor D? What do you think of these people? And Brahma started laughing. And I was like, why is Brahma laughing, I'm coming here for a serious question. Why is he laughing? So then he asked Brahma, why are you laughing? Brahma said, I'm laughing because the people you're talking about, their sons, their grandsons, they all have left their bodies. So here comes the concept of time dilation. A moment spent on the topmost loka, there are 14 lokas in our Brahmanda, as described in practically all the Puranas. They have different names sometimes. However, the topmost loka is the Brahma Loka, and the topmost loka, Brahma Loka, the time there runs very low. That a moment there is equal to millions and billions of years on our level, which is the Bhumandala. We live in a Varsha called Bharata Varsha inside Bhumandala. Now, this concept of time dilation was a foreign concept until 1900s, when Einstein came up with theory of general relativity. Thanks to him, now this concept of time dilation is found everywhere. If you look up your phone, and if you're using your phone for GPS, there is a satellite. The satellites introduce a time dilation correction in your phone so that you can get exact directions to where you're going. So this concept of time dilation has been accepted practically in all modern physics and modern science textbooks. You can find it there. The idea is that in case of heavy gravitational fields, or in the case of an object going at the speed closer to the speed of light, time can become slow. And there can be many other reasons why time can be slow. So with this basic concept in mind, that the time can run at different speeds, let us look at Puranic time units. So first of all, and this is something which is common across all the 18 Mahapuranas, I'm not sure about other books, Mahabharata or other books which have been discussed today in the presentation, in the conference today. So what it does say in the Puranas? It says that there is a Chaturyuga. A Chaturyuga is a combination of Kali Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, that thing. Actually, Kali, Dwapar, Treta, and Satya. 71 of these make a Manvantara. And we shouldn't forget Manvantara Sandhya, which is between consecutive Manvantaras. What's the second concept? The 14 Manvantaras make a Kalpa. Now, this is something which practically everybody knew up to now. But here comes my contribution to this conference today. I discovered an unrecognized Puranic time unit, which was stated clearly in the Vayu Purana and Brahmanda Purana. And what is that? That's a Prati Sandhi. It's like a Sandhya, like we have a Sandhya between Manvantras, like we have Sandhya between Yugas. There's also a Sandhya between Kalpas. It makes sense, doesn't it? So that Sandhya is called Prati Sandhi. It is between consecutive Manvantras. And what is its duration? The duration of Prati Sandhi is a Manvantara. This time unit, this is called Parartha. What's a Parartha? A Parartha is 50 years of Brahma. Now, what's a year of Brahma? A year of Brahma is 360 days and nights, where each day and night corresponds to a Kalpa. I hope all of you are with me. I know there are many foreign terms here, but please hold on to your seat. We'll try to make it more simple pretty soon. So these are the time units: Satya Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, Treta Yuga, Kali Yuga, Chatur Yuga, Manvantara, Kalpa, Manvantara Sandhya, and my contribution, Prati Sandhi. Now, these time units and these values are known to Indians for thousands of years, and known to the Western world for the last 200 years, thanks to Wilson, who translated Vishnu Purana in 1800s. So, and there is a consensus amongst the academics that these are the values stated in the Puranas. So let us look at a dating for a significant event given in the Puranas. Let's look at Brahma's creation. So what did we hear? We hear that at the end of Brahma's day, Brahmanda is finished, is deconstructed or destroyed, practically, not all of it, and then it is reconstructed. So when is the Brahmanda reconstructed? Because that would correspond to something close to us. Now, before we can look at that date, I want to take a quick second to go to a separate topic here. What is Brahmanda? Now, some people translate Brahmanda as a solar system. Other people translate Brahmanda as a universe. Now, the dimensions which are given for Brahmanda, practically in all the Puranas, they match much more closer to the solar system than Brahmanda, than the universe. So I chose solar system as an appropriate translation of Brahmanda. Moreover, we hear in Brahma Samhita and also again in many times in Purana that there is one sun, there are these planets. If Brahmanda meant the whole universe, there will be many more suns and many more planets. That's something which we don't find. So taking Brahmanda equal to the solar system, let us look at the topic of the construction of our Brahmanda. When does it happen? So this is a verse found in Vayu Purana, and you can find similar passages in other Puranas like Bhagavat Purana, Brahmanda Purana, Matsya Purana, Vishnu Purana. What is that? That as the night ends, Prajapati Brahma wakes up and feels the urge to reconstruct the solar system or the Brahmanda, Sarga. So when does that happen? I'm sure many of you have done like yagyas, and when we do yagya, we say this vow, this pratigya. What's that pratigya? We state where we are. We say sapta manvantare, ashta vinshate chaturyuge. So this kalpe. So what does that mean? That means currently we're in 28th chaturyuga in the 7th manvantara of the current day of Brahma. So when was the solar system reconstructed? As we just read, it was reconstructed, or the construction began at the end of the night of Brahma. So how much time has passed since then? Now, currently we're 7th manvantara. 6 mantras have passed already, and practically 28 chaturyugas have passed, because we are towards the end of the chaturyuga. We're in the Kali Yuga right now, and there's also Pratisandhi. So let's add these numbers up. 28 into 4.32, 6 into 306.72, and Pratisandhi into 366.72. What do we get? We get 2281.392 million years. Pretty interesting. Actually, if you look up on Wikipedia, you will find similar answers, that our Brahmanda is roughly 2000 million years old. Now here comes an interesting thing. What's the interesting thing? Sridhar Swami. Sridhar Swami is one of the earliest commentators on the Puranas, actually specifically Vishnu Purana and Bhagavat Purana. What did he write? He writes in his commentary on Vishnu Purana, 1st canto, 3rd chapter, text number 7, that a day on Brahmanda on Bhumandala is twice as long as a day on our earth. What does that mean? That means that all the time units which we have been discussing, they correspond to the Bhumandala, not the earth, and they will have to be multiplied by a factor of 2 in order to arrive at any dates on our earth. Now, why that is the case, we'll have to figure that out. We can discuss that in another talk, but let's apply that factor. So we had this number, let's apply a factor of 2. What do we get? 4,562 million years, or 4.563. Very easy to remember. 4,563 billion years. Let us look at what does the scientists say. The scientists have been working on this problem, the birth of the sun, for the last hundreds of years. In 1938, Hens Bede got Nobel Prize for discovering how the sun creates its energy. So then they made some progress. In 1943, they had their first date for the birth of the sun, that was 4.5, and the latest is what? 4.567. Again, very easy to remember. 4.567. That was the date for birth of the sun. What do our Puranas say? Based on the commentaries of Sridhar Swami, 4.563. What's the difference? 0.08%. I repeat, the difference between the Puranic date for these, for the birth of the sun is different. It differs from the scientific estimate by 0.08%. Pretty good, isn't it? And that's because of Sridhar Swami's commentary, which was written in the 11th century, not something new, not something written afterwards. It's not a post-hoc addition. Now let's look at another problem, which is, or another significant event, which is Prakritika Sarga. So the Sarga which we just read was a Sarga done by Brahma. There's also a Sarga done by Prakriti. When does that happen? That happens whenever all the Brahmandas, they go back into the body of Vishnu, and when they come out. This is as per the the accounts given in Vayu Purana, Brahmanda Purana, Bhagavat Purana, Matsya Purana, Vishnu Purana. So what do we find there? We find that currently we are in the 2nd Parartha of Brahma. Now, and please forgive me, I'm not providing the shlokas here for this passage because it will take me a long time to present that in this presentation. But you can look at my paper, which I'll be sharing the URL at the end, where you can read. And also, Professor Paturi ji will be putting out the paper later, sometime this week or pretty soon. So, but where are we now? We are currently almost halfway to the first day of Brahma. And what do we found in the Puranas? we find that there was the Prakritik Pralaya and Prakritik Sarga at the end of first Parartha, or the last day of first Parartha. So what does that mean? That means we have to add a kalpa to our onset solar system to our onset of the solar system construction, and a pratisamdi to our previous value. And what do we get? 13.819 billion solar years as the date for the latest Prakritik Sarga. I repeat, 13.819 billion solar years. And you're welcome to again try the calculation. So let us look at what do scientists say. The scientists state that our universe was created 13.801 billion years ago. Now here they use a different dating method, not the one which they use for solar system, because there are no rocks to date. And this value is based on the discovery of cosmic microwave background radiation. So a problem which has been practically unsolved for the last 200 years got a major breakthrough in year 2000, when they launched their satellite WMAP. So thanks to that, we have these values, and thanks to another satellite called Planck, we have the value 13.801. So what's the difference between Puranic statement and the scientific estimate? 0.1%. One more time. Isn't it amazing? So this is a completely different dating method, completely different problem which we're dealing with. Let's look at another interesting thing. I hope all of you recognize this picture. This picture has been all everywhere, thanks to Paturiji. It's part of the whole this workshop, this conference. This is a famous Paso Matsya Pralaya. It is mentioned in the Bhagavad Purana that this Pralaya was as bad as the end of the day of Brahma. Very bad Pralaya. I mean, of course, at the end of every mantra, there is a Pralaya, as being mentioned in Vishnu Dharmottara Purana and Bhagavad Purana. However, this Pralaya, at the end of our last mantra, was the most severe Pralaya. When did this happen? So according to the Puranas, this Pralaya happened at the end of Chakshuja mantra, or end of last mantra. And as I said earlier, we are in the 28th Chaturyuga, practically towards the end. 27 Chaturyugas have passed. And it is mentioned in the Matsya Purana that the king Satyavrata was meditating for 2 million years. So since the Satyayuga started 253.152 million years ago, the date is 251.152. That is the date for the onset of the Matsya Avatar Pralaya. Okay, I hope everybody is with me. This is the last data, so please be on your seat. Okay, so what do scientists say? What happened at that time? The scientists describe that the Earth's greatest mass extinction happened 251.9 million years ago. Wow. The Earth's greatest mass extinction. 70% of the land species went extinct. 90% of the aquatic species went extinct. And this is not just a report of one scientist or two scientists. This is the opinion, which is the consensus amongst the paleontologists. So what's the difference? 0.3%. I'm pretty close. 0.3% difference between Puranic and scientific estimate. So let's summarize. What do we have here? First of all, I discussed three important events from the Puranas. There are many more, and I hope to share more in my further research. Secondly, I shared an unrecognized Puranic time unit called Pratisamdi, which is in between consecutive kalpas. Next, I discussed how Sridhar's factor of 2 is justifiable and actually produces stunning concordances. If his factor is ignored, then we will have a very stunning correlation, not a concordance. Still amazing. It's like somebody being able to guess every time in your pocket how much money is there, except half of it. That would be pretty strong, isn't it? So our sages, thousands of years ago, had produced these values. And these Puranic dates stunningly coincide with the modern scientific claims. This is something which has just come in last decade or 2 decades. So this is it for my presentation. I'm thankful to Indic Academy for the support, for guidance, and Hari Kiranji for both guidance and support. That's my email address. You can shoot me questions, emails, tomatoes, eggs. I take all. I mean, of course, I'm vegetarian, so I won't take eggs. And here's a link to my paper, a paper which I published earlier. And my link to new paper will be shared, later by Professor Paturiji. Over to you, Paturiji.
Yeah. Very good, amazing as always, Sri Siddhartha ji. There are a few questions, some addressed to Indic Academy, to the organizers, that is to us. They are asking where the papers will be available for us to learn later. Viewers, all these papers will be uploaded. They will be published on our Indic Today online journal. First, and selected of those will be published as a volume later, a book, and all the video recordings shall be uploaded onto our channel on YouTube. And one question from one Sunil Kumar to Sri Siddhartha ji is, Hare Krishna Siddhartha ji, does the story of multiple Brahmas and Indras indicate that there are multiple universes and therefore multiple Big Bangs?
Okay, let me try and answer that. Thank you. So, as I established earlier, that Brahma rules over a Brahmanda, not a universe. And Brahmanda, as I said, best can be compared to a solar system, not a universe. So the most appropriate translation for a Brahmanda will be a solar system. So yes, there are multiple Brahmandas, as you can see, and there are multiple solar systems, as you can see outside at night sky. And they all have their construction and reconstruction. And of course, we need to have the right vision, the divine vision, by doing the right tapasya, austerity, as described in the Puranas, by which we can really see, the beings on those solar systems, and they will have their own construction and destruction. And as the scientists say, there are numerous solar systems out there which are going through, periods of construction and destruction continuously. So it's a, continuous feature. It is happening all the time, and that means there are multiple construction and destruction of solar systems. And I hope that answers it.
Now, we probably, we were waiting for some questions to Murali Shanji, who was talking about astrology in the background of Narada Purana, but we don't see many questions to him. So let us move on to the actual session for this afternoon. And can you stop sharing, Siddhartha ji?
Yes, yes.
And now we are going to have a paper from a great yoga shastrajna, yoga scientist, directly coming from the Krishnamacharya Yoga Sansthanam, and a PhD in Shastras. He is responsible for the great popularity of Tantra Yuktis now as Indic research methodology, and every time he comes up with revolutionary proposals. This time the interesting proposal he is coming up with is, usually we, particularly from the Indological side, we always see that Puranas are taken from the Shastras, but this time Professor Jayaraman is arguing that the Puranas have contributed to Yoga Shastra. Over to you.
Namaste, Professor Nagaraj ji. I'll start with the Mangala Shloka. Yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yopakarottam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjaliranatosmi. Namaste. At the outset, I thank Indic Academy for the opportunity to present this paper. I hope you can see my screen and hear my voice clearly. So the title of my paper is Indebtedness of Yoga Shastra to the Puranas. Can you hear me clearly? And is my screen visible?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the title is Indebtedness of Yoga Shastra to Puranas. As it has been stated in the prospectus of this seminar that Puranas are encyclopedic in nature and hence have contributed to many disciplines of knowledge. So taking cue from that, I also, when I revisited the commentaries of Yoga Sutra, then I understood that Yoga Shastra has also been immensely benefited by Puranas. So I have attempted to establish, so as so many systems of knowledge have been benefited by Puranas, similarly Yoga Shastra has also been benefited. That's what my survey or study of the Yoga Sutra commentaries revealed, and that's what I have presented in my full paper that I have written and submitted to the conference organizers. So my analysis of this topic is based on my study of the classical Yoga Sutra commentaries, Samskrita Yoga Sutra commentaries. There is a long tradition of unbroken Samskrita commentaries in Samskrita right from the period of sage Patanjali, 3rd, 4th century till 18th, 19th, 20th century. So, but I focused on just two commentaries of Yoga Sutra, Tattva Vaisharadi of Vachaspati Mishra and Yoga Vartika of Vijnana Bhikshu. Even in those two, just two commentaries among 20 odd Samskrita commentaries available on Yoga Sutra, 60 to 70 instances of utilization of Puranas for various interpretative purposes to elucidate various dimensions of yoga we could see. And all those concepts, all those 60, 70 references have been compiled, analyzed and has been discussed in detail in my paper. But as the duration of presentation is limited, so I would just take three aspects, three dimensions of Yoga Shastra which have been immensely benefited by these Puranic references or the Puranic thoughts and Puranic ideas. So the first one is the conceptual or the philosophical dimension. So philosophical dimension of Yoga Sutra, they have been again they've been helped a lot by the Puranic references. So that first dimension, for that first dimension, I give an example from the Tattva Vaisharadi commentary on the Yoga Sutra. We know, everyone knows that yoga is very popular, and in yoga what is central is the chitta, because the very definition of yoga is based on chitta only. Chitta vritti nirodha. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. So, and the pancha vrittis, the pancha kleshas, samskaras, vasanas. So, entire Yoga Shastra, especially from Yoga Sutras, they revolve around the concept of chitta. In Sutra 4.10, Tasam anaditvan chashisho nityatvat, there Yoga Vyasa, the primary commentator, and Vachaspati Mishra of Tattva Vaisharadi, they discuss about the dimension of chitta. What is the dimension of the chitta? What is the parimana of the chitta? And the stated view or the conclusion or the siddhanta of Yoga Shastra in regard to that sutra on the concept of chitta, on the size of the chitta is vibhu parimana. Chitta is omnipresent. This idea itself is not much known in the yoga circles. So the study of yoga, where it is worldwide, it is popular globally, but this idea that the chitta is vibhu, this and it has a lot of very practical implications, because all our chittas are vibhu and we are always interconnected, but the fact that we don't know that all our chittas are connected, interconnected always, and there are many more implications that are possible to derive from the idea that chitta is vibhu. There is a methodology in Shastra that is of the Purva Paksha and Siddhanta. So to establish something firmly, the Shastrakaras themselves raise objection and then they clear that objection so that no doubt remains regarding this concept. So when the Shastrakaras say, when the commentators say that chitta is vibhu, then the Shastrakaras themselves raise a Purva Paksha based on a Puranic quotation. So in Vachaspati Mishra, he himself raises a objection and then he responds to that. And to maintain that chitta is vibhu only, omnipresent only. So the Puranic quotation is like this: Angushtamatram purusham nishchakarsha yamo balat. See, the objector says that, see, you say that chitta is vibhu, chitta is all pervasive, but Purana, which is accepted by you as an authentic source of knowledge, it says the Purusha has been drawn. During the death of a person, Yama comes and then draws the Purusha who is of the size of the thumb from the body. So the Purusha, according to the Purupakshi, is Jivatma. If Jivatma is of the size of Angushta, then Chitta, which is connected to this Jivatma, how can it be Vibhu Parimana? So this objection is based on this Puranic quotation. And how to understand this Puranic quotation, that is also clarified to establish again, to reiterate that Chitta is Vibhu only. So how do the commentators develop this? How do they sustain that Chitta is Vibhu only, or Chitta is omnipresent only? They say, how to understand this Puranic sentence? They say, which Vachaspati Mishra says, Agamastu Purushasya Nishkarshamaha. So what does this Puranic quotation say? Purushasya Nishkarsha. Purusha is drawn out. So, Nacha Chittam va Sukshma Shariram va Purushaha. What is the meaning of Purusha? Purusha does not mean Chitta. And Purusha also does not mean Sukshma Sharira. It is very well known in Sankhya Yoga philosophical parlance that Purusha is neither Chitta nor the Sukshma Sharira. Then what is Purusha? Kintu Chiti Shaktihi Aprati Sankrama. Purusha is pure consciousness. Chiti Shaktihi and Aprati Sankrama. Purusha is without modification. So Aprati Sankrama. So Nacha Nishkarshaha Sambhavati. So drawing out of such a Purusha is not possible, because Purusha is pure consciousness and he does not undergo any modification. Then what to do? Nishkarshaha Aupacharikaha Vyakheyaha. So the drawing out of Purusha cannot be explained in the primary meaning as we see. It has to be given a Aupacharika Vyakhya. That is a secondary meaning we have to adopt. Then what is the secondary meaning? Tathacha Chitehe Chittasya cha tatra vrittya bhavaha eva nishkarshartha. Then the absence of manifestation of the Purusha and also the dependent Chitta, that is what is to be understood as Nishkarsha, and not the drawing out of Purusha or the Chitta itself. Both the Chitta and the Purusha are Vibhu, so their presence is manifest or not manifest, or it is perceptible or not perceptible. Only that much is the meaning of Nishkarsha, and not the physical drawing out of the Jivatma or the Chitta is to be understood. Thereby, the view that the Chitta and also the Purusha are, that is clarified. So both of them are omnipresent. So there is no doubt about this. So hence we can see that on the Parimana of Chitta, which is very central to Yoga Sutra, it is based on this Puranic quotation that the discussion goes on, and then the clarity is established. Thus, this is the first point of indebtedness of yoga towards Purana. And one more interesting idea about the Puranas that we can understand from this quotation is that when a lay person looks at this quotation, at the time of death, the Yama will come and then draw out the Jivatma. So he is satisfied, he might be satisfied by looking at that interpretation, and he will be convinced. But whereas the Purana does not say that the Jivatma is drawn out, it drops a hint for a scholar. It drops a hint for the wise person who is learned by using the term Purusha and not Chitta or Sukshma Sharira. So when a scholar looks at it, so as Vachaspati Mishra has looked at it and understood that Purusha cannot be drawn out, so it is just the manifestation or the state of unmanifestation of the Chitta and the Chaitanya. That is what is death or transmigration. So in this way, Purana, though apparently for a layperson it can mean something, but for scholars, the Puranic, those who have composed this Purana have given or left enough clues to see deeper and higher and greater dimensions of philosophical truths to be discovered. So this shows the multiple layers in Puranas that we can see. So this is the first example that I wanted to present, where Yoga Shastra has been benefited by this conceptual clarity derived from the Puranic quotation. Now, this is on the philosophical side, even from the point of view of understanding the meaning of certain words. So there also, Yoga Sutra is, even in the language dimension, Yoga Sutra has been benefited by Puranas. So the very first word of Yoga Shastra is Atha. Yes.
Can we go briefly about the next 2 points so that we can?
Yeah, I will just sum up in just yeah. So even in the second. I'll just be presenting only 2 points and then I will wrap up. I will ensure that it will be finished within the stipulated 15 minutes. The second example is, even from the point of view of language, we see there are so many meanings given to the word atha. Atha is in certain commentaries is arambha, in certain commentaries it is mangala, and in certain commentaries anantara, after. But the accepted meaning is adhikara, where here also, to establish the meaning of adhikara, shruti smriti itihasa puraneshu prasiddham. So this adhikara, that is the knowledge of yoga, is adhikrita or pramanika. So that idea is further established by this second quotation, or in the second occasion. So to fix the meaning of the term atha, that is adhikarartha, the Puranic reference or the allusion to the Puranic class of literature we can see from the Tattva Vaisharadi commentary. Okay, I just move to the third and last example that I want to present. When we speak of yoga, people will not be convinced about the indebtedness of yoga to Purana if we do not touch upon a practical dimension of yoga. They will say, oh, what is the practical? Let all these philosophical clarity, linguistic inputs, all this remain. Does the Puranas contribute to some practical clarity in yoga practice? So in the context of yoga, that is the last and final point that I would want to present. So we see in determining the sequence of practice of components of pranayama, the Puranic reference or the Puranas have been taken recourse to by the yoga vyakhyanakaras. For example, in Yoga Vartika, there is a particular description about pranayama. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to explain this. This is very critical. So Sutra 2.50 is about Bhashyabhyantara stambha vrittihi deshakala sankhya paridrishtaha dirgha sukshmaha. So what should pranayama lead to, or what should be the outcome of pranayama? Pranayama should ensure, by the practice of the techniques of pranayama, it should ensure that the prana becomes dirgha and sukshma. Prana becomes long and subtle. So only when the prana or especially the breathing component becomes long and subtle, what happens? Chalevate chalam chittam nischale nischalam bhavet. So when the prana is long and subtle, the mind also settles down for higher meditative purposes. And even for our worldly overcoming of stress, etc., the prana has to settle down. So in that context, making the prana dirgha and sukshma, the Sutrakara in Yoga Sutra, he says, what should be the technique to be followed to attain dirgha sukshma state? Sutrakara says, Bhashya Abhyantara Stambha. That is the sequence he presents. That is, exhale, Bhashya, Abhyantara, then inhale, and then Stambha. Hold the breath within. So this is the sequence that the Sutrakara presents. But what does Yoga Vartika based on the Vyasa's commentary? So what do the commentators present with the strength of the Purana? They say, Sautraha Patakramaha Anusthane na adartavyaha. This sequence of exhale, inhale, hold that has been presented in Sutra should not be followed in practice. Why? Tathacha Puraka Kumbhaka Rechakaha Ityautsargikaha Anusthana Kramaha. So what is the general sequence of, or very well understood sequence of practice? Autsargika Krama is inhale Puraka, hold Kumbhaka, and exhale Rechaka. So this is the Anusthana Kramaha. Puraneshu, this is to be underlined, Puraneshu Bahulyena Darshanacha. So in so many Puranas, this is the krama of, or this is the technique of pranayama that has to be practiced, or this is the sequence in pranayama that has to be practiced. That is, inhale, hold, and exhale. Only by following this technique, which is substantiated, supported by the Puranas, that the prana will become dirgha and sukshma. So thus we see that be it the philosophical clarity on the concept of chitta, the dimension of chitta, and the meaning of, in the language dimension, clarification on the meaning of the term atha, linguistic dimension, which in the context of yoga, and also in the practical dimension of the very critical component of yoga, that is pranayama, Puranas have been taken recourse to. So to conclude my talk, I would just present a verse from Vyasa's commentary, where Vyasa says, Agamena anumanena dhyanabhyasa rasena cha tridha prakalpayan prajnam labhate yogamuttamam. So what does he say? Everyone, most of us, we practice yoga. We are in the yoga state. So how to move to the state of uttama yoga? Yogam uttamam. How does our yoga become uttama? With three components: agama, anumana, and abhyasa. So these are the three components which makes a normal yoga a uttama yoga. So based on this discussion, we can see that so in our current context, yoga abhyasa component is strong and popular. The other two components, that is anumana and agama, have to be strengthened. The study of yoga shastra, yoga sutras have to be more authentic, and the authenticity comes from the study of the commentary literature of Yoga Sutra. And as we can see from this exposition, that the commentary literature, the superstructure of Yoga Sutra commentary literature itself stands on the cornerstone of the Puranas. Hence, my plea at the end of this presentation is to make the engagement with the yoga, which is popular globally, more authentic, as Indic Academy would put, more authentic, more immersive, and more transformative. So this Agama dimension, which is of yoga, which is very firmly based on Purana, should be promoted. The study of Yoga Shastra with the help of the commentaries, that has to be promoted. So this is my humble plea, submission through this paper, and I conclude my talk here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This was really, really eye-opening, particularly from the point of view of Indological research. People generally, there are two sources from where they draw the yoga ideas. One is the Buddhist sources, or else they would either put that into yoga contributing to Puranas rather the other way around. So this was really eye-opening. Are there questions to Sri Jayaramanji? Currently, there are no questions. So let us wait. If there come up some questions, let us take them up later. Now, another revolutionary paper, eye-opening paper from Ramachandra Shekharji. This is about Sankhya. And as you all know, yoga and Sankhya are always paired up among Vaidika Darshanas. And now we have yoga, and now we are going to have Sankhya. And this Sankhya, chronologically, the origins of Sankhya have always been placed later to Puranas. And people never thought about whether the roots of Sankhya are there in the Puranas themselves. Ramachandra Shekharji is coming up with an eye-opening paper in which he traces the origins of Sankhya thoughts into Itihasas and Puranas. Over to you, Ramachandra Shekhar.
Namaste. Thank the Indic Academy for giving this opportunity. I am Ramachandra Shekhar from Bharatiya Samskriti Trust. I will start my paper with the invocatory. Vishuddhi Jnana Dehaya Trivedi Divya Chakshushe Shreyah Prapti Nimittaya Namasomardha Dharine. My paper today will be on a little known text of Sankhya, namely the Tattva Samasa Sutra. Now, Tattva Samasa Sutras have been pushed to almost 13th to 14th century AD by most of the Western Indologists and even some of the Indian scholars. Now, coming back to understand the placement of Tattva Samasa Sutra, we need to understand the basic structure of the Sankhya, the system as such. Now, the Sankhya was taken to be a very prime opponent even by Acharya Shankara, and he uses the word Pradhanamalla Nyayena. That is, to that extent, the importance was given to Samkhya in his refutation. Now, it is definitely an older school, but the thing is that the ideas represented in the older school were not captured or have undergone a lot of changes by the time it came to the Karika Samkhya. Now, whether the Samkhya and Yoga were sometimes treated as a single unit in Mahabharatas and Puranas, in the verses like Sankhya Vakta Kapilaha, Hiranyagarbha Yogasya, Sankyam cha Yogam cha Sanatane Dve. So here we see that the two systems are being treated as separate entities, and there are some wherein they are shown as complementing each other. Prabodhanakaram Jnanam, Sankhyanam Avanipade, Sankhya Yogo Maya Prokto, Shastradvaya Nirdarshanat. And there are certain other instances where Sankhya and Yoga are treated as one composite unit. Sankhya Yogo Pratakbalaha Pravadanti Na Panditaha. So when we see this system of Sankhya, the development of Sankhya per se, we have the references to certain texts. For example, Sashti Tantra. Now, Sashti Tantra has been known to us through the subsequent references. Now, it is a tradition of 60 topics, as the name suggests, and it is attributed to Kapilacharya. The second state we come as the Pauranika or Panchadhikarana and Patanjali. Here we see some of the developments in the concepts of Sankhya. And third development we see in the work of Varshaganyacharya, who had revised the Shashti Tantra, and he was followed by some of his followers like Vindhyavasin. And it is Vindhyavasin's system which was revised in the Samkhya Karika of Ishwara Krishna. So the earliest available literature for us to really ponder upon is the Samkhya Karika. So the Samkhya that we understand is based on the Samkhya represented in the Samkhya Karika. And Samkhya Karika was commented by mainly two major commentaries. One is the Jayamangala, the Madharavritti. But prior to that, there was a commentary by name Yukti Deepika. So these are the textual evidences that we have for the Sankhya as we know. But in Yukti Deepika, there is a mention of the word Tantra in several places. And in Jayamangala commentary of Yukti Deepika, there is a statement, Shashti Tantrakhyam Sashti Khanda Krita. So the word, if he further interprets the word Jnana in the 6th Karika to mean Jnanamayena Rupena Agatam Sashti Tantra. That is the system that establishes knowledge. A system that would give us that there was an uninterrupted flow of literature in Sankhya up till even Yukti Deepika. So now comes the text by name Tattva Samasa Sutra. It's a very short text wherein you have around 25 sutras. Now, the inferences of Sashti Tantra can be seen by the usage of terms like Mula Sashti Tantra, which is attributed either to Panchashikacharya or even earlier to Kapilacharya himself. Now, the idea is that the Tattva Samasa Sutra could be this Mula Sashti Tantra. Now, that is the premise of my paper here. I'm not, due to the paucity of time and also the vastness of the Puranic literature, I have only been able to draw some references wherein I am trying to show that the concepts which have been explained in the Tattva Samasa Sutra are somewhat different from the Karika Sankhya. And the proof and the evidences for these concepts of the Tattva Samasa Sutras can be had from the Purana. Therefore, definitely the Tattva Samasa Sutras needs to be pushed much earlier to the date which is ascribed to it. I'll quickly run through these. These are the 25 sutras of the Tattva Samasa. Now, coming to the differences between the Tattva Samasa Sutra and the Sankhya Karika in the content, we will find that in the ontological scope there is a difference. There is an Sankhya Karika begins by calling the attention to the three kinds of gunas, that is Triguna. Whereas in Tattva Samasa Sutra, it is Ashta Prakriti and Shodasha Vikara. So that is the statement here. And even in the epistemology, other than one single sutra, not much attention is paid in the Tattvasama Sutra to the Pramanas. Whereas in the Sankhya Karika, quite a lot of attention is paid there. So it might show that the author of the Tattvasamasa Sutra was not really concerned with the epistemological, and his concern was more with the cosmological Sankhya, which is represented in the Puranas and the Mahabharata. And regarding the psychology also, we have certain notions which are mentioned in the Tattvasama Sutra but not mentioned in the Sankhya Karika. For example, Abhibuddhi, okay, which is explained as Vyavasaya, Abhimana, Ichcha, Karyatva and Kriya. And Karmayoni, Drishti, Shraddha, Sukha, Vividisha, Avividisha, all these concepts are not found in the Sankhya Karika. So even in these, there is a difference between the Sankhya Karika and Tattvasama Sutra. And in the phenomenology also, it refers to the Pancha Avidya, the 28 Ashaktis, the 9 Tushtis, the 8 Siddhis, and the Dasha Molikartha. So when we count this, you will get 60. So that is the reason why the name Shashti Tantra would have been ascribed to this particular text, or rather to the Mula text which is ascribed, or which should be ascribed to Kapilacharya. Now, another major departure is where you see that there are Trivido Bandha, Trivido Moksha mentioned in Tattvasama Sutra, whereas there is no such tripartite differentiation in the Karika Sankhya. So all these shows that the Karika Sankhya represents a later school of Sankhya, which was developed post the development of the Buddhist schools, whereas the Tattvasama Sutra represents the older school of the cosmological Sankhya represented by the Puranas and the Itihasas. Now, there are other allusions to Tattvasama Sutra in these texts, namely the Charaka Samhita. Now, we have to be indebted to Dr. S.N. Dasgupta, who had taken a lot of efforts to show that Charaka Samhita carries a lot of philosophical information in it, and it is a valid source of the Sankhya's philosophy there. So here, the Purusha of the Sankhya and the eightfold Prakriti, Ashta Prakriti, is mentioned in the Charaka Samhita. Similarly, in Buddha Charita, we have a mention of Panchaparva Avidya. Now, this Panchaparva Avidya is the 12th sutra of the Tattvasama Sutra. Now, coming to the drama literature, there is one drama by name Bhagavad-Ajjukiya. In that Bhagavad-Ajjukiya, there is a conversation between the bhikshu, that is Bhagavan, and his Sishya. The Sishya is a convert from the Buddhism into the Sanatana Dharma, and wherein the Bhagavan asks him to narrate the concepts of the Buddhism, and the student would start speaking about something which is not Buddhism. That is, he would have mentioned the first 5 sutras of the Tattvasama Sutra, Ashtau Prakritaya, Shodasha Vikaraha. So seeing this, the Bhagavan would reply, Shandilya, Sankhya Samayaha Yeshaha, Na Shakya Samayaha. So we find that the verbatim replication of the Tattvasama Sutras in Bhagavad-Ajjukiya mentioned there. So all these are secondary evidences for us to show that the concepts of Tattvasama Sutra were not new, and they have been in existence even prior to the Sankhya Karika was written. Now, from the Puranas and the Mahabharata, we see that in Mahabharata, the Sankhya system, when it is established by Maharshi Kapila, it describes Tadeta Drishina Proktam Vistarena Niviyate Ashtau Prakritayaha Proktaha Vikaraha Chapi Shodasha. So this is the key word, Ashta Prakriti and Shodasha Vikara concept. These are the first and the second sutras of the Tattvasamasa. Then even in the other Puranas, we have a concept called the Saptanda Avarana. The Saptanda Avarana is also an expansion of the Ashta Prakriti. So we have the Vari Vanhi Anila Akashahi Tato Bhutadinavahi Vritam Dashagunehi Andam Bhutadi Mahato Yata, and it just goes on. And the end you will see that Ashtau Prakritaya Sthitaha. Then the second, the fifth sutra is the Pratisanchara. Sanchara, Pratisanchara. Okay, so Pratisanchara is the sutra, and the term Avarana, which is used in the sense of Prakriti in the Puranas, the Abhyakta is called as Parama Avarana because it has no causal element. Starting from Abhyakta, Mahat, Ahankara, then the Panchabhutas. In the Markandeya Purana, we have the mention of the Ashtaprakriti, and their dissolution is called as Prakritilaya or Pratisanchara. So the term Pratisanchara, Prakrita Sangya Ayam Uchyate Pratisancharaha. So that word is basically the Tattvasama Sutra's replication. Then we have another by Panchaparva Vidya is the 12th Sutra. So the reference to the Panchaparva Vidya, as we have already seen from the Buddha Charita, and it is also in the Markandeya Purana, where we have this Panchaparva Vidya spoken in detail. So I have not quoted the entire verse here, but this Panchaparva Vidya is mentioned in the Markandeya Purana in detail. Now coming to the Dashamulika Arthaha. Now these Dashamulika Arthaha, according to Sankhya, the Purusha and Prakriti are considered to be the cause of the creation, and their relationship is explained through comparisons such as Jalapushkara, Mashaka Udumbara and Jalamatsya. That is the complements. Okay, Samasattatmaka Yugma. Now equal in prominence. So whereas in the later Sankhya we find that the Purusha and Prakriti are not treated as Samasattatmaka. Okay, so that is the point of departure here. Now coming to the Dashamulika Arthas, there are 10 obviously. Ekatva, Arthavatva, Pararthya, Anantya, Akritatva, Bahutva, Astitva, Yoga, Viyoga and Seshavritti. These are the Dashamulika Arthas. So of these, the first 3 pertain to the Prakriti, the next 3 to the Purusha, and the last 3 applies equally to both of them. So until unless we accept the Sattvatmaka Yugma of the Prakriti and Purusha, the ascribing the points 7, 8, 9 to them would not hold good here. And when the 10th point is applicable to the Jivan Mukta. Now the plurality of selves, there is Nana Jivavada, Avyaktam, Ekatvam Ityahuhu, Nanatvam Purushaha Tatha. That is Vachaspati Mishra quotes the following with respect to the Dashamulika Arthas from the text by name Rajavartika. Rajavartika is ascribed, is one of the older commentaries of Sankhya Karika. There also we see the multiplicity of the Purusha being mentioned there. Then the next sutra is Adhyatmam, Adhibhutam, Adhidaivatancha. Now this concept we find in almost many Puranas in a very detailed manner. It is explained. I have just taken as a token from the Mahabharata, wherein the 3 terms are explained. Mano Adhyatmam iti prahuhu yatha shastra vishardaha mantavyam adhibhutam cha. So here, if we see these verses, what we have to make note of is the expressions like Yathavan Nidarshanaha, Yatha Shastra Vishardaha. These terms are taken to be referring to the Sankhyas, that is the Sankhyavadis. Then comes the next sutra, Trivido Bandhaha. So there are 3 types of Bandha which is explained in the Tattvasama Sutra. That is the Prakrita, Vaikrita and Dakshanika Bandha. Now these 3 bandhas are explained in Puranas with examples. For example, we come across in the Bhagavad Gita, especially the Dakshanika Bandha, we come across in Mahabharata, wherein the Dakshanika Bandha is treated. That is, Dakshanika Bandha is a resultant of all the ritualistic sacrificial activities which bear results. So the injunctions of the Vedas which prescribe these activities like yajna generates fruits, And these fruits are said to be inducers which lead a person to perform these rituals. Therefore, he gets caught in the chakra of the samsara chakra. Therefore, that dakshinika is treated as a bandha. So, from the Big Gita, we have the famous quote, Plava Kete Adhrida Yajna Rupa. So, that is an indication for the dakshinika as the bandha. Then in another conversation in Mahabharata, there is Janaka Panchashika Vrittanta. We find that Asuri is referred to as a Varsha Sahasrayaji. So Asuri has a conversation, and Maharshi Kapila comes and he preaches the Sankhya Jnana to him. And then he sums up the essential teaching as Yetu Buddhim Param Prapya Dharma Naipunya Darshanaha Nate Karma Prashamsanti Kupam Nadyam Pibanniva. That is, the Karma Kanda section is put down, and the Jnana is or the Jnana Marga.
Within the next slide, you have to change the slide. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So on the Trivida Bandha. So in the Vayu Purana, we have this explicit reference to this Trivida Bandha. Tamasaha abhibhavat jantuhu yatha tatyam na vindati atatva darshanat so athat trividam bandha uchyate prakritena tu bandhena vaikarikena cha dakshinabihi tritiyena badhnatyenam vivartate. So if there are three bandhas, obviously there have to be three mokshas also. So the next sutra is Trividaha Moksha. That is the 20th sutra explains the moksha to be the state of experience wherein one is free from these three kinds of dukkha. Trivida dukkha upashamaha. And Vayuprana describes sachapi trividaha proktaha mokshaha vai tattvadarshibhi. Purvam viyogaha jnanena vitiyaha raga sanchayat lingabhavattu kaivalyam kaivalyattu niranjanam. So here when we see these lingabhavattu kaivalyam, it denotes the jivan muktavastha. So this is a very short presentation that I have made. I have only taken a few allusions from the Puranas. There are huge texts wherein there is a lot of scope to go and see how the Puranas can act as the real source for the philosophical understanding or the grounding of the philosophies. So they have the due respect that we ought to give to the Puranas, which were actually given by our Purvacharyas, have to be brought back into the current academia. And a lot of research, when it is taken and when it is made into these Puranic literature, it can show us quite a different path from what we have understood. So most of these Western Indologists, like I have mentioned the names of Gerald Larson and Paul Altromer, and some of the Marxist historians like A.C. Bhattacharya, they have treated the Tattva Samaj Sutras as a much later work, to an extent that they say that the Sankhya itself is an Avaidika. Now, how Acharya Shankara calls it is from a different perspective, but how these scholars call is they ascribe that the older Sankhya was more influenced by the word. They take the word Tantra and they make it as matriarchal agrarian society. Therefore, the Prakriti was Pradhana, and it was replaced by the Aryans who came from outside, who were patriarchal and pastoral people. So all these kinds of the verbal jargons are built over, and the true Siddhanta is actually covered by these scholars. So it should be our endeavor, and it is my plea that we spend more time and research on these aspects of our Puranas and unearth these findings. Even Tattva Samaj Sutras, all the other sutras can also be equally, we can find a correspondence in the Puranic works, and even that could be taken up as a project. And I really thank all of you and Nagaraji for giving this opportunity. Namaskar.
Wow, really amazing. Where did we miss all these scholars all these years? Ramchandra Shekharji lives in Chennai, and I was amazed to know that we used to think that it is in Kerala that Sanskrit theatre is so dynamically, vibrantly alive. But Ramchandra Shekhar ji is keeping Sanskrit theatre alive in Chennai, dynamically and vibrantly. And he is a scholar in many aspects of Shastras and Itihasas and Puranas. And Indic Academy will remember you, sir. We would like to involve you more and more in our conferences. Society needs you. Sanskrit research world needs your contributions more and more. If there are any questions, we'll take up. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next paper. This session is about different schools of darshanas. Now, the next two papers are going to be on the two schools of Vedanta. One is Advaita Vedanta. The next one is going to be Shaiva religio-philosophy. Advaita Vedanta in Bhagavata Purana is going to be presented by Subramanya Chidambaranji, and Shaiva religious philosophy as portrayed in few Puranas is going to be presented by Ganeshanji. Subramanian Chidambaranji from Mumbai is going to talk about Bhagavata Purana as a major text of Kevala Advaita Vedanta. Over to you, Subramanian Chidambaranji.
Namaskaram to all. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, please.
Okay. So namaste, namaskaram to all. And I thank Nagaraj ji, Harikiran ji, and all the members of the Indic Academy for this opportunity. So my topic today is Bhagavata Purana as a major text of Kevala Advaita Vedanta. Now Bhagavata Purana, the moment we hear that name itself, it's the very essence or source of bhakti. And it has been used by Prabhu Vallabhacharya very efficiently, in terms of spreading the Krishna Bhakti all through Bharata Varsha. But here I would be attempting to present, I must say, a few glimpses of how Bhagavata Purana is also a major text of the Kevala Advaita Vedanta. So I'll move quickly to the topic. So this involves two steps. First is Bhagavata Purana as a major text of Vedanta, and the second is interpretation of the Vedanta as Kevala Advaita. Now, interpretation of Vedanta as Kevala Advaita, I'm too little a person to speak about interpretation of Advaita as Vedanta as Kevala Advaita, which has been done by great Maharshis and Acharyas such as Adi Shankara Bhagavad-pada. So I would be presenting here a lot of examples of Vedanta Vakyas, the ideas of Vedanta or the Upanishads as reflected in the Bhagavata Purana, and also certain examples where it clearly alludes or clearly gives us the glimpses of Advaita Siddhanta. Now, in terms of establishing something as a major text of Vedanta, you have this famous line from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad where Yajnavalkya tells Maitreyi, Shrotavyo Mantavyo Nididhyasitavyaha. This is one of the sadhanas or the upasanas for Brahmajnana. The first is Shrotavyo. You must listen. But what you must listen? So here the Karta Vedanta Sara, he gives a further detailing to say that listen to those texts that have the Shadvida Lingas, the 6 characteristics. Those which ascribe to those 6 characteristics is what qualifies to be heard or to undergo Shravana. Now, what are those 6 characteristics? Shadvida Lingani. First is the beginning and the conclusion, the Upakrama and Upasamhara. That is, the Brahma Tattva or the message of the Vedanta must be clear in the beginning, must be mentioned in the beginning and towards the end of the text. Repetition or Abhyasa must be constantly re-emphasized or reinforced during the course of the text. Originality, apurvata, is it saying something new? And in the Upanishads, we clearly allude this to the fact that the concept of Brahman, the idea of Brahman, the very existence of Brahman is told to us by the Upanishads. Result, what is the phala of knowing Brahman? Eulogy, Arthavada, that is glorifying the Brahman or the Atman. And demonstration, Upapatti. what are the various ways in which it can be demonstrated and told to the people through experimentation and various other techniques that Brahman exists, and this is the nature of Brahman. So these are the Shadvidalingas, and you would find in different texts of Vedanta and Advaita Vedanta as well that these are various Upanishads are taken and are seen across these characteristics. Now here we are going to apply these characteristics or apply these Shadvidalingas to Bhagavata Purana and see whether Bhagavata Purana is giving us a glimpse into these 6 characteristics. So the humble submission in this presentation is that Bhagavata Purana definitely is adhering to these 6 characteristics of the Vedanta Vakyas, and that is why it is definitely a major text of Vedanta and also that of Kevala Advaita. Beginning on the conclusion, the Upakrama and Upasamhara. As most of you would know, who have read the Bhagavata Purana, it begins with the shloka Janmadhyasya yataha anvayaditarataha cha arteshu abhignaha swarat tene brahmahridaya adikavaye muhyanti yat surayah tejovari mridam yatha vinimayo yatra sargo mrisha dhamna svena sada nirasta guhakam satyam param dhimahi. It begins with satyam param dhimahi. The dhimahi, which is a very famous part of the Savitri mantra. That supreme truth is what we meditate upon. And it begins interestingly with Janmadhyasya yataha. The very word, the very first Brahma Sutra, the very second Brahma Sutra, I must say, Athato Brahma Jijnasa Janmadhyasya yataha. The very second Brahma Sutra of Badarayana. It begins with that Janmadhyasya yataha. Whom is it speaking about? That Satyam Param Dhimahi. He is Abhignaha, Sarvajnaha. Tene Brahmahridaya Adikavaye Muhyanti Yat Surayaha. The great rishis and the great realized souls, they constantly revel in that supreme being. Tejo Vari Mridam Yatha Vinimayo Yatra Trisargo Mrisha. This Trisarga, this combination of Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, the creation, it appears real, Amrisha. Just like Tejo Vari Mridam Yatha Vinimayo. Just like the interaction between the Teja, the heat, Vari, the water, and the earth. Alluding to the Marumarichika, the mirage that you see. So there is an appearance that there is a mirage, but is there really a mirage? It's only an appearance. But this entire appearance is appearing to us because of what? Because there is a fundamental substratum, Dhamna Svena Sada, and that is Nirasta Kuhakam. It is devoid of any sort of malina, devoid of any sort of adulterations. So that Shuddha Dhama, on that Dhamma, this entire play is going on, which very clearly also indicates the different aspects of the Vakya, Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya. Jagan is a Mithya, Jagat is a Mithya. It's an appearance, it's an illusion, is how the Advaita Vedanta states it. So very clearly alluding towards that supreme being who is the source of everything, the very first shloka. Now, when we come towards the end, the Dwadasha Skanda, towards the closing shlokas, you find this shloka, Kasmai yena vibhasitoyam atulo jnana pradipah pura tadrupena cha naradaya muniye krishnaya tadrupina yogindraya tada atmana atha bhagavadrataya karunyataha tachuddham vimalam vishokam amritam satyam param dhimahi. It ends also with satyam param dhimahi, that supreme being. And how is that supreme being? Shuddham vimalam vishokam amritam. The very words with which the Upanishads also glorify Brahman. The Chandogya Upanishad says, Esha Atmapaha Papma Vijaro Vimrityaha Vishokaha. And the Kathopanishad says, Tadeva Shukram Tad Brahma Tadeva Amritam Uchyate. So Amritam, Vishokam, Shukram, pure, Shuddham, these are the various definite adjectives with which the Upanishads speak about Brahman, and the same kind of adjectives are applied to the supreme truth. In fact, Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma, these are the very Swarupa Lakshanas as given in the Upanishads for Brahman. So the beginning and the end, the Upakrama and Upasamhara clearly speaking about Brahman. Abhyasa. Even if you take just one adhyaya, say the second skanda, the 9th adhyaya itself, you have so many references or mentions of that supreme Brahman in the language of the Vedanta itself. The first one, Atma Maya Mrite Rajan Parasya Anubhavam Atmanaha na ghateta artha sambandha swapna drashtuhi ivanjasa. The external world doesn't just happen. It is an extension of the inner Atman. The Atman, through its power of Maya, is creating as an extended the world that you see around. Just opposite to the way we think about in the modern science, Vedanta starts from the Atman and then projects it completely towards the external world. Isn't this the same thing that Adi Shankara Bhagavad-pada says in Dakshinamurti Stotram, the very first one? Vishwam darpana drishyamana nagari tulyam nijantargatam pashyan atmani mayaya bakirivod bhutam yatha nidraya. The very same idea that is being mentioned in the Purana. Yatha atma maya yogena nana shakti upabramhitam vilumpan visrajan granhan urnanabihi yathornute. The very same example that the Upanishad uses in the Mundaka Upanishad. How is it that this world is created? What is the material? What is the efficient cause? What is upadana karanam, nimitta karanam? The Mundaka Upanishad says, just like the spider weaves the web, taking out the material from its own body and it itself being the creator of that web, similarly, this world is created by Brahman itself, and that itself is the material cause. There is no separate material cause. Yathornanabihi srajate grinhate cha. The Mundaka Upanishad says, and the same example comes in the Bhagavata Purana to explain the creation of the universe. In the very famous slokas in the Upanishads, idamagra asid brahma va idamagra asid sadeva somya idamagra asid ekameva advitiyam. That alone existed, that Brahman alone was there. The same is reflected in the Chatusutri Bhagavatam, where the Supreme Lord tells the Creator, Brahma, Ahamevasam evagre nanyat yat sad asat param. There was nothing. Ahamevasam evagre. I only existed in the beginning. And later on in the shloka, he says, I only will exist even towards the end. Even after everything comes to a naught, I alone will exist. So this is repetition, abhyasa, multiple, even within an adhyaya, so many times the same idea is repeated to give it more prominence. Originality. Now, Upanishads are credited with the originality, apurvata, of mentioning about Brahman. We come to know about Brahman from the Upanishads. Otherwise, how do you know that there is a thing called Brahman? We don't see it in the universe. We don't see it through pratyaksha. So, the Upanishads are credited with that apurvata. So, those statements again you find in the Bhagavata Purana as well. Like the Kathopanishad says, Yaha eshu sukteshu jagarti tas chukram tad brahma tadeva amritam uchyate. He who wakes, he is awake even when the entire universe is sleeping. The same is mentioned in the Bhagavata Purana. Yene chetayate vishwam vishwam chetayate nayam yo jagarti shayanesmin ayam tam veda vedasaha. He who is awake when everybody is asleep, and he who enlivens the entire universe, he is to be known. Atma vasyam idam vishwam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. This is a beautiful line. The very first line of the Ishavasya Upanishad is Ishavasyam idam sarvam. The Upanishad says Isha, Ishvara, and Bhagavata Purana, which is considered as a source, Bhakti Grantha, says Atma Vasyam idam sarvam. Isha comes in the Upanishad and Atma comes in the Bhagavata Purana, the same line. But then the question could be, then what is the originality of Bhagavata Purana? The Upanishads are credited with the originality, apurvata, of speaking about Brahman. They have already mentioned Brahman. Now, Bhagavata Purana is only repeating it. No. There is a speciality of Bhagavata Purana. The unique contribution of Bhagavata Purana is to come to the level of the people and say that, fine, if you don't understand the Nirguna Brahman, there is Nirguna Brahman, but there is no contradiction between the Nirguna and Saguna Brahman. That is why it lends itself to Bhakti as well. Prayena Munayo Rajan Nivritta Vidishedataha Nairgunyastaha Ramante Sma Gunanu Kathane Harehe. Shukacharya himself is saying, though the great realized souls, the Brahmajnanis, Nairgunyastaha, they are established in the Nirguna Brahman, but they also revel, they also enjoy Gunanu Kathane Harehe. Listening to the glories of the Lord, they also enjoy. So there is no contradiction between the Nirguna and Saguna. The one who has already got established in that supreme truth, he doesn't find himself contradictory listening to the glories of the Supreme Lord and reveling in it. And to establish that, there is a beautiful in the episode of the Krishna Avatara itself. Now, somebody can say this mentions Harehe, so isn't it specifically speaking about Hari or Vishnu? So it's a Vaishnava Purana, it becomes a theistic. Fine, that is one aspect of it. But that very same Bhagavata Purana, when the Krishna Avatara happens, and Devaki and Vasudeva initially all the descriptions of the Lord coming down as Vishnu is mentioned by Shukacharya. And then when Vasudeva and Devaki, they start praising the Lord, you see how what kinds of words are used by Vasudeva. He says, Sakshat Purushaha Prakritehe Paraha Kevala Anubhavananda Swarupaha Sarva Buddhi Drik. This is how he refers to the Lord. He doesn't refer to the Lord as saying you are with Shankh Chakra Gada Panehe Namasye Narayana. No. The first words that come out of Vasudeva are Sakshat Purushaha Prakritehe Paraha Kevala Anubhavananda Swarupaha Sarva Buddhi Drik, the supreme witness. Then later on, there is also a sort of reconciliation that is being done in this, where he says, Twayi Ishware Brahmani no virudhyate Tvad Ashrayatvad Upacharyate Gunaihi. If people say that how is it possible that you are speaking about Saguna Brahman as Vishnu and Advaita speaks about Saguna Brahman?
You are towards the conclusion now, right?
Yes, Nagaraji. I'll just finish in a few minutes. I'll just complete it. So there is no contradiction. Ishware Brahmani, there is no contradiction between these two because the Nirguna Brahman acts as the Ashrayatvat. It is the substratum on which even the Saguna Brahman and its qualities are there. The result of phala is a well-known phala that we see in the Upanishads as well, the removal of ignorance or ajnana, the identification of the self in the body, and the corresponding shlokas that we find in the Bhagavata Purana, knowing the Supreme Brahman and that it will help us cross the ocean of samsara and put an end to all our sufferings. Tapatrayon Moolanam, the very first shloka mentioned that. Seeing Brahman everywhere. Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma. The shlokas pertaining to that. And becoming one with Brahman. Jivo Brahmaivana Paraha. The example of the Ghatakasha and Mahakasha is given in the Bhagavata Purana itself. So that when both of them come together, Evam Dehe Mrite Jivo Brahma Sampadyate. Punaha, it again becomes one with Brahman. Arthavada, speaking about the different adjectives which we have already spoken, but there are more examples that we find in both the Upanishads as well as Bhagavata Purana. Demonstration. The Supreme Lord that is present everywhere, Sarvam Khaluidam Brahma, he is taking a form, the very Narasimha Avatara, Satyam Vidhatum Nijavritya Bhashitam, Vyaptim Cha Bhuteshu Akileshu Chatmana, he is present everywhere as the Atman. Adrishyatat Adbhuta Rupa Mudvahan Stambhe Sabhayam Namargam. He took a form from that Adrishyatvam. From that unseen, he became the seen. From the Nirguna, he became Saguna and came. That itself brings a lot of beauty through a form of a story. And the other demonstration is the last shloka, last declaration by Parikshit when he tells Shuka Brahman, Bhagavan Takshakadibhyo Mrityubhyo na vibhemi aham. I am not anymore afraid of death from Takshaka or anybody else. Abhayam vai janakaha praptosi comes the declaration in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. So these are the different demonstrations that you find. And very specifically, there are shlokas that speak about Kevaladvaita itself. Tasmin Brahmani Advitiya. This comes in the Daksha Yajna episode of Bhagavata Purana, where lastly Narayana says, Tasmin Brahmani Advitiye Kevale Paramatmani Brahma Rudraucha Bhutani Bedhena Ajnaha Anupashyati. Only ignorance see difference. Trayanam Eka Bhavanam. All the three are one. Yona Pashyati Vai Bhidam. Sarva Bhutatmanam Brahman Sa Shanti Madhigachyati. He alone attains peace who sees no Dvaita. And the last Upadesha of Shuka Brahman to Parikshit, Aham Brahma Parandhama, Brahmaham Paramam Padam, Evam Samiksha, Cha Atmanam Atmani Adhaya Nishkale. You remain within yourself as that supreme being. So with this, I conclude my talk. These are just few examples that I have presented. There are many more in Bhagavata Purana. It's a treasure house. But I thank Indic Academy and Nagaraji for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, that was one more wonderful presentation from Subramanian ji. There is this discussion all the time about whether Bhagavata Purana is a Purana of Advaita or Vishishtadvaita. Actually, people have seen almost every school of Vedanta in Bhagavata Purana. And there are Vyakhyanas written to Bhagavata Purana from that point of view also. Gaudiya Vaishnavas see Gaudiya Vaishnavism in Bhagavata Purana. For them, it's a very important text. But Subramanian ji substantiated his claim of Advaita Vedanta very well, very soundly, by giving wonderful references. Let us see if there are questions. We can take up all the questions to all the speakers of the session at a time if there are any questions. But we will move on to a great researcher from the French Institute of Indology at Pondicherry. That institute itself is a great institute contributing a lot of research of original kind. And Ganeshan ji is a very well established researcher there, and he has helped many Western Indologists also in their research. They take recourse to his institute for their original research, for resources, for manuscripts, everything. And he has contributed original research, particularly in the area of Shaiva Siddhanta and Shaivism. Now he is going to present about Shaiva religio philosophy in some Puranas. Over to you, Ganeshan ji.
यस्याज्ञया स्रष्टा विरिञ्चिः पालको हरिः संहर्ता कालरुद्राख्यो नमस्तस्मै पिनाकिने. Dear friends and Sri Nagaraj Garu and others of the Indic Academy, I thank once again all of you for giving me an opportunity to share my views on the Puranas, especially on the Upapuranas. I have selected the Saura Purana for a brief presentation, which is not exhaustive. These Puranas, and especially the Upapuranas, require more and exploration, more study, both critical editions as well as comparative studies. So I mainly focus on the Saura Purana. Introduction. The Shaiva system from ancient times has been spreading the highest devotion to Shiva, the supreme god. Various acts of devotion such as the worship of Shiva, mostly the linga, meditation, repetition of the mantras, japa, of the Panchakshara, elucidation of the philosophical doctrines and the service in the Shiva temple along with the service to the devotees of Shiva are some of the basic and fundamental practices which are universally found common in different schools of Shaivism. Charya, Kriya, Yoga and Vidya. The Vedas comprising the doctrinal sections, the Upanishads, the Agamas that were revealed by Shiva to the gods and sages, and the Puranas all explain these points in varying proportions. These practices can roughly be grouped under Charya, Kriya, Yoga and Vidya sections. Importance of the Puranas. The Puranas are a huge body of literature that has recorded the Shaiva religious practices and doctrines with all their details, and in turn has been exerting great influence in molding the culture and the religious conducts of the followers of Shaivism from very ancient times. Upapuranas. These texts also deal with various legends and religious practices in a focused manner without the usual characteristics of the Mahabharata such as Sarga, Pratisarga, Manvantara, description of the Manvantaras, etc. These Upapuranas mainly focus on the basic theme and give the cite various events and legends related to that. The Upapuranas have not been much explored and studied. My presentation, the Saura Purana, also called Aditya Purana, as well as a section of the Skanda Purana, namely the Shankara Samhita, are taken here for a brief study to highlight some salient features of them. Saura Purana. This text is in the form of an interlocution between Manu and Surya. It is divided into 69 adhyayas. The beginning section treats the all-pervasive nature of Shiva. I have mainly followed the Anandashrama edition. I think that is the only one available edition of the Saura Purana, Anandashrama Sanskrit series edition. The beginning section treats the all-pervasive nature of Shiva. It says Shiva pervades the entire universe as its inner self. He is the only inner self and there is none else. That is, nobody else has that supreme power to pervade everything. The supreme greatness of Shiva. Though unique, Shiva exists as everything and he is always accompanied by Uma, his supreme Shakti. He is the only creator and from him come out Brahma, Vishnu and other gods. Sayevatma samastanam bhutanam manujadhipa ekopi bagudha bhati leelaya kevala Shiva. In fact, all these gods are mere playing toys for Shiva. They are Kridanaka. Brahma Vishnuvadayo Deva Munayo Manavastatha Sarve Kridanakastasya Deva Devasya Shulinaha. Shiva and Shakti. Shiva is always accompanied by his supreme Shakti called Uma, who is also known as Girija, etc. The Saura Purana states that Maya is the power of Shiva and therefore Shakti and Maya are the same. And Shiva is of the form of Maya. Abheda Shivayo Siddho Vanni Dahakayo Riva. Maya sa Parama Shaktihi Akshara Girija Vyaya. Maya Vishwatmako Rudraha Tadjnatva Hyamriti Bhaved. So Maya and Girija Uma are common, similar words denoting the same. Uniqueness of Shiva. There is no other supreme god than Mahadeva. The text very beautifully declares this view using interesting similes. It says, just as there are no hairs on the body of the tortoise, no horns on the hare's head, no sky flowers, so also there is none greater or superior to Hara. Nayatha kurma romani, shringam na shashamastake, nayathasti vyet pushpam, tatha nasti harat param. Saura Purana and the Upanishads. The beginning parts of the Saura Purana are fully interspersed with the views of some of the greatest Shaiva Upanishads such as the Shvetashvatara, Kaivalya, etc. The well-known Antaryami Brahmana section of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is very eloquently used with many phrases taken from that section. It is a paraphrase. Passages of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which is well known, the Antaryami Brahmana, Yognau Tishtan Agrir Antaro Yam Agnir Naved, Yasya Agni Shariram, Yogni Mantaro Yamayati, Yeshata Atma Antaryam Yamritaha, Yontarikshe Tishtan Antariksha Dantaro, Yam Antariksham Naved, Yasya Antarikshagum Shariram, Yontariksham Antaro Yamayat, Yeshata Atma Antaryam Yamritaha, so on so on. So these passages are paraphrased in the Saura Purana, second adhyaya, from verse number 43 onwards. Prithiviyam tishtati vibhuhu, prithvi veti naivatam, rupancha prithvi yasya, bhumyatmane tasmai namaha. Apsu tishtati naivapaha, tam viduhu parameshwaram, apo rupancha yasyaiva, namastasmai jalatmane. Yognau tishtat yameyatma, natam veti kadachana, agni rupam bhaved yasya, tasmai vanyatmane namaha. Tishtat Tejasram Yo Vayu, Na Vayurveti Tam Param, Vayuriyasya Bhaved Rupam, Tasmai Vayuvatmane Namaha, etc. Here, using the Antaryami Brahmana and Shiva's all-pervasive nature, the Ashtamurtitva, the Ashtamurti nature, Shiva's 8th form, is also stressed, is also inculcated. Then next comes the efficacy of Shiva Bhakti. Shiva is realized only through intense devotion, accompanied by knowledge, jnana. The text extols the greatness and efficacy of Shiva Bhakti, its essential role in securing dharma, artha, etc. Dharma, artha, kama, mokshana, prayane, karanam, param. Shiva Bhakti sada satyam, nanyat kinchana bhutale. Shivabhaktya dhanam vidya yashah shatrukshayasthatha prapyate vijayas sarvam satyametan asamshayah, etc. Then Shiva Bhakti and the Shiva Dharma text. So I want to draw highlight the parallel between the Shiva Bhakti, presentation of Shiva Bhakti, the views on Shiva Bhakti in the Saura Purana with the still unedited text of Shiva Dharma. The Shiva Dharma, an ancient text on Shaiva practices, also has a very few interesting passages defining Bhakti toward the Shiva. It says, Mad Bhakta Jana Vatsalyam Pujayancha Anumodanam Swayam Abhyarchanam Chaiva Mamarthecha Anga Cheshtanam Matkatha Shravane Bhaktihi Swara Netra Anga Vikriya Mama Anusmaranam Nityam Yascha Mameyamopajivati. The Shiva Dharma, I will go next one. Shiva Dharma. God Surya describes clearly the intricacies of Shiva Dharma. It is the greatest of all the means to attain Shiva. So here this is Shiva Dharma as a concept and Shiva Dharma as a text. Now Shiva Dharma as a aid, as a help to attain the highest good is presented by Surya. which are dharma bhagavidha prokto munibhi sattvadarshibhihi tatra akshaya paramo paro dharma shiva dharma sanatanaha yah puna shiva dharmastu sadhanam apekshate. It goes like this. So Saura Purana and Shiva Dharma, as we have noted earlier, the Ashtavidha Bhakti presented in the Shiva Dharma is also found in the Saura Purana. Many of the words repeated the same way, even sometimes even verbatim. The Saura Purana Adhyaya, 11th Adhyaya, from verse number 16 to 19, repeats the same as found in the Shiva Dharma text. Bhakti Rashtavidha Skanda Sarva Shastriyushu Pathyate Mat Bhakta Jana Vatsalyam Pujayascha Anumodanam Swayam Abhyarchanam Bhaktya Mamarthecha Anga Cheshtitam Mat Katha Shravane Bhaktihi Swara Netra Anga Vikriya Mama Anusmaranam Nityam Yascha Mam Nopajivati. Bhakti Rashtavidha Hyesha Yasmil Leshobi Vartate Saviprendro Munihi Shriman Sayatihi Saja Panditaha, etc. So these words, these passages are also found in the Shiva Dharma with very slight variations. So Saura Purana also corroborates and paraphrases or even in fact uses the same passages as found in the Shiva Dharma. Antiquity of the text of Shiva Dharma. Shiva Dharma is one of the earliest Shaiva texts which serve as the base for many later texts of Shaivism in its different sub-schools. Even the Shiva Bhakti toward the Shiva is the most prominent and recurring theme in this text. It appears to be older than some of the Puranas, including the Vaishnava Bhagavata Purana. Many parallel passages are found in the Vayavi Samhita, the 7th and the last part of the Shiva Mahapurana. Now, coming back to Saura Purana and its presentation of Shiva Bhakti as the basic and the supreme means. The Saura Purana clearly states that trying to be happy without intense devotion to Shiva is like trying to get milk from the protuberance in the neck of a goat. Shiva Bhakti Vrate Yastu Sukham Aptam Ihechati Ajagalas Tanadeva Sadugdham Patumichati. Then Shiva Bhakti saves all. The text goes to the extent of saying that even if a sinner committing many offences remembers Shiva with devotion, he is saved. Kuruvannapi sada papam sakradevarchayet shivam lipyate nasapapena yati maheshwaram padam esmaranti mahadevam yadi paparata api te vigneya mahatmana iti satyam bravimyaham. Yeah, this view has a parallel in the Tevaram passages, the Shaiva Tamil devotional corpus. In the Tevaram songs of Tirunavu Karashar, also known as Appar, who lived in the 6th century, we come across the same view. He says, even if one lives a wretched life, subsisting on cow's meat, but he is fully devoted to Shiva, then he himself is a god that one reveres. He says, Shankanidhi, Padumanidhi, Irandum Tandu, Taraniyodu, Van Ada Taruvarenam, Manguvara Varshalubam Maripo Mallo, மா தேவர்க்கு ஏகாந்தர் அல்லாராகில் அங்கமெலாம் குறைந்து அழுகு தொழு நோயராய் ஆ உரித்து தின்று உழலும் புலையரேனும் கங்கைவார் சடை கறந்தார்க்கு அன்பராகில் அவர்கண்டீர் நாம் வணங்கும் கடவுளாரே. Then to Saura Purana, the 42nd Adhyaya describes the procedure of Shiva worship. The entire rite almost resembles in a very brief manner that explained in the Shaiva Agamas and other ritual manuals. Then Uma Maheshwara Vrata, the 43rd Adhyaya describes the procedure of Uma Maheshwara Vrata. It mainly consists in worshipping an image of Uma Maheshwara made in gold or other metal. After that, the image is taken in procession accompanied by music to the temple of Shiva. Once the preceptor, Acharya and the devotee of Shiva are fed and presented with new clothes, etc. Close similarity with the Shiva Dharma again. The Uma Maheshwara Vrata is also described in the Shiva Dharma text. These passages describing the Uma Maheshwara Vrata found in the Saura Purana are closely parallel to those passages found in the Shiva Dharma text, 10th Adhyaya. Devotional acts. The 44th Adhyaya of the Saura Purana deals in detail with various devotional acts and services that one can perform inside the temple of Shiva. We get the corresponding fruit for each of the services. To give a brief list, one may construct a temple of Shiva in clay. One may construct temple in the shape called Kailasa or Meru or Mandara or Mahendragiri. He who does in this way reaches the abode of Shiva by the wish-fulfilling divine aeroplane, Vimana. More such devotional acts. Even if one restores a dilapidated mandapa or a Vimana or the main sanctum or the temple tower, Gopura, he gets unlimited fruits. Even if one performs all these or any one of these acts for the sake of his livelihood, Vrityartham, he will definitely go to the heavens along with his relatives. If one is not able to do all this and only cleans the temple precincts with a soft broom, all his wishes will surely be fulfilled. He gets the fruits equivalent to the performance of the Chandrayana Vrata. Acts of extreme devotion. So in the Saura Purana, we see some of these acts. It says, he who resides in the Shaiva holy place, Shiva Kshetra, without moving elsewhere till death, by chopping off his legs, definitely becomes united with Shiva. Atha atma charanau chitva Shiva Kshetre vasen naraha dehante Shiva sayujyam labhate atma samshaya. Further, he who dies in the Shaiva holy place without food gets united with Shiva, Shiva Sayujya. He who offers his own body as an oblation in the fire kindled before Shiva after worshipping him attains to the state of Shiva. Shivasya purato vannim samsthapyabhyarchya shankaram yuhuyad atmano deham yassa yati shivam padam. Then the divine marriage of Shiva and Gauri is described in the from the 53rd to 61st Adhyaya. The Shiva Gauri Vivaha is described in the Saura Purana. Then greatness of Shiva Bhakta. After the greatness of
Are we coming close to the conclusion now?
In a few minutes, within 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay, yes. The 64th Adhyaya again extols the greatness of devotion to Shiva and the devotees of Shiva. Shiva Bhakti is so great that a person with the highest devotion to Shiva is not affected by greatest sins, Mahapataka. One gets the fruit of the Vedic sacrifice, Atiratra, by just seeing a Shiva Bhakta or by merely speaking with him. Darshanat Shiva Bhaktanam Sakrit Sambhashanadapi Atiratrasya Yagyasya Phalam Bhavati Narada. Then Shiva Bhakta is superior to all. The text goes to the extent of saying that one should not look into the class of a Shiva Bhakta, whether he is a Brahmin or a Kshatriya or a Shudra or the lowest caste. He should be respected in any situation. One should not question his conduct or birth. The devotee of Shiva who has the holy Tripundra on his forehead should be worshipped. Shiva Bhakta Sada Pujyaha Sarvavasankatopiva Na Asya Acharam Pariksheta Na Kulam Na Vratam Tatha. Tripuntrankita Bhalena Pujya Evahi Narada. Then Shiva Bhaktas are beyond the control of Yama. The text declares that Yama is the controller for all creatures except for the Shiva Bhaktas. That means the devotees of Shiva are only under the protection of Shiva, and no other lesser god can exercise their power over them. Here also we find a similar view in the Tevaram of Tirunavkarashar. He boldly declares that he and the devotees of Shiva are the servant of none but Shiva, and they dare even Yama, the god of death. He claims that because of this, there is no fear or misery for them, and they live in happiness forever. So I have quoted the Tevaram song, Namarkum Kudiyallom, etc. Then, greatness of the Panchakshara mantra. The 65th Adhyaya deals with the greatness and the supreme efficacy of the Panchakshara mantra, the fruits obtained by offering various flowers, fruits and other substances to Shiva by reciting this mantra. Then, influence of Shiva Dharma and Saura Purana. So, many verses of the Saura Purana on this topic are very much similar to the 5th Adhyaya of the Shiva Dharma mentioned earlier. From all this, it is very much evident that Shiva Dharma as a text has exerted greatest influence in the formation of some important sections of the Saura Purana. Then we come to the Skanda Purana. Skanda Purana, I am taking only the Shankara Samhita. The Skanda Purana is divided into Samhitas. Then there is also another Skanda Purana, a voluminous one, which has 7 divisions known as Khandas, Khandatmaka. The former text is widely prevalent and is being studied mostly in the southern part of our country, Bharata Desha. Then Sutta Samhita. The Sutta Samhita, one of the 6 books of the Skanda Purana dealing with the philosophy, mainly Shivadvaita, as a very scholarly commentary from the pen of Madhava Mantri, who lived in the 14th century. Many parts of the Skanda Purana are cited as authority by some of the commentators on the Shaiva Agamas and other related texts. Skanda Purana and the Kanda Purana. So the story is related to Skanda, his birth, his chivalrous battle with Taraka, and his Shura Padma, etc. had been adapted into Tamil verse, and it is known as Kanda Puranam in the 15th century. Then Shankara Samhita. The Shankara Samhita is one of the 6 or even 7 books of the Skanda Purana. It has inner subdivisions such as Daksha Kanda, Upadesha Kanda, etc. Then coming to the Daksha Kanda. In the Daksha Kanda, there is a brief discussion between Brahma and Daksha. Daksha questions. Daksha asks Brahma, who is the supreme, Daksha's question, who is the supreme Godhead capable of solely performing the creation, sustenance, etc. Then, who is the supreme light, Paranjyoti, existing as the inner witness in everything? Karta sarvasya jagata palako harakasthatha sarva jiveshu sarvatra sakshitven vyavastitaha. For which Brahma replies him, he who appeared as a huge column of fire before Vishnu and Brahma, who both were quarreling among themselves, overpowered by confusion, is that unique supreme Lord, Parameshvara. He is the agent of all the worlds, especially both for me and Vishnu, etc. Then we get a parallel to the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, again the Antaryami Brahmana, as we have seen, Yogno Tishtan Agnir Antaro Yamagnir Naveda Yamayasya Agni Sharidam, etc. The same view is repeated in the words of Brahma to Daksha. Shiva is the Antaryami of every being. To inculcate the view that Shiva exists as the innermost self of everything, Brahma continues and gives the example of fragrance pervading the entire flower, oil existing as the innermost essence of sesame, and the sound pervading the gong, ghanta. Pushpeshu gandhavajneyah tileshvapi tailavat ghantayam dhvanivad agnau prabhavat parameshwaraha. Echo of this view in Shivajnana Bodham of Vaikandar, the second sutra of the Shivajnana Bodham of Vaikandar, which is one of the basic texts of the Shaiva Siddhanta in Tamil Nadu, also reads as like this, which echoes the same view found in the answer of Brahma. Then Shiva exists in an inseparable relation. So this view is also explained in the Daksha Kanda. Shiva exists in an inseparable relation with the selves, just as the musical note and the music, the fruit and its sweetness. The Vedas do not say Shiva is one, but they state that Shiva is non-dual. So this view. Then Skanda Purana and Shivadvaita, the entire text of the Skanda Purana in all its different books is fully permeated with the Shaiva Siddhanta and Shivadvaita views. So to conclude, there are many more such great Shaiva philosophical views found scattered in some of the Upa Puranas, which require a deep study and exploration. After Dr. R.C. Hazra had done some original research on these texts many decades ago, much remains to be unearthed from this huge literary corpus by undertaking intense and comparative studies. So with this, I conclude my brief presentation. I thank one and all and for the Indic Academy for giving me an opportunity to share these views. Thank you again. Shivam Bhuya.
Thank you very much, Ganeshanji. It was a great presentation. Some of these Puranas, Saura Purana particularly, is not very much known. It's interesting to see that a Purana which deals with Shiva, Advaita and Shaiva Siddhanta is not named after Shiva or Shiva Purana or something like that. It is named as Saura Purana, but the content inside is so much of Shaivism, and we now have a paper from Panuganti Shiva, Dr. Panuganti Shiva, Professor Panuganti Shiva is from MIT School of Vedic Sciences, Pune, part of MIT ADT University, is the head of the department of MIT School of Vedic Sciences. He is a scholar in Alankara Shastra and other areas of Sanskrit research, but he has been focusing on Ayurveda of late, and he is going to present Ayurveda related material from Agni Purana.
Namaste. Namasabhai. This is my great pleasure to be in the part of this conference organized by Indic Academy on Puranas and Indic knowledge systems. My topic is related to Agni Purana. Specifically, there is one 141 Adhyaya that is called as Yuddha Jayarnava Adhyaya. In that Adhyaya, one concept called as Shat-Trimshat Padakani. It is mostly ignored and cornered, not yet highlighted so far, because this topic was attracted me and maybe given some kind of scope to relevant to the particular present COVID situation. How this will be useful and in which way this can be experimented later. So according to Ayurveda, this Baladhishtanam Arogyam, the immunity is the main primary remedy to prevent the disease. So lacking the immunity is the main cause to get any kind of disease. Now in the present situation, the entire world is maybe doing some such kind of bio war with COVID. This particular situation, this concept also described in the context of Yuddha Jayarnava Adhyaya. That's why there is a correlation between this COVID pandemic situation, how this will be relevant in this present situation. So, in this study, I have taken all these Shat-Trimshat Padakani means 36 medicinal herbs or drugs may be mentioned in this preparation. This preparation is not matching with any Ayurvedic text. This is uncovered medicinal preparation mentioned in Agni Purana, which is maybe not like Ayurveda, but the drugs are same. The nomenclature of drugs are very similar, mentioned in Ayurvedic Materia Medica. I have taken all 36 drugs and for therapeutic uses, I have cross-checked all Ayurvedic lexicons like Bhava Prakasha and Rajinikantu like that. Then I arranged in a table for easy to understand. If we go through once, these are all 36 steps one by one. So the first one, because the number also is very having very significance in this, because not only this entire preparation of 36 steps is also praised and used as Sarvaroga Nivarani and Amrita Sanjeevani. The name itself, it's indicating this entire the preparation of 36 steps can be utilized and can be experimented in the context of immunity booster or any remedy to the COVID kind of to avoid or to cure COVID kind of viruses. So here Haritaki is one of the herb. Haritaki, Akshi and Dhatri, Maricha, Pippali, Shifa. It is referenced as in the Ayurvedic Materia Medica, Dravanti, Vahni and Shunti, Pippali, Guduchi, Vacha, Nimbaka, Vasaka, Setamuli, Saindhava. All 36 drugs. Saindhava is the out of herb. They have used salt also, Samudra Lavana. And Sindhuvaraka, Kantakari, Gokshura, Bilva, Punarnava, Bala, Erandamundi. The Erandamundi, I didn't found any reference in Ayurvedic lexicons and Materia Medica also. This is looking as a unique term, which is not matching in Ayurvedic Materia Medica. And Ruchaka, the 23rd one, Brunga, Kshara, Parpata, Dhanyaka, Jiraka, Shatapushpi, Javanika, and Vidanga, Vacha, Khadira, Kritamala, Haridra, and Siddharthaka. All these 36 drugs used in this preparation. Based on my study, just I found some points need to be discussed to clarify the doubts also. In this, Saindhava is the unique drug among these 36 patakas. And I have gone through this immunity boosters from Ayurveda mentioned by Ministry of Ayush. There in their list, only I found a few medicinal material, that is Haridra, Jiraka, Dhanyaka, Shunti and Yavanika. Only these substances only matching with those 36. And the other interesting point is there, among these 36, based on the combination like 1 to 9 and 9 to 10 like that, based on the combination of sequencing of these drugs are useful for curing other diseases also. The entire 36 drugs can be made one preparation, and based on the combination, the sequential combination, then those will be the different medicinal preparations can be used for other diseases also. I found some terminological issues while referencing in Ayurvedic Materia Medica. For instance, the Bala, that while searching about Bala term in Ayurvedic Materia Medica, there are three variations are there. Three types of Balas are there. One is Mahabala and Atibala and Nagabala. while deciding which one can be which need to be identified exact matching with the bala term, in these places I got some confusion, and just based on the majority of the materia medica and following API Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia India volumes also, just I have taken bala as a Siddha cordifolia, and Kantakari also having two terms, two herbal terms. One is Vartaki and Kantakari. Here also some terminological issues were happened, and and after that the Yarandamundi is not found in anywhere of this materia medica. Then there are two similarities, similar terms repeated in ninth in the sequence, taken as a Pippali Mula and considered as Mahabari Vacha. So, by referring this Ayurveda Materia Medica, the ninth one is considered as Pippali Mula, and this 22nd one, because Vacha word, the medicinal term repeated twice. Then by cross-checking this Bhava Prakasha, I have considered this Mahabari Vacha instead of the second repetition of that Vacha. Then the methodology, the preparation methodology, they not yet mentioned in Agni Purana. That is our duty to maybe by taking the modern methodology to prepare this kind of medicine. That methodology we need to follow from modern perspective. But the type of dosage that is also mentioned. The medicine can be taken as churna or vatika or avaleha and kashaya and modaka also as a edible kind of thing. Then the medicine will be used as a Mrta Sanjivini. Then that's why is equal to some maybe immunity enhancer or more than immunity enhancer. Then while taking this medicine along with madhu or dhruta or and other graha tailya, then the efficacy of the medicinal efficacy of this preparation will be increased. Then the dosage also they describe the entire the vatic or tablet or any kind of churna should be as a 8 grams or 16 grams and 32 grams and 64 grams. These are the suggestive dosage need to be taken this medicine. Then by comparing and summarizing the therapeutic uses of all 36 herbs, the mostly maybe 90% of the of these 36 padakas or drugs are deepanas, digestive fire improvers and rasayanas and balavardhakas. So the preparation of these 36 padakas can be used and can be experimented towards identifying its medicinal efficacy or immunity boosting factor for the welfare of the to get rid of this COVID kind of thing. Then I'm going to conclude this. If we study these Puranas scientifically, those can be the scientific information can be utilized for the welfare of the society. Then after that, this study can be taken forward to do a clinical study and to experiment clinically to show its efficacy and can be utilized in this pandemic situation. Correlating this Puranic concept to a present situation, it is a kind of for me it is a challenging kind of thing. So I have gone through modern articles also from Ayurvedic perspective as a immunity boosters relevant information. So
Thank you, Professor Shiva.
Yes.
The paper was really very, very interesting, particularly in the context of COVID, the present pandemic.
Yes.
Probably you would have attracted more attention, more audience by titling your paper itself as a paper covering interesting topics like COVID and pandemic.
There are so many concepts are there, sir, in Puranas itself, like in which way water need to be taken. That is not clear in Ayurveda, but specifically mentioned in Padma Purana also. Taking water in the morning, taking milk in the night. There won't be any use. No need to go to the doctor. There's as a shloka, they have given out of coverage concepts in Ayurveda. The entire literature can be maybe we can study and brought as a kind of some scientific information to give the so common people also can be able to follow that one.
So a small marketing suggestion for you. In future, please cite your papers the way they attract more audience.
Definitely, sir.
And now we move on to the next session. If there are no questions to Professor Shiva, and the next session is going to focus on Dharma. Interestingly, the first paper of the session is also again on Agni Purana only. It is the topic is self-framing of Agni Purana and the helpfulness of that to civilization. It is by Srimati Papia Mitra. Papia ji is going to talk about. This whole session is going to be how Puranas are going to be useful for civilization from various points of view. And Papia ji is going to talk about how Agni Puranas, the self-framing structure helps our civilization. Papia ji, over to you.
Now, yes, sir, thank you. But please, can the host, when I start my video again, it says the host has stopped it.
Kindly go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, first, my thanks to the good evening to everyone, and my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my vision of what I think the Puranas, and especially the Agni Purana, frames itself, how it projects itself to the world at large. So that is the title of my paper that you will see in the projection. I have just written Agni Purana self-framing, civilizational toolkit, rather like a sutra. The full name would be Self-Framing of Agni Purana, a guide to civilization. Now, anyone acquainted with Hinduism, even if he is a non-Hindu, also knows about the Puranas. The very name means that it is something old. Atharva Veda had mentioned the term, and in the Brahmanas, Puranic literature is mentioned, while the Upanishads call Itihash Purana the fifth Veda. Now, PVK had opined that since various references make it obvious that from the later Vedic age, works called Puranas existed, that were studied and recited by those that were engaged in solemn sacrifices like Ashwamedha, and that by the time of Apastamba and Gautama, some versions of the Puranas that are extant today had already come into existence.
Can we have the slide view?
Can you please make it a slideshow?
The projection is not okay.
Yes, please.
I can also do without it. Okay. Now, so the antiquity of Purana literature cannot be doubted. That, however, even all Puranas had not survived, and many of the extant ones are of later provenance. However, I found that though they are sacred literature, they rank lower in the hierarchy than the Vedas. Aside from other reasons, like the antiquity and the greater beauty of the Vedas, one cause probably was due to the social class of the readers and the far larger audience of the Puranas. They were open to the lower castes and women to listen and learn from. As civilization in India became more and more complex, the Brahmins insisted on being the sole interpreters of the most revered scriptures, though nothing prevents a Brahmin from storing up punya by reciting or listening to a Purana.
Madam, please change the slides.
Yes, I'm trying to, but...
Please use arrow keys, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I think, can you see it now?
Yes.
Thank you. So we can see the hierarchy, the Vedas.
Keep pressing the arrow so that the slide changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Vedas are 4 in number only and they are reserved for the priestly classes. But the Puranas are for the masses. As such, the Puranas are more popular and well-known. But I think for the same reason the Vedas number only 4, or from a traditional perspective, one Veda has been divided into 4 parts. But through the centuries, several Puranas came into existence. Through constant interaction with society, a Purana becomes a living entity so that we cannot say that one version is true and another false. In this context, when we study Puranas as a scholar, as distinct from being a believer in their sacredness, an important question is what the composers or compilers of the texts thought about their work and how the Puranas projected themselves to the populace. Now the Puranas accepted the superiority of the Vedas and consequently do not contradict them in any way. But if they were just a simplified version of the latter, then they would have not appealed to a wider group. Instead, they also saw themselves as storehouses of knowledge, wider knowledge categories. They dispensed divine wisdom, simplified salvation for masses and society. But they also tell us about history and other mundane objects. So what they are doing, they are telling us stories, both sacred and secular, of the gods and kings to teach us. And interwoven in between the stories are descriptions of geography, ceremonies, duties of kings and householders, ideas of varnashrama, land grants, temple architecture, etc. Of course, we all know that any compilation of knowledge, random compilation of such knowledge cannot be considered a Purana. As per the Puranas themselves and Amarkasha, any work that desired to be classified as a Purana had to conform to a certain formula of Pancha Lakshmanas or discussion of 5 topics. Sharga, the original creation of the world; Pratisharga, dissolution and recreation; Manavantras, the periods of various Manus; Vangsha, the genealogies of gods and rishis; Vamsha Charita, account of royal dynasties including Surjavamshi and Chandravamshi kings. Now these 5 topics are necessary to present an assurance of continuity to the audience, and especially of the royal genealogies, which are, by the time the Puranas were being read out in the later medieval ages, they were only a memory, but they can be claimed as progenitors by latter day rulers. If we look at 18 Mahapuranas, we find that though they all have the Panchalakshmanas in common, each of them is also different, expanding their range beyond them. For example, Brahma Purana discusses the art of war and temples, Garuda Purana discusses literature and astronomy, minerals and stones, while Bhagavad Purana, Linga Purana and Markandeya Purana are the central religious texts of Vaishnavism, Shaivism and Shaktism respectively. Thus, every Purana is an autonomous text, distinct from others of the genre. And this is how they frame themselves, as keepers of ancient wisdom and guides to dharma, which can give the same liberation to ordinary men as the Vedas can. Now, Agni Purana also frames itself in such terms. So the first question that arises is that what authority does it claim? The simple answer is that it is recited by Veda Bhasha. Since Bhasha divided the Vedas into 4 parts and taught them to 4 disciples. This grants a certain gravitas to the text. But he is also understood to be the author of every other Purana at some point in the line, and also of Mahabharata. So while he validates the claim of authority, he alone is not sufficient. So the chain of transmission is traced further back. The first narration is by the god of fire, which makes the knowledge contained therein divine and therefore true. He told it to Vasishtha, who retold it to Vasha, and Vasha then imparted it to others, including the Shuta, who is the immediate reciter of the Purana for edification of the world. Now, it is very interesting to note that though it is Agni who tells it, is not about that god at all. Instead, he is emphasizing the worship of another deity, Vishnu. But it is a trait to be found in other Puranas also. But you see, this makes the material even more true, since the divine narrator is not self-aggrandizing. Agni narrates the Puranas to Vasishtha, one of the Shaptarshis, who has authored the verses in Vedas. Vasishtha retells it to Vasha, and Vasha to the Shuta. You see, the line of sages, that connects it to the god, it makes the transmitted knowledge trustworthy, because the sages of Vedic law, it is impossible for such people to forget or to mislead. And the same argument applies to the Shuta, since by his profession he is incapable of mistaking the lore he had acquired. And in the last chapter, we learn that the original source is even more glorious. It is Vishnu who, in the form of destructive fire at the end of the world, taught this knowledge to Agni. And such a narrative framework is central to Agni Purana, positioning itself as a storehouse of divine knowledge, especially since what we have here is actually a late composition. And critics argue that extant Agni Purana is spurious, and either the original Agneya Purana mentioned in other sacred literature has disappeared, or as per Professor Hazra, the genuine text saved itself by assuming the different title of Vahani Purana. But however, if you situate the Agni Purana within its own genre, it does not really matter, I think, that if a Purana was composed or compiled thousands of years ago, just a few centuries. When you see the contents of common property, they are not copyright. They are authentically antique, because its knowledge comes from gods to sages, filled with Vasha's praise as narrator via transmissions. The god said Shuta to ordinary people. This cannot go wrong. So the present text of Agni Purana can project itself to be as authentic as the Vedas themselves. Now, Agni Purana is somewhat different from the other Puranas in that it is actually an encyclopedia of all branches of knowledge in the known world. And in the subject matter, we are told are of 2 kinds of knowledge, Para and Apara. The Panchalakshmanas are naturally present in detail, prefaced with the statement that Vishnu is their source. But there is this distinction between 2 types of knowledge that is making it really interesting. Vasishtha desires to gain knowledge of how we can cross the ocean of mundane existence, by knowing the quintessence of which knowledge one becomes omniscient. Usually such question evokes a spiritual response. But however, Agni just ranges further. He will impart Paravidya, or superior knowledge, that is the knowledge of Brahman, which is what Vasishtha actually wanted to know. Included in it are stories of various avatars of Vishnu, including Buddha and the future Kalki. But he will also impart knowledge about Aparavidya, or inferior knowledge. They consist of Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samveda, Atharva Veda, 6 supplementary texts, that is Shikha, Kalpa, Vakarana, Nirukta, movement of luminary bodies, Chandavidhan, Mimamsha, Dharmashastra, Purana, Naya, Vaidya, Gandharva, and Arthashastra. In other words, all the schools of study that were current at that time and had known texts of their own will be discussed, as well as theology. And you see, though at the beginning, Agni and Vasishtha just names those systems, but they are not interpreted rigidly. They run through a gamut of topics. They include building cities, duties of various varnas, statecraft, ideal behavior of a king, royal advisors, justice system, family law, welfare, everyday actions, poetics, how actors should perform, even a list of Sanskrit dramas and even a lexicon. The God thus intends to teach secular knowledge even though it has not been asked for. And you see, this is not surprising because the ultimate audience is not actually the wise sages, but the laity, comprising of kings, nobility, and administrators, and ordinary people who need such knowledge in their everyday social life, in war and in leisure. So you can see, but every test tube kind of represents one kind of knowledge that anyone can use. And nor are what is called inferior religious topics neglected. We get instructions for religious bathing, construction of kundas, mudras, mode of worshipping of various deities, mantras, consecration of an image, architecture of a temple, repair of a temple, manifestations of Devi, tirthas, rites for ancestors, religious gifts, pollutions and purifications, list of Puranas and gifts to be given when they are being recited. So instead of elaborating on just a few topics, all possible ones that a person can require for daily functioning of society has been presented chapter-wise in condensed form. And as a result, all the cultural facets that are considered either to be the province of elite intellectual classes or to belong to different specialized groups of professionals, they become available for everyone to consult. One do not have to know Vedic mathematics to construct altars. He can simply consult the Agni Purana. So that is the entire toolkit this there. So Agni Purana frames itself as the foremost of all Puranas, to the promised reward of learning the entire text. Listening to it is more meritorious than gift-giving, sacrificial rites, pilgrimages, etc. Anyone reciting or hearing the text or causing it to be written and recited would be free from all sins and gain moksha. It thus empowers hearers and speakers alike. But as we have seen, secular knowledge has also been incorporated and its rewards are correspondingly material. By reading it, worldly misfortunes can be averted. A Brahmin would gain knowledge of Vedas, a Kshatriya kingship, a Vaishya wealth, and a Shudra health. A copy of Agni Purana in a house prevents difficulties, theft, miscarriages. Those who desire wealth would gain a fortune, those progeny would have children, and those power would be kings. Now a question might be asked that why are such mundane things given such importance? The probable answer is that the Grihastha householder is central to the social order and upholds the cosmic order as well. Therefore, they need to learn such things as well as liberation. Now, Vasishtha justifies trying the transcendent with the mundane by declaring that in order to understand Hori properly and get liberation, all knowledge must be known, including what should be considered as proper. Thus, a man who listens to it is promised both full enjoyment of this world as well as final release from it. After all, we do not really need anything in life, so Agni Purana can become the ultimate knowledge system of society. So, in conclusion, that Agni Purana popularized the teachings of various branches of study, both metaphysical and mundane. That is why Agni tells Vasishtha that this Purana will bring both bhakti and mukti. So a listener can rely on the text to provide him with whatever he needs, to the exclusion of other texts. So doing this, it becomes a source of all dharmas it can find in society or in the afterworld. So it is a kind of toolkit. So it is reasonable to conclude that Agni Purana presents itself as a complete toolkit of civilization. And I think that is how we, the readers, should also understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was really a very good paper suited for the session. This whole session is about how Puranas are going to be useful for civilization. And the next paper is actually scheduled to be from Manjula ji, but I do not know. She is abroad, whether her timings suit now or she is going to join later. Oh, yes, she's there. She's very much there. So now we are going to have the paper from Manjula ji about Rajadharma. the various aspects of dharma are being covered in this session, and reflections on Raja Dharma, political thought in the Puranas is from Manjula ji, and over to you, Manjula ji.
Thank you.
There seems to be some technical problem. She's off the screen now. Maybe she's restarting, or let us wait for a few seconds. Do you have some technical problem? Do you want to take a few more minutes, ma'am?
No, I'm good. I'm just trying to cast my presentation.
Oh, she's...
Yeah. So, namaste, everybody. I don't think you can see me for some reason, but here goes. So basically, my presentation is about Raj Dharma, the political thought as presented in Matsya Purana. So, can you see my screen? Hello? Can you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, first and foremost, I will, in all probability, it is a vast topic. So, I will not be able to present everything that is there, even a literature study in 15 minutes, but I would love to give an introduction of how it is presented in Matsya Purana. So, basically, why should we study the Puranas at all? I mean, this is a tautology, I'm sure, but here goes. So, sociological treatises are like, Puranas are a snapshot in a certain time. So they'll give you a lot of information about how the society was there at a given point in time. And like my Mitraji was presenting, the previous presenter, like she was saying, it's an encyclopedic knowledge system. In Matsya Purana itself, you have, a lot of themes about Ayurveda and geography. Invariably, there is a lot of information about geography in every Purana. And there is in this particular thing, of course, there is a lot of information about polity and governance. More, it's like a framework, a strategic framework of how to view your own people, your enemies, and so on. So there is a certain strategic framework that is offered in Matsya Purana. And of course, every Purana has got the same stories. Every Purana is restating in a lot of ways the thematic, information of how to view things and how musicology or anything, there is a certain repetition of themes in all Puranas. And the stories are also repeated. So that gives you an integrated and organic way of thought and information that is there. In our all our literature, we have this concept of Desha Kala Vastu Paricheda. So basically, here is the deal. Certain information is relevant only in certain areas and only during certain times and so on. So an absolute truth is something that is standing the test of time, standing the test of what was in a particular region and so on. So truth is something that stands the test of Desha Kala Vastu Paricheda. So with that introduction, I'm going to jump right into this, what is offered in Matsya Purana. So we have a system of what is known as the Saptanga, the constituents of polity, that is also reiterated in Matsya Purana. So the 7 branches or the 7 constituents of polity in strategic terms are the king, the minister, or of course the council of ministers, the Rashtra. Rashtra is a concept that encompasses the geographical entity as well as the people. And Durga, that is the forts, Danda, the army, Kosha, the treasury, and Mitra, the allies. Now, some of these may actually look kind of anachronistic, but there is a way in which you can actually see the framework and then apply to the current situation. The king occupied the primacy. He occupied the top of the polity, the pyramid, the top pyramid of the polity. The king was the executive head of the Saptanga. So, and such, his safety was paramount. So, he was under attack by his enemies. He was under attack by his own people, perhaps, both the internal and the external enemies. And he was perhaps prone to attack by poisons or various different threats. For example, he might be forced to drown, or he might ride a horse that is totally inappropriate, or an elephant that is in rut or something like that. A whole slew of dangers. So Matsya Purana addresses all those dangers. He's not allowed to be with a woman who he doesn't know. He's not supposed to be riding a horse that is not tamed appropriately and properly known to him, and so on. And the king's advisors, there's a whole chapter that is devoted to the king's advisors and the kind of qualifications that each of those advisors will require, and so on. I will come to that a little later. I'll come to that in a greater detail a little later. So with this in mind, to make sure the continuity of the Rajasatta was maintained, the prince, a lot of devotion and a lot of time was devoted to prince's training. So there was succession planning and continuity in leadership, just so that the prince was appropriately trained, and he was given, he was made ready to occupy the next, he was next in line, so to speak. And that training included, he was given a lot of physical training to be a warrior. And he was given a lot of attitude training in terms of what the Purusharthas were, and then what his attitude should be towards Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, and so on. And then naturally he was given a lot of training in diplomacy and exactly how to be disciplined, how to enforce discipline, how to be disciplined. So both of those aspects were given a lot of thought. And there is a lot of information about how the king must treat his own son and prince, or who are the prince. I mean, how he must treat him in terms of how there's a certain amount of respect that he has to accord, a certain amount of affection that he has to accord, but there is a certain amount of withdrawal in terms of he's not going to enforce a lot of things and let the guy shine for himself, and then make sure that he's given appropriate, bodyguards and such and so on. And he must watch him at all times. So that was the mandate that was given to the king. Similarly, there's a lot of information that is there about the prince's conduct too. Basically, how the prince has to deal with his trainers, with his people, with his father and king, and so on. The king's responsibilities were this thing that I thought this was very cute. So the code of conduct, the king's responsibilities. So unless Brahmavidhi, so the king has to follow a certain Brahmavidhi. And if he follows that Brahmavidhi, he will be secure. His position is going to be secure. So there will be Akshaya Vidhi. So there is that prescription about how he has to conduct himself, how he has to rule. And if he follows that, he is going to be secure as a king. That is the statement that is given in Matsya Purana. The king was responsible for protecting his people. He was responsible for honoring the educators of the realm, honoring the weak of the realm, like widows and people who are depending on him, his employees and his subjects and so on. So he was responsible for honoring his people, educators. Okay, I'm repeating myself. And then he has to be in loco parentis, in as much as he has to treat his subjects as his children. And he was required not to retreat from the battlefield. And I'm not sure if this prescription is to be taken as, sacrosanct, in as much as he has to be always engaged in the battle, but not necessarily that particular battle might or might not be. I'm not very sure how exactly it is treated. And he must always perform yajnas and yagas and then give danas to the appropriate people so that he will be pursuing spiritual attainment. And then he must patronize education and the study of the Vedas. He must uphold the Varnashrama Dharma. Varnashrama Dharma is the structure of society where all the professions had their own place. And there is this very interesting concept of destiny versus free will. I'll take a little bit of time on this. So basically, according to Matsya Purana, so there is always this argument about is destiny better or whether free will trumps destiny and so on. So Matsya Purana has a very interesting way of conveying to the prince or whoever, prince in training, that destiny and free will are both very important. So, it is elevated. It is elevated the concept of Uthana, the human endeavor, ascent. It is emphasized in all our literature, and Matsya Purana also emphasizes that. So, according to our Matsya Purana thing, so basically, he gives an example of a seed. Seed encapsulates destiny. When a seed is there, it comes as the form of a seed. It already encapsulates destiny. It is the fruit of the accumulated karma. So in the seed is contained how exactly the tree is going to be. But then free will and effort are equally important. The farmer must make sure that it is sown properly and it is fertilized properly and so on. And even with this, there is a time to fruition that is required. So unless the rains will happen at the right time and so on, and it is given an appropriate amount of time, the seed is going to become a seedling only in its own time. So the concept of destiny versus free will is very beautifully presented in Matsya Purana. So the administrators, the council in Matsya Purana consists of the minister, the commander-in-chief, the security personnel, officers in charge of armories, spies. There's a lot of material that is devoted to spies, accountants and writers, judges, emissaries and ambassadors and treasurers. So there's a lot of information that is given in Matsya Purana about all these administrators. And there is a six-fold policy of how to deal with your allies and enemies. So this is a framework of strategy which I find fascinating. So Sandhi is like an outcome of negotiation with both your allies and your enemies. And Vigraha, hostility. If Sandhi fails, you have hostility. And then how exactly do you carry out, a war? That is Yana, marching against an enemy or stationing defensive forces along the border. And then Asana is neutrality. Ashraya is alliance or friendship. And Dvaitha is waging war with one enemy, while making peace with another. So all these aspects of foreign policy are dealt with in detail. Okay, so this is something that I am going to, let's see how exactly, I'm not sure how, one second. Give me a minute. Yeah. So there is this thing about, okay, I'm focusing on this king's personal physician in some detail, basically because the qualifications required for all the, council members, the members of the council, of the king's council, are given in great detail. But I just wanted to highlight this particular thing because even at that time, I don't know exactly when the Matsya Purana was written, but even at that time, there's a great amount of expertise that is there in, that is already developed in medicine. So I'll go over it in a little bit of detail. Basically, Shalya was surgery using blunt and sharp instruments. And there's he goes into some detail about that, not a great amount of detail, but there is some detail. So what I'm trying to say is the expertise of surgery was already there and prevalent. And there was a certain amount of sophistication that was already present. Shakalya is a treatment of diseases afflicting ear, nose, etc. So ENT specialists were already there. And Kaya Chikitsa was general medicine and treatment of metabolic disorders, metabolic errors and disorders, basically beauty treatments and that kind of stuff, how exactly to maintain your youth and etc. All those things. And then there was Bhuta Vidya, that is demonology, and also mental ailments. All those things come under this heading. And Kaumara Bhritya is pediatrics. And then Agada Tantra or Agada Tantra, I am not very sure about the pronunciation, I apologize. So this was about toxicology and treatment of diseases, conditions occurring due to bites and stings of animals and so on. Again, Matsya Purana devotes a lot of time and energy to describe exactly how this is done. So poisons are dealt with in great amount of detail. And Rasayana Tantra is geriatrics, anti-aging medicine, immune modulators, and so on, rejuvenation. And Vajikarana Tantra is aphrodisiacs and medicines and methods used to increase sexual prowess, potency, and virility. All those things they have been described in great detail. Spice. So the agency of spice, just like Arthashastra, Matsya Purana also devotes a great amount of time describing how spice are going to be chosen and employed and sent to various places. So spice were both internal and external. External spice were sent to enemy territories and even allies, to the allied kings' territories. Internal spies were usually people who kind of watched over the council members and the ministers and the workers in the government and so on. Internal spies were there to specifically understand the trends, lives and opinions of the citizens, conduct of the government servants. External spies were there for the movement of enemies. Like Kautilya says, spies are the eyes of a king. And but spies were also watched in some sense. No spies account was taken as sacrosanct. So to arrive at a certain conclusion, 4 spies with a single mandate were given and the information was culled from them and it was kind of moderated. Then we have law and order. This is a very interesting topic. So no one was outside the ambit of Rajadanda. In other words, no matter how high up in the food chain a particular person was, even a minister or a Brahmin or educator or anybody or even a member of the king's family was not outside the ambit of Rajadanda. So they had to respect the Rajadanda. A great deal of information is given about the sentencing codes. In other words, like what kind of punishment is given to what kind of crime. So Matsya Purana, the author or the the author of Matsya Purana, if you will, the authors of Matsya Purana, they go into a great amount of detail about like what are the punishments that, what are the crimes that deserve the highest punishment and the lowest punishment and so on and so forth. That's actually a very interesting topic. Actually, this is the biggest chunk of the Rajadharma, actually. So just to give you a couple of examples, let me just find that thing for you. This is actually pretty interesting. I found it completely fascinating, the amount of detail that is given. So Matsya Purana classifies, there are like, you had fines, and then you had death penalty, and then you had physical punishment, all these things. So the highest offenses, including treachery, they incurred death penalty. And there is also this injunction about the king must never allow the guilty to go unpunished. It was mandated upon the king to not let people go unpunished. On the other hand, he must not punish the innocent. That was the other mandate that was given to the king. So then there was like, hoarding the inventory, like hoarding the grains was actually was very severely punishable. So if you adulterate inventory to gain profit, and if you secretly sell goods for an inflated price, all those things, they were all fined at a certain amount of, at a certain level. And then a merchant selling similar goods of the same quality at different prices must be fined at a nominal level. But if he sells goods of different quality at the same price, he should be fined at a higher level. So there are that kind of detail that you go into. Let me find some other things. So an incendiary. So a person, Atatayin, a person is an Atatayin if he's an incendiary, a poisoner, or who raises a weapon to strike a robber, who forcibly takes away land, an abductor of another man's wife, Atatayin. So all these things, they were called Atatayins. And those people, anyone who slays an Atatayin is not a criminal. And an Atatayin basically deserves corporal punishment. So that's a prescription that is given. And rape was actually punishable by death. Adultery is punished by fining the person committing adultery very, very heavily. So there are some a great amount of detail that the Matsya Purana goes into. Some of the punishments are kind of seen as excessive perhaps in modern times, but the theory behind the sentencing code seems to have been more like a deterrent. Severe punishment is offered just so people will not commit those crimes. So that was that seems to have been the theory, the attitude behind the rather severe sentencing codes. And then excommunication. So an egregious crime like a Mahabharata was actually deserving of excommunication. So people would perform what was called a ghataspota and then excommunicate people. And that also kind of seems, even people who were actually consorting with, having a social intercourse with, Mahapathakins were also excommunicated. Anybody who is a fallen person who does not adhere to a social code was deemed worthy of excommunication. And then there's a lot of detail that is given about the forts, the kind of forts the what kind of palaces should be there, and roads, official residences, treasuries, stables, arsenal, gardens, etc., etc. And then a great amount of thought is given to the kind of inventories to stock, like what kind of food should be stocked, poison, the animals, snakes, medicines, herbs. And what I found interesting was that the snakes were grown in pots. So they were called ghatasapas. And certain, the kind of snakes that were actually grown in pots, and they were used for their venom and stuff. And there were 6 kinds of forts that were identified. Those that were in the middle of a desert, those inside, like in the middle of a water body, in the earth, like, whether like concealed entrances, that were the Bhu Durgas, and then Vana Durgas, the forest Durgas, then Giri Durgas. And those that were actually protected, strategically protected by an army. So amongst all these things, mountain Durgas were supposed to be the safest. And then we come to this art of diplomacy. Again, it is a strategic framework of how to deal with, everybody. Actually, people who are inside, like, basically people who are your employees, your council of ministers, your own people, your government servants, everybody, and your allies and your enemies. How exactly are you supposed to deal with all these different constituencies? So that was that's the focus of this framework. So we know the first 4: Sama, Dana, Bheda, and Danda. Sama is the art of conciliation and discussion. Dana is giving gifts and grafts. Bheda is sowing dissension. And Danda is war, making war. Or punishment, for internal purposes, giving punishment to the people who are criminals and stuff like that. And then war, making war against your enemies and so on. And within that, Yana or expedition was like, how do you march against an enemy? Added to these 4, Matsya Purana defines 3 more ways of dealing with enemies. So one is Upeksha, stance of neutrality. And then there is Maya, a baser diplomacy that advocates cunning, and a different level, Indrajala, that uses stratagem in war. So Maya incorporates magic, deception, fraud, illusion, conjuring, jugglery, etc., etc. So just to give you an example, Maya is more like what Kautilya used against a Rakshasa. So Maya is something that is a lot of your trickery, your planning is not seen outside. Indrajala is something that appears different from what is actually happening. Like, for example, if you know the story of Yogandharayana and Udayana. So what Yogandharayana used is Indrajala versus Maya. So that is the kind of difference. I would go into greater detail, but I guess I'll stop right here. And there is expedition. Like, when you go on an expedition for Yana, there are a whole different things. Like, who exactly are your enemies? Who exactly are your friends? A great amount of definitions and explanations are given. So Vijigishu is a guy that's the king who's interested in conquest. And Ari is his enemy. Mitra Prakriti is his friend or allies, actually. Ari Mitra is the friend of the enemy. Mitra is the friend of your own friend. And Ari Mitra, the friend of your enemy. So exactly how do you identify your enemies and how do you identify your allies? That is basically the first leg. And then there is this, am I going past my time?
You're approaching the time to conclude, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, so I see final thoughts there. So probably you're also.
Yeah. So there is the kings behind Vijikishu, like, Parsnigraha is a guy who's always trying to attack, the enemy, who's strategizing to attack you from behind. Akranta is a friend who's always got your back, and so on. And friend of the enemy and the friend of the friend, and so on. And Madhyama is a guy who's a conduit of information between your allies and enemies, and so on. And Udasina is the guy who's like who is non-aligned. So basically, this is the framework to identify the and allies that he's dealing with. So the final thoughts. Matsya Purana has got a lot of information that is very similar to what is given in Kautilya's Arthashastra. And it also has a lot of its own information. And the Lakshya, the aim of Matsya Purana is also very similar to what Kautilya's Arthashastra had, actually. So the final objective of Kautilya's Arthashastra and Matsya Purana's Rajadharma are kind of similar. And then Matsya Purana, in this particular Rajadharma, it's modeling polity and foreign relationships. And it offers a great amount of insights for historians, sociologists, policymakers, students, and practitioners of Ayurveda. Of course, there is the Saptanga modeling, which is like, it's like a strategy textbook, and sixfold policy similarly. And the art of war and modeling external relationships is offered. So basically, here's my final thoughts, basically. So over time, we have lost the terminology used to describe all these concepts. And you have to be able to familiarize yourself with the terminology to go back and then understand what the Matsya Purana is trying to tell you. And again, Matsya Purana offers a remarkably thorough and strategic method of thinking about polity and governance. And there are several unique insights, like I said, offered by this Purana. And of course, it reinforces and restates a lot of information that is given in Arthashastra. So my final word, if we lose this kind of information, this kind of a framework, we are going to lose a lot. So this needs to be studied in greater detail and with a lot more strategic depth. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There are questions from the audience. Most of the questions are focused on what you touched upon during the final thoughts, the connection between Arthashastra and the Rajadharma portions of Matsya Purana. So, is there anything that Matsya Purana adds different from the Kautilya's Arthashastra? Is it the same?
Yes. No, it's not exactly same, but a lot of it is similar. But like I said, Samadhana, Bheda, Danda, that is the typical framework. So Matsya Purana adds the policy of non-alignment, the policy of Indrajala, and the policy of Maya. All these things are added. They are specific only to Matsya Purana. They're not there in Arthashastra, for example. And also the code of all those sentencing codes and all those things, they're kind of different. They're similar and they're also different. Does it make sense?
Yeah. And apart from the Arthashastra Matsya Purana question, the one question is about a very micro level point, the free will versus destiny discussion. Though actually it was just part of a larger suggestions to the king. The question is actually focusing on the Rajadharma only from a free will point of view. The question is, this person is calling himself anonymous attendee, and he's saying, what if a criminal says that it was his destiny, not free will, to commit the crime?
Very interesting question. I don't know. It could actually be. So, okay, fine. Here is how I'm going to address this. So basically, this particular thing, the concept of Utthana and the destiny versus free will discussion is especially for the training, a princess training. So this particular portion is trying to inspire the prince to strive harder to make sure that the free will is not trivial. So he must actually strive harder to attain whatever the goals that he is attaining, and so on and so forth. Now, coming to the question, the Matsya Purana also has this very interesting kind of a thing. If the prince is not deserving, in case he becomes, very stubborn, he becomes very intransigent, then the Matsya Purana actually advises, okay, he should be imprisoned. He should be taken away from public gaze and then put away somewhere. And then he should not be allowed to be a prince. The succession stops there. You must develop somebody else. So in other words, a criminal, if he becomes a criminal, then the Rajadanda is the thing that is final. Because even Matsya Purana is advocating that even for a prince, if the training fails, put him away. That is the prescription.
Yeah. Are there any references for further study on this topic of Raja Dharma in Matsya Purana?
I gave a whole bunch of references in my paper. There is this. Let's see. There is this Jagadish Lal Shastri, Political Thought in Puranas, University of Punjab. But that is not something that I would recommend. There is this V.R. Ramachandra Dikshitar, a study. University of Madras, 1935. That is actually very good. So what I did was the Maharaja of Mysore has commissioned a whole bunch of translations of all the Puranas. Unfortunately, everything is in Kannada. So Matsya Purana, what I have referred to mainly is the Matsya Purana translation in Kannada, the original translated to Kannada. That is there in vyasaonline.com. He's curated everything and then kept it there. So if you want a Kannada source, that is the original translation of Matsya Purana into Kannada.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With that, we move on to the next paper by Sri Vijendra Kumar. It's a psychology paper, particularly personality development oriented topic. It's a new area emerging in psychology nowadays. We are now calling it Vedic psychology in some institutes, and in some universities it is being called as contemplative and behavioral studies from Indic side. It was originally called Indic psychology in the Pondicherry Institute of Psychology, Indian Institute of Psychology. Then Anand Paranjapeji and others were involved in developing Indic psychology, and as part of that, psychology from epics is being studied, and Sri Vijendra Kumarji is taking up a particular character, Damayanti, and he is talking about how personality study can be done from Damayanti. Over to you, sir.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaste. Good evening to all the scholars who are presented and also audience. Well, I'm very happy to present. At the same time, I'm scared in front of great and tall scholars. My topic is lessons of life skills from the life of Damayanti. Nala Damayanti story is, we all know that it's in Mahabharata, and it's a romantic story. And but I'm not focusing on the romance or love aspect of Nala and Damayanti. I'm focusing on how the Damayanti, journeyed in her life through different hardships and different difficulties. When she was because of that, whatever the Kali and others have done it. Okay.
Can you adjust your screen?
Yeah, I'm going to focus on that.
And also, do you have a presentation? Do you have a PowerPoint presentation? Share.
Yeah, I have. I'm not able to get that here. I don't know what is the problem.
Can I share it for you?
Yeah, you could share it, sir. Yeah. Next slide. Okay. So next slide. So we all know that Nala and Damayanti story. The first slide, before one.
Previous one.
Yeah, previous one. Okay. Mahabharata has a lot of human characters and lot of stories and legends. And Nala and Damayanti story comes there. Okay. The context is in Vanavasa. Yudhishthira was very much aggrieved of his condition. He was feeling miserable, and he was thinking that no one is more misery than him. And that time, the sage Rohadashva, he visits Yudhishthira, and Yudhishthira was asking Rohadashva that I am the most miserable person in the world, and he was feeling very much aggrieved because of his condition. Then Rohadashva says, you are not the only one. Before you, the king Nala of Nishada, he suffered more than you. And in fact, you are with your brothers, friends, your wife, and many Brahmanas. But Nala was alone with his wife, and he lost everything, including his clothes. The entire thing is in Nalopakyana, and the story is Nala as well as Damayanti. Damayanti is wife of Nala, daughter of Bhima of Vidarbha. And journey of Damayanti is one of the important thing of the entire Nalopakyana. In fact, we can call it Damayanti Upakyana than Nalopakyana, because of the different context we are not able to call that. Okay, and her thought process, demeanor, and skills to get her husband back is the inspirational story, I think, for more than 2 or 3 millennia. Next slide. Sir, next slide. Yeah. Life skills. Life skill concept recently has been in the focus. When World Health Organization, they defined that abilities for adaptive and positive behavior that enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. They especially implemented this life skills concept in third world countries in Africa for children to fight against the drug menace and human trafficking and teenage pregnancy, and they were very successful. But life skill concepts were there before WHO thought about all these things, and I think I have been one of the fortunate to focus on life skills from the ancient perspective in 2015. Okay. And the Panchatantra stories are one of the important stories where each and every story of Panchatantra deals with life skills and how to deal with the life issues, challenges, and how to come out successfully. This paper focuses on the character of Damayanti, understands her actions, thought process, and feelings from the life skills perspectives, and follows in her journey to reach her husband. Next slide. We all know that the Damayanti was a daughter of King Bhima of Vidarbha. She was born through blessings of Brahmarshi Damana. But there is no evidence or information saying that Damayanti has a divine person. There is no divinity attached to her birth or life. Okay. But she was celebrated all over the world for her beauty, brilliance, grace, and intelligence. Basically, Damayanti, as a woman, she was a lovable, very hopeful person, and all these things were strengthened by her wisdom and commitment to her values. She confronts her fate with resilience and human efforts. She was I think one of the important characters of Mahabharata, where human effort and exertion are dominated by the fate. Okay. Damayanti was first, we meet her in the Golden Swan incident, where she was observed as a very bold, independent, and assertive person. The swans asked her, there's a king called Nala, and he's very beautiful, handsome, and very valorous guy. And if you become his wife, you have a life purpose in that. And they convince her, and she accepts all their suggestion in such a way that she is also interested in Nala, and shows some kind of love towards him. But later, King Bhima, he organized Swayamvara for Damayanti, and a lot of kings from all over the world visit the Vidarbha kingdom for Damayanti Swayamvara, and including Indra, Varuna, Agni, and Yama Devatas. They also they were coming on the way, and they see Nala is also coming on the way, and they ask Nala that why he is going there, and Nala says, I am going for Damayanti's Swayamvara, and Damayanti is interested in me. And Lokapalas, they put him in some context that they asked him that Damayanti asked Damayanti to marry one of the Lokapalas, then Nala. Initially, Nala refuses that he cannot do, but the gods trap him that he already agreed for their request, and he cannot go out of truth. And Nala goes there. He goes to the apartment, the palace apartment, and without anybody's visibility, and he meets Damayanti. All the women of Ganasium, they were very much shocked to see Nala in the Antapura, Ganasium. But Damayanti was the one person who did not get shocked. Initially, she might have got shocked here and there, but not to the extent that she's not able to speak up her whatever she wanted to talk. She asked him very openly, and she gives him an opportunity to express his feelings, and she calls him that you're a sinless person, you have nothing wrong done to anyone, and you are the handsome guy. You could express whatever why you are here and what is the purpose. And at the same time, she says that no one can come inside the Ganasium because that is a mandate of the king. And how did you come here and without anybody's aware? See, all these things shows that Damayanti is not scared or not got shocked by seeing a man in the Ganasium, and shows her communication skills, critical skills, okay, like that. At the same time, she shows a lot of emotionally poised nature. She doesn't get scared. She is balanced in her emotions. She shows a lot of humility. Yeah, and she's highly aware of herself. That is the only way she could say that, I could love Nala openly. Next slide. So the Swayamvara incident, before that, Nala was very much confused, and he was doubtful about whether he could marry Damayanti, because the gods were also interested. For the Damayanti says that, you come to Swayamvara with all the Lokapalas, and it is my choice to marry you. And Nala comes with Lokapalas. Then what happens? Damayanti comes, she's not able to see one Nala there. She could see 5 Nalas. Okay, all are in the same dress, same kind of features, and she was confused. She didn't know what to do. She understood that it is 4 of them are Devatas and 1 is Nala. But how to differentiate Nala from the Devatas? She through her intelligence, she knows that Devatas will not blink their eyes. They have no shadows. They don't stand on the ground, but they are above the ground, and their flowers are always fresh. But here, all of them are looking same. There is no difference at all. In that context, what she does, she salutes them and asks the Devatas to reveal themselves, because it is they who destined her to marry Nala. And she is already in love with Nala, and that cannot be changed at this moment. With all these things, the Lokpalas were very happy with Damayanti, and they showed their original features, and then Damayanti marries Nala, and they were happily married for 12 years, and they got twins also. So then when Lokapalas are going back to their original place, they met Kali on the way, and Kali came to know that Damayanti already got married in Swayamvara, and he was very much disturbed because of her behavior, and she got angry and she wanted to take revenge on Nala. And he says, I'm going to possess Nala, and he requests his friend Dwapara, another deity, to assist him in the dice game. So, and he finally Kali possessed Nala after 12 years, and through Pushkara's support, he won all the Nala's kingdom, and Nala lost everything in the game of dice to Pushkara. And he had to leave the kingdom with Damayanti, and in between, Damayanti does all her best to stop Nala from playing games, but she couldn't succeed. Then what she does, she sends her children to her parents' place to avoid any future confrontation of trauma for them in the future. See, here we see a lot of critical thinking aspect in Damayanti's personality. Okay, she communicates pretty good. She analyzes the situation. She is very highly foresighted in her thinking. Okay, yeah. Then Nala and Damayanti, they already lost the kingdom. They were on their way to a forest, and Nala, he sees birds, and he tries to catch the birds through his lost final cloth, what he was wearing, but birds were they were carried his final cloth also, and he lost everything. He didn't have cloth on his body. Okay. And during that time, Damayanti says, why can't we go to my father's place? My father will be very happy to receive you, even if you're in this condition. But Nala was not accepting her suggestion, and that time Damayanti says, I am going to be with you as a friend or nurse. When the husband is in a very suffering, a traumatic time, a wife is the only person who can assist him or support him. That shows a lot of empathy in Damayanti and compassionate nature in her, that we don't see in any other woman in any other literature. Okay. Yeah. So, but finally, Nala deserts her due to Kali's influence. That is a part of the story. I don't want to talk about Nala's behavior. But Damayanti, once she lost Nala, she was very much aggrieved and suffering. She was kept on lamenting for many times. At the same time, she thought about what is happening here in my life. Something else might have happened in Nala's to desert me, to lose his kingdom, and they were on their way in the forest. So she thinks there must be some person's plot or conspiracy to do all these things, and she curses whoever it is. Let him get the more pain than me. There is a curse. So she cursed Kali, and she finally walking in the forest in that alone, very disturbed condition. Then the serpent attacks her. She was trapped by a serpent. Still, she was lamenting about Nala and her condition. And then hunter, he comes there and he kills the serpent. But he had a different intention with Damayanti. When Damayanti knows about his intention, she curses him. And finally he dies because of her curse. Okay. Here, what do we do? Damayanti manages our emotions in such a manner that she is not succumbed to any of her emotions. She's able to think still whenever in that emotional turmoil, and she manages her difficulties as a normal person. Okay, next slide. So, can we imagine that a lone woman walks in the forest in day and night without food and water for many days, and not even able to manage herself because she has only one cloth. She cannot fight with anyone. Okay, and the forest was terrific forest with mountains, many animals, and wild beasts also. She was still thinking about Nala and his sufferings. That is more than her own sufferings. And during this time, what happened? She dreams about sages. It's a ashrama and agrahara, some kind of thing. And she asks sages that how are they and what's happening in their life are different activities like sacrifices or yajnas and all. She doesn't talk about her problem. Okay, all these things shows that Damayanti is so much a person with thinking about others, not about herself. And also she's highly aware of her own self all the time. Okay, and highly resilient person in her nature. Next, she comes to know that entire dream was just a dream. It is not reality. She continues her journey with her lamentations, and she kept on talking to animals and trees, birds and all. She doesn't get any response from anyone. Why do the person talks to himself or herself when they are alone and disturbed? That is the way they could keep their sane healthy mind and well-being. Okay, and then she, after some days, I think after a week of this continued journey, she meets a caravan of merchants and she joins that caravan. And even in the caravan, the leader asks her, "Who are you?" and all. You look like a divine person. You look like some Rakshasi or some other evil person. She says that I'm a human being. Okay, I'm not such a person at all. And she is able to manage her emotions. At the same time, she's able to talk to the different group of people without getting disturbed. Even though she was disturbed very much emotionally, she lost her husband, she didn't have food, she didn't have water also, she was attacked by a serpent, then by a hunter. Still she is able to manage herself and continues her journey. Yeah. Then again she was, the entire caravan was attacked by wild elephants, and she was able to escape in that attack by elephants. Then what happened? Many people start thinking that she's... Yeah.
I hope you are coming to the concluding part of your paper. We have 3 more papers to be presented this evening. We are approaching fag end of concluding part of this.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Of the session.
Yeah. Then the caravan, she was able to manage pretty well in the caravan incident. Then she is able to reach her aunt's place. She did not know that where she went, the Chedi kingdom was her aunt. Okay, she manages her presence there. The amount of information she tells to the Queen Mother that I don't want to wash anybody's feet, or I don't want anybody's leftover food. or I don't want to seek to any man if he is, willing to marry me or, have some kind of affair with me. I don't want any of these things. All these things shows that, Damayanti is such a person who can take care of herself even in the distress, even under such a disturbed condition. And that shows that that's her strength, the resilience, okay, and the decision-making quality. Finally, she uses so many techniques to get her husband through Brahmanas. All these techniques are very similar to what we do in psychological testing in the clinical situation to elicit the responses. Okay, she manages all these things with her critical thinking and problem-solving approach, and she finally sees the Nala in a different camouflaged way, where Nala was not in a same shape, and still she doesn't accept him directly. She makes him to go through different kind of tests, and finally I think she is using 4 to 5 schemes to just test whether he's Nala or not. Finally he comes to know that he is Nala, and in the 7th scheme he confronts him in such a way that, how come he leaves his wife, lovable wife, in the forest in such a condition? That shows that Damayanti does not want to accept Nala as a husband without any responsibility. She wanted him to take responsibility for whatever he has done. Okay, and Nala says that he was influenced by Kali and Kali's behavior, and she accepts him. But then the Nala asked her, how come you wanted to marry a second time? And Damayanti says it was just to get him back in her life. And for that she proves in such a way that, she says, if I am wrong in my plot, if I has done any sin, okay, let the gods give me a punishment. So this kind of shows that, she wanted to prove herself beyond between themselves, Nala and Damayanti. For the public, it's similar to like what happened in Ramayana, how Sita does that Agnibarisha to prove herself for the public. The entire Damayanti, last slide. Yeah, Damayanti was an outstanding woman with her values not seen in ordinary human beings. She had gone through the hardships resiliently and firm in her principles. Damayanti's love for her husband is unparalleled, and she might have inspired the millennia of ancient India. She makes schemes to recover her husband and tries to get more schemes to ascertain herself more precisely, are the best examples of her skills and wisdom. Throughout the narration, we could not see a demeanor of audacity, arrogance, and passivity, but an abundance of life skills survived through her life skills and commitment to her purpose. Damayanti is not an ordinary woman, but an empress of life skills, character, pure love, where any human would like to possess those qualities, because she was not a divine person, but a mere human being. That is the humility of Damayanti.
So thank you very much, sir. We have 3 more papers from Deepak Dikshit ji, Balakrishnan Muniyappan ji, and Edivannan, Brahmachari Edivannan ji. And
thanks a lot, sir. Any questions?
Actually need to go a little faster. I request all the remaining 3 speakers to make their presentations as brief as possible, so that we don't exceed the time too much. Now Deepak Dikshit ji is going to present his paper on understanding Bhavishya Purana in modern context.
So please release my video. Start my video. Please start my video. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, can you please try now, sir, to start your video?
Okay, it has come. It has come now. It has come. Fine. Namaskar. Good evening to everyone, and thanks to Indic today to give me this opportunity to present my paper on understanding Bhavishya Puran in modern context. The theme of Bhavishya Puran is Bhavishya means future. It is a little different from other Purans in a way that while in other Purans you have stories mainly from Satyug, Treta and Dwapar, in Bhavishya Puran there are stories from Kali Yuga also. Kali Yuga means, Kali can be defined in two ways. One is the Kal means machine, that means the time of machines, and the second Kal means tomorrow, that means the time which is yet to come. A book was written thousands of years ago, that means this time in which we are living and which happens to be the time of machines also was a future time that time. It forces us to believe that the writers of this book were equipped with some powerful knowledge to visualize or calculate the possible events in future. The book is in 4 parts. The first part of Brahma revolves around the sun and it depicts it as a god with some other entities. There are stories of how to please these gods. The second part or Madhyam Par deals with creation of universe.
Deepakji, can you change your camera view? Can you kindly look into the camera of your laptop? Is your video or some presentation visible to you somewhere else than the camera on your...
Okay, I am casting on another screen also. I think that is the problem. Okay, I'll not look to that. Okay. Fine. The second part or Madhyam Par deals with the creation of universe. It has got geographical and astronomical references. The popular stories of King Vikram and Betal and Satyanarayana Vrat Katha are also there. If you observe minutely, the stories are mixed with messages for living environmental friendly life by giving importance to water bodies of different type, tree plantation and care of animals. The third part, which is Pratisarg Parv, describes the stories of various kings, queens, etc. From Kali Yuga. And the fourth part is Uttar Parv. Here the concept of Pap, Punya, Dharma, etc. is explained and various rituals are described. The future is unknown and uncertain for all of us, be it me, you, Narendra Modi or Donald Trump. This makes us curious about the future. We are inclined to know about and speculate. First, we do the scientific study to know about future, and even if there is not enough information, we try to speculate. This speculation was there thousands of years ago also, and speculation is there now also. Nowadays we use computers and mathematical modeling with appropriate assumptions, and then we take decision making dependent on this scientific analysis. You go to stock market, you attempt to speculate or predict the future price of a share. In weather departments, you attempt to forecast a future event like a tsunami or an earthquake. If you go to a news channel, they try to predict the results of an election. And similarly, it is done in the field of sports and healthcare. Shall I stop the screen? Is it not visible? I think I will stop this. Okay, now it is a little better. Okay, we are living in the age of science and technology. We have invented many machines and acquired knowledge, and with the help of this, we are using knowledge in our favor. The whole process of dealing with this information or knowledge is in 3 steps. Firstly, we capture the information. It can be through devices like satellites, cameras, recorders, radars, and so on. And then it is stored on electronic media. The second part is analysis. We use computers, softwares, algorithms, and then draw logical conclusion with some assumptions. And then we come to know the futuristic trends. Now the third interesting part is the utilization of this information. This information is used in many ways. In medicines, we evolve treatment methods. In weather forecast, as I have told, we try to predict future events like hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunami. In financial markets, we design contracts or markets of various kind. In games, we design new games to entertain. We also design futuristic houses, vehicles, and similar products. And one interesting way is how writers use this information. The writers use this information of futuristic trend with fictions, and then we come out of many products like movies, if you're aware, series of Terminators or Avengers. Even the rule of societies are framed with the help of this knowledge. We can understand the whole process with the example of recent corona effect. The scientific community all over the world, they analyze the data and then they suggested many new practices or ways to limit the spread of this disease. And accordingly, many new practices like wearing of masks, personal hygiene, rituals, social distancing came into existence, and various governments implemented these, and stories were also created around that. Now I wish to compare this process of information handling with the process which used to be there in Vedic ages. So before that, we have to be in the perspective of the life at that time, thousands of years ago. The life was very slow. People lived in harmony with nature. There were hardly any machines, but there were astronomy, engineering, mathematics, architecture. All these are known to our rishis and munis. All over the world, people used to come to India to gain knowledge. Our cities, our rishis can be compared with today's scientists, and they lived in ashrams, and through Guru Chela tradition, they used to pass this information to future generations. They invented Ayurveda, they invented yoga, and they invented zero. So now we try to see how these three steps were taken that time. Data capture was through those rishis. They used to observe natural events and behavior of people, behavior of stars. This information was preserved through generation to generation by Shruti and Smriti. And the Guru passes the secret knowledge, gist of secret knowledge, to his most deserving Chela. And later on, the writing came when people started writing on metal sheets or tree leaves.
Deepakji, can you start winding up your paper, sir?
Okay. 3 minutes I can take?
Yeah, please, as quickly as possible.
Okay. So then the analysis was done by the rishis through the processes which they have designed, and then they used to pass this information to kings who used to make rules and other things. Now, accordingly, the many things like the rules and rituals were framed. So we see that modus operandi was same as we use information now, thousands years ago also, but the machines were not there. And So when this information within the scientific community, like we have scientific formulas which the scientific community can understand. Similarly, the Rishis and Muni can understood all these things. But when it is a question of passing to the masses, basically they were woven with the stories and message was passed so that the good for all people can be done without involving them into the nitty gritty of the theory or the complications behind those things. So like if we take two three things, how these are mentioned in the Bhavishya Purana and how these are being done. Like rituals, we deal with everything. There is a ritual given there, Vivah, Upanan, Sanskar, and many more things. But similarly, we do rituals for marriage and events and dealing code of conduct for dealing with guru or the parents or the spouse. Same thing is there also now, and similarly there are rules. How rules are framed, like when it was found that the two-wheelers, most of the deaths occurred due to head injury, the wearing of helmet was made compulsory. So the a rule was made so that the life of people can be saved. Similarly, those rules of many rules about yagya, tirth, utsav, dan, which were told that time, if we see in that perspective, it looks logical. And then there was a muhurt for everything. Now, for anything to be done, there was a muhurt, a time of day or a day of month to do particular type of activity. This can be compared with today's knowledge handling system also.
Suppose, are you concluding? Are you closing the paper now?
Yes, I'm on the last part. Suppose I have to go to Madras for, I have to go to Chennai on a particular date. I'll get a reservation done accordingly. And then after that, I see a news on TV that that particular area in that time, there is going to be tsunami. So what I will do, I will reschedule it. So now compare it with some, that means there is a science which is trying to predict a favorable time for travel at a particular place. Now
we are still waiting for Bhavishya Purana and references to Bhavishya Purana. But I think the other speakers are waiting. We have to go to the other topics, please.
Okay. Basically, what I have touched is how the things were dealt there and how the things are dealt now. I have tried to make a comparison.
Yes, but this is a conference on Puranas, sir.
Fine, sir. So
this is focused only on Puranas, sir.
I am focusing on Bhavishya Purana. I mean, I have analyzed how things which look.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we are moving to the next speaker. Let me clarify that Bhagavad Gita is actually not the focus of this conference, but because it is considered to be part of Mahabharata, which is being considered to be part of Itihasas, which are considered to be Purana, we have been a little lenient in allowing this paper for this conference. So we are treating this paper as a part of Mahabharata study, which is part of Purana study. And this topic has been a beaten track topic, Bhagavad Gita and management, HRD kind of thing. Hopefully, we'll see some new points that have not been presented earlier by scholars. Thanks.
Can I start my presentation now, sir?
Please start your presentation. Please.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the introductions. Yes, Bhagavad Gita is Mahabharata, Idihasas. So the topic that I'm going to present is about Bhagavad Gita and human resource development. So my field of expertise in human resource development, because I teach human resource development, but I consider myself as a student of Bhagavad Gita. So let me go direct into the abstract of this presentation. So in this presentation, I'm going to attempt to make the relevance of the Bhagavad Gita to the psychology of human resource development. And this contributes to indigenous theories of HRD based on culture-specific HRD theories. This is done through a hermeneutical analysis, a qualitative approach, which involves study, understanding, and interpretation of ancient texts. Now, in a nutshell, I can say that the Bhagavad Gita presents HRD from inside out. Some of the HRD is outside in. So the Bhagavad Gita begins with self-realization leading to self-development, human development, and also organizational development in total if you are looking from the management perspective. And this is expected to provide a place for comparative HRD philosophy in the East and also the West. So before I go into the Bhagavad Gita, I'm going to give you an overview of HRD. Of course, I'm not going to read through the slide here, but just giving you an overview. HRD is an interdisciplinary field with contribution coming from various other fields such as psychology, social psychology, anthropology, political science, even fields like economics, even philosophy. And it involves areas such as training, development, and education of employees in organizations to improve their competency towards performance. And if you look at literature, there are hundreds of ways how HRD has been defined by various scholars, both in the East and also the West. And the theories related to HRD, theories and concept of HRD from the West have been dominating the world during the last century, mainly due to largely available resources in English language. If for an HRD to be effective, according to researchers like Sharma in 2001, argues that it has to be rooted in the cultural soil of the country where it is practiced. So in the East, if you look into whether you are looking into India from the Puranas, Idihasas, and all, there are many concepts relating to development, human development, self-development that has been written long ago. In fact, in the field of HRD, many communities in the world are also trying to find or discover their own system of HRD. Maruyama used to be the first to write about management context, which includes HRD from Japanese perspective. And then there are many other perspectives, many other schools of thought, the Islamic and then the Chinese school of thought, Confucianism, Lao Tzu, Sun Tzu, Art of War, and also in the Indian context from the Vedic literature, from the Vedanta philosophy. There have been many scholars, many who have written, and then there are a growing number of authors who are doing in this field. So now we move into the Bhagavad Gita. So introduction to Bhagavad Gita, I'm not going to go through in that. Okay, but you have to remember that it is Mahabharata, part of Mahabharata. You cannot separate the Bhagavad Gita from the Mahabharata. In fact, anyone who wants to read the Bhagavad Gita, they need to understand the context of the Bhagavad Gita, that is the Mahabharata. And Mahabharata, as many of you know, is the longest epic in the world. And it is considered to be the fifth Veda, Bharado Pantamo Veda. And Bhagavad Gita is less than 0.1% of the Mahabharata. And of course, you know, it is part of Bhishma Parva and it consists of 18 chapters. Not going to go into the details. The Bhagavad Gita narrates the situation in a battlefield. And Mahabharata in total narrates the war between the two cousins, Pandavas and Kauravas, to claim the kingdom of Hastinapura. And the Gita was delivered before the commencement of the war in Kurukshetra. And some philosophers looks at Kurukshetra within the human body. The body within the human body, human development. We are looking into human development. We are looking into the human perspective, human body, where the two forces between the good and evil, the war is taking place at every moment. Now, when we look at the Bhagavad Gita, we have to look into the context or perspective of human development or human resource development. We are moving from the physical development to intellectual development, emotional development, and to spiritual development. Of course, in the literature of HR, in the literature in the field of management, spiritual intelligence, there are studies being done. But it is not in that. Okay, of course, there are studies being done in this area: IQ, intelligence, intellectual quotient, emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, which I will also talk to you a little bit on that. But the concept of the HRD from the Bhagavad Gita focus more on the self from the spiritual or self-realization perspective, which is not much covered in most of the literatures, if you look into, especially in the Western literature or even other schools of thought. The Bhagavad Gita presents to you the HRD approach taken by Sri Krishna, the speaker of the Bhagavad Gita. Karma Yoga, looking from the duty and action-based approach. Bhakti Yoga, the affective and emotional-based approach. Then, of course, you have Jnana Yoga, the cognitive and the knowledge approach. The three approaches that has been taken. Now, there are many theories or concepts that can be derived from the Bhagavad Gita that will be able to contribute to the field of human development or human resource development. There are many. Of course, due to the time, I'm not going to go through details, all the detail. Now you have concepts like Nishkama Karma, action without desire, Sita Prajnan, all that. In this presentation, I think I'm going to focus only chapter 1 and 2. Chapter 1 and 2 related to the Arjuna Vishada Yoga and also the Yoga of Knowledge. Now the first chapter, if you look at the situation, now maybe in this context you look at Krishna taking the role as a HRD role, human resource developer. You know, everyone knows who has read the Gita. Chapter 1 is all about Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Arjuna was giving all the excuses why he should not fight the war. In fact, he was well prepared. Physically, he was well prepared. He received all the education from his teacher and he received many astras, including Pasupadastra from Lord Shiva. But yet, why at that particular moment, when he saw his relatives, his friends on the opposite side, his grandfather, his teacher, he became demotivated. And you see in chapter 2, he is saying that after giving excuses, even Krishna saying that why does this impurity come upon you? Uttashtua kashmalamidam vishame shamupashitam. Why does this impurity come upon you? He's still arguing that how can I kill Bhishma and Drona? Katam Bhishma maham samke dronam ta madhusudana itsube pratiyochyami pujaha varishudana. So the role Krishna is playing here is the HRD role to revive his motivation, to energize him, to enable him. So what did Krishna did that can be useful to our HRD? HRD, there are many sub-areas within HRD. You can include counseling, you can include coaching, you can include mentoring, you can include training. So many sub-areas. So before you solve a particular problem, you need to understand what is the problem. And some of you are familiar with Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. One of the habit number 5, is seek first to understand, then to be understood. And most of the time, many people don't listen to understand. They just listen with the intent to reply. They actually can go deeper into this component. What does it really mean? In this context, you look into Arjuna had a negative, view about the self. Negative emotion, anger, guilt, sorrow, anxiety, leading to a state of inaction after he saw all his kith and kin on the other side. What did he do? He dropped his weapon. He surrendered to Krishna. In fact, if you look into entire chapter 1, it's all about his dilemma, to fight or not to fight. So if you really look at this, the first battle is in your mind. The HRD focus is more on competency, attitude development, knowledge development, of knowledge, skill development. But most of the time they don't go in deep, going into the deeper component of what factors, deeper and deeper, that contributes to the performance. So Arjuna, in this case, he had a lot of self-defeating belief. So if you're looking at chapter 1, it's mostly telling us, or for the HRD specialists, to help the people to eliminate the negative mindset and to enhance it with a positive mindset. So it is about the thoughts, starting with the thoughts that will have an impact on the belief, the feeling, and also action. So you have this is actually, if you look into Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, you are what your deep desire, driving desire is. As your desire is your will, as your will is your deed, and as your deed is your destiny. Chapter 2 is about training people to be self-aware. First stage in people development is helping them to be aware of their self. And this is also the first component of emotional intelligence. The HRD developer has a role to help people to develop high level of self-awareness. Many times in the training that is conducted, the focus in self-awareness, self-development is less. Most practical, they move directly into the job-related training skills, self-awareness. The other part is that educate people to be undisturbed, Adira, to manage change and not to be deluded by change. Change happens. Change is taking place. Every one of us affected by change. COVID-19 has resulted in a lot of change, but we should not be undisturbed. So the self-awareness component, there is a model of emotional intelligence by Daniel Coleman, who talks about first quadrant of emotional intelligence. And what is the first quadrant of emotional intelligence? It is the self-awareness. But this self-awareness, we can go deeper into analyzing a person, an individual, how the individual evolves. Bhagavad Gita provides that. For example, if you look at in chapter 2, verse 11, Krishna starts his teaching. He says, Asoshan anvasoshastva prajnavadam shabashase gatasu nagatasulscha nanu soshanti pandita. You are talking like a learned scholar, but you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. If you are a pandita is someone who will not worry for one who has gone or one who has yet to go. And another
definition, are we moving towards the end of the paper?
It's not end of the paper, but if you want me to end now, I can end it now.
No. How far are we?
Another few more, I can go in few more. All right.
Okay. No, so
you want me to go express? I can go express.
You have a lot.
Very quickly.
But please,
okay? If you want me to go.
Wind it up as
all right, I go very quickly.
We have the other speaker present.
All right, then what I will do, I'll stop after a few slides due to the time factor. Of course, the change, transmigration, transformation, you find in 2.13, Dejino Shmim Yatha Deji Kaumaram Yavanam Tara Tatha Dehantara Papir Girashtatra Nahoyati. Undisturbed persons. How do we train people to be undisturbed? And the concept of self is explored in detail in the Bhagavad Gita. But of course, due to the time, I'm not going to go through. Another concept I'm taking from an Upanishad, Katha Upanishad, which talks about human development, taking the body as a chariot with 5 houses. Over here we have 6, including the brain here, 5 senses. I'm sure the Pancha Indriyas, the 5 Indriyas, what are there? You see here the rein is a driving instrument. The driver is your buddhi, intellect, and the self is a passenger, real self is a passenger. Okay. Bhagavad Gita also talks about stability, equanimity of the mind. Samatvam yoga uchyate. Yoga, equanimity of the mind is yoga. But training people to practice equanimity is not it's not something that is easy, but it is possible. You find later on in the 6th chapter it says, Arjuna will says, Chanchalam hi mana Krishna pramathi balavat ashyaham nigraham manye vayu reva shudosharam. Difficult to control my mind. But Krishna will say, yes, it is possible through constant practice and detachment. Abhyashina to kaunteya vairagina cha grihayate. Abhyashina to practice, constant practice. Training people to practice, to learn. There's a lot of techniques are there to train people in developing equanimity of the mind. Okay, equanimity, more about equanimity, chapter, what you call 2 is also there. The concept of Sita Prajnan is there in chapter 2, verse 55. And then this is about self-management, managing the emotional part. There are many types of emotion. One of the emotion here is mentioned is the anger. So very important about anger. Anger, if it is not managed, not controlled, but managed, what happens? Results bewilderment of memory. And if your memory is bewildered, intelligence will be lost. And if the intelligence is lost, you are going to fall down. Rodat Bhavanti Shamoha, Shamoha Smiti Brahma, Smiti Brahmchat Buddhinaso, Buddhinashat Pranashati. And another one looking at the conquerors of the south.
Can you quickly move through all the slides?
Okay, I think instead of moving, I will conclude. Okay.
Yes, Arishad Vargas. So
all right. Conclusion. After hearing the 575 verses, Arjuna was energized. He was transformed. This is human resource development as done by Krishna to Arjuna. All right. Thank you. I think I'll conclude here since the time is limited.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Now we have the last paper of the day by Brahmachari Elivananji. He is a scholar from Chinmaya Vishwavidya Peeth. He is going to it's a very good paper. It's an empirical study on the syllabi of on the curriculum of the Tamil Nadu State Board from the point of view of value education based on Indic knowledge systems. So, how Ramayana content has helped the Tamil Nadu State Board. Elivananji, over to you.
Ariomji, namaste. Can I have the permission to start my video?
Yeah, please.
You cannot start your video. Yes, start mine. Yes, now I am visible. I will quickly finish in 10 minutes time. I understand this is the last presentation.
Yeah, but you are very good at consolidating all the points.
Absolutely. Yes.
Summarizing. You are a teacher, experienced teacher, so thank you.
Yes, Dr. So let me introduce myself. Since this is my first presentation as a full-time PhD scholar at Chinmaya Vishwavidya Peeth, I was a microbiologist, BSc Microbiology, MSc Microbiology from Madras University, and then PhD from Delhi University. I was a junior research fellow 4 years. Then I joined Sandipani Sadhanalaya Vedanta course studied under Swami Tejo Menanji. So now I am serving at Chinmaya International Foundation last 7 years, helping in publications, helped in Brahma Sutra commentary and some Vedanta courses, Upanishad course, Bhagavad Gita course, creations, and then also involved in teaching value education classes at the Chinmaya Vidyalayas. So with that background, now this is as part of my PhD coursework. I have done this research. So so I'll go to next slide. Next slide. So here, yes. So the objective of my research is to check for the references of the words, themes, concepts, songs, and stories from Ramayana in the textbooks of Tamil Nadu State Board from Standard 1 to +2. So the methodology is content analysis of the textbooks. So I thank my guide, Dr. L. Sampath Kumar and Dr. Subbarao Jayanti for guiding this research work. What is education? So this book was released during the 50th year celebration of our Chinmaya Vidyalaya, so Manifesting Divinity, where we find this quote by Swami Chinmayananji, training the mind is the essence of education. So he mentioned in 1965 during the foundation of the Chinmaya Vidya school at Kerala, so the children, for them, this 4 is very essential, integrated development that includes the physical, mental, intellectual, and spiritual development, and then universal outlook, patriotism, and Indian culture. So I'm quickly going. So this, what is education? So we all know very well, it's about child development and the literacy, and then knowledge, skill, values, and then awareness about surrounding social, political, overall development. Now, value education is an inherent component of education. Why? Because student, we know, disrespect teachers, students carrying weapons, and governments also spend billions procuring arms and ammunition. So our my Acharya Swami Tejo Manaji, he mentioned this thing, guided missiles in the hands of misguided minds. So we find that thing. So that's why value-based education, it helps the nation to fight against all prevailing fanatism, ill will, violence, dishonesty, corruption, exploitation, drug abuse. So value education is the core component of quality education. So to healthy society with the strong bonds of cultural, geographical, linguistic, religious, and social. So this picture I find from our Tamil Nadu textbook, as I completed my school education in Tamil Nadu from Tiruvannamalai district of Ramana Maharishi and near Kanchipuram. So I have taken up this complete study from matriculation schools of Tamil Nadu as well as the state boards. So this picture also mentions the Indian knowledge systems. So the Gurukulam. So very interesting we find in the social science book. Now about the curriculum and the textbooks. So our national level, there is a national curriculum framework now by the NCERT. They set the guidelines, direction for the development of syllabi and textbooks, and emphasis on ethical development, inculcating values, attitudes, and skills required for living in harmony with oneself and with others. So interestingly, education is still in the concurrent list. So each state government make their books, and the national education policy. This we find all these pictures I picked from the textbooks. Last year only it was released. So they mentioned about national education policy. So now the 2022 we have that thing. And 15 years back there is a committee on the Central Advisory Board of Education which also says it is to strengthen mechanisms of monitoring textbook content and propose measures. So a lot of planning is required. Now, what is the Tamil Nadu government says? It also says education is for the all-round development. So the curriculum and evaluation procedures is constantly need to be upgraded. Now, Indian knowledge systems is the fountainhead of Indian culture, and it is arose out of intellectual discussion, scientific and cultural innovation. I know. So this Indic Academy is doing wonderful work as NGO. We Chinmaya Mission also involved. So several scholars like Nagaraj Paturji, the Oneness Conference, they are organized at our place, Chinmaya International Foundation, where I volunteered myself also. So greatly inspired by this knowledge repository. But temporary pause in our education system, maybe we can say around 50 years. So these Idihasas, Puranas, our great literatures, so invaluable wealth of India. And there are many doctoral research studies on Ramayana, on the concepts of value education, so focusing on a good curriculum and pedagogy to inculcate cultural, ethical, and spiritual values. So we find the ministers, education ministers, suggesting that Ramayana, Mahabharata should be taken up. It should be included in our curriculum. So from Shodhaganga, if we Google search it, more than 50 PhD theses on there. But the interesting thing is, what is happening with those data? All those researchers, are there thing implemented in our textbooks? Are our children studying in our textbooks? So that's what this aim. So this I have taken up from this first edition of 2018 based on this is 2005. Now again we have to rework. So now here is the result. The first standard book mentions the name of Ram, Raghav, Raghu by grace. So second, third, fourth, fifth standard. So I have gone through all the textbooks. There is no Ramayana word, anything related to that. And though the values are there, the stories in sixth standard book, we got the name Ramayana. The children get to know about Ramayana as a religious literature. And also as part of Idihasas, Ramayana and Mahabharata, Smriti, these terms are introduced to the children. And then, so the Pallava rulers, 1500 years back, they promoted, they were the patron of the Ram's stories during their time, sang by the Advas, 12 great saints. So these informations we find in the book. And the seventh standard, when we go, so we find the Ramayanam written by Kavi Chakravarti Kamban. So around 1,000 songs, 10,000 songs. So that is as information available for the 7th standard student. And then Kamba Ramayanam is a great literary work that we find. This Chola rulers also. So in the temple, so we find the paintings of stories of Ramayana. So we inform the children's. So these were available 500 years before, 1000 years before. And so this now we are informing to our children in our textbook. And so this is about various Alvars and about Tulsidas Ji's Ramcharitmanas 500 year book before it's composed. So which is the sentiment of friendship, loyalty. And Chhatrapati Shivaji, and a great individual, by his mother were told stories about the Ramayana Mahabharata, and he became a great disciplined visionary leader caring for his people and the whole world. Also, he learned from great masters of Ramdas ji, Tukaram ji. So these all are informed to our children in the 7th book, 8th, 9th standard. There is no information on anything related to Ramayana. 10th standard book, in Tamil book particularly, we have find 6 songs. One on the beauty of the river of Sarayu, and the second one on about the Koshala Desha, then third about the people. And so the meaning, it has a value, great value. So I'm just bringing to your attention where in my paper I would like to bring out all the explanations. And then Rama's beauty, how so, and there is a Gugan, how loyalty. So that is about 5th, and then finally Kumbhakarna, deep sleep. So how they are waking up. So maximum it is focused on the literary beauty, though the value is there, but it was not told explicitly by the textbook. Now in the 11th standard, we don't find any Ramayana content. Interestingly, the 12th standard book, the Tamil Nadu, which is taught to the Tamil Nadu State Board schools as well as the matriculation schools. So 9 songs we find, and here we find Ramji first with the first 2 songs. It's about Guhan. So this Guhan 2 songs, how he accepted him as his 5th brother, and then we find Sabari, the Jadayu death. So they performed the last rites to Jadayu, considering him as his own father. So that's a great value. And then 4th and 5th song, it's about Shabari, so accepting her love. So and then their sweet words. And then the 6th and 7th song, it's about accepting the Shugriva as his friend, as his 6th brother. Then final 2 songs about Vibhishana, again compassionately, so accepting him also his brother. So therefore, Guha, Shugriva, now you are the 7th brother. So these 9 songs of Kamba Ramayana were part of the +2 standard. So I'm here for the discussion and summary. So the 1st standard to 5th standard books, we don't find any Ramayana content, though the name is introduced in different standpoint, Ram, Raghav, so Raghu like that. The 6th standard book mentioned about the glories of Lord Rama and Rama, the paintings like that in 7th standard, about Shivaji grown up. So 10th and +2, we have few songs. Now the discussion is on summary. So there is a minister's message, and there is a CAB says there should be a continuous upgradation of good content. NEP now it says educators and school administrators regularly they should prescribe some good curriculum. So teachers everywhere also attempting and implementing value education is a modern challenge. So to create an enlightened citizens for the good of nation, we need to find and then there is a Delhi minister, he also says this thing curriculum is very essential. So finally, what is the conclusion? So there is a scope to redefine the curriculum and based on our Indic knowledge systems. So NEP also proposes, and we all know value education is very inherent in our civilization, culture and traditions. And and the Ramayana, stories of Ramayana, and now my PhD thesis as part of this 1-year coursework. So this I have taken up, analyzed what is the content, so that now I'll be taking up for my future scope for this is, so collect the list of values mentioned by the NCERT and include the stories from Ramayana and with the various pedagogies and teach to the various schools of Chinmaya Vidyalaya, we have under school and various other schools. And then with the psychologist, we develop a form So here, my gratitude. So, Professor Mahadevanji, the first Vice Chancellor of our CVV, is one among the mentor who helping me, and our Dr. Nagaraj Patturji's session for our this last batch of PhD also was very helpful. His insights. So I express my gratitude and my salutations to our Guru, Swami Chinmayananji, and my Acharya Swami Telugunji. With this I will come.
Thank you very much, Elivananji. That was also very short and crisp and beautiful, very sweet presentation. It was very, very useful study. It's an empirical study collecting from the syllabus, from the textbooks. Very good. Thank you very much. This day's sessions for this conference are coming to an end with this presentation by Brahmachari Elivananji. And we are going to meet again at 9 o'clock tomorrow for 2 sessions. One session is going to be on geomorphology, geology, and history based on geomorphology in one session. And the other session is going to be on aesthetics, literature, and related topics. By lunchtime tomorrow, the conference will be ending. Thank you very much. And I hope you will all be coming back to the sessions tomorrow with greater enthusiasm and spreading the word among your friends for attending the conference. Thank you very much.